We're going to be continuing here with Prison Architect. Not Prison Architect, that's a lie. We're going to be continuing here with Oxygen Not Included. I know the game I'm playing right now. And the things we've got going on in here is we are dealing with a couple of crises right now. We have our people constantly scalding themselves, keeping the oil going. Our temperature is becoming a real problem down here, because I just set up the electrolyzer. It's creating a significant amount of heat, which is causing some of our plants to now get too hot. That is going to continue to escalate unless I manage that. But on the bright side, our oxygen is mostly solved here for the time being. But we are going to have to deal with that. I have made a couple adjustments that I hope will fix it. And that's primarily over here. I switched the pipes here to be radiant because the gas coming out here is typically very cold. As I'm noticing now, it's very hot, which is very concerning because it was cold a second ago. Oh, it's because of erupting, not erupting. Yeah, that might not actually work in our favor. That's really less than ideal. Wait, was that or was it the water pipe? I think it was the water pipe. It doesn't matter. Either way, it's too hot. That's making it worse. That absolutely backfired. Let's change that out because that is absolutely going to get us in trouble. Alright, so that'll fix that. So I need to get this colder. I have a giant ice biome. That's a tiny little volcano in the base. That's a little scary. Well, this is a carbon dioxide geyser. So it actually puts out carbon dioxide at negative 67.3 degrees Fahrenheit. So it's a cold volcano, as it were, that just puts out carbon dioxide gas. It would be liquid, but it warms up too fast. And this might not actually be a problem, because what might happen is as the air pressure gets high enough, this might not run enough to stay hot. Because it might have just run really hard when it started. We'll see. Yeah, so that's cold. The scary part is going to be over here, because that is a volcano. A literal lava-spewing volcano tucked behind that wall. And I am actively working on trying to be able to exploit that. But I am putting a lot of prep work into trying to get that before I, open it up. Because once I uncover the volcano, there's no covering it back up. It's just, we either make it work or we don't. Alright. Oh, they've all but finished this. Well, that's concerning. Oh, they bypassed it, that's fine. Just asking, can you freeze air in this game? Yeah. So everything like natural gas, if I go here, it will have a condensation point of negative 258 degrees. So if I were to get this air to negative 258 degrees Fahrenheit, which is doable but a lot of effort, I could get this to be liquid natural gas. And you can do the same with like oxygen, and I can like... You can do that with all that. That's actually one of the things I'm worried about down here. Not freezing, but the other way. Is that mini volcano, the stuff's going to come out at 3,100 degrees Fahrenheit. And that will liquefy a lot of things. You're watching actually not included tutorial video, and they wanted to not dig into slime, that it can make you really sick. In Lake area, you dig into slime. Yeah. So you get slime lung. I haven't had slime lung ever be that big of a problem. I believe it means you use a lot more oxygen and stuff like that, which can be a nuisance. But I haven't had anyone to like just straight up die from slime lung. It's just, it puts a bit more burden on some of your stuff and makes your dupe stressed and all that, which can have all sorts of negative side effects. Alright, so take out those tiles. Put that there so they can hop over, because I just want to seal that off. And for right now, I'm just saying that to always be green. Later on, I'll switch it over. And you're out of fuel, which we're actively trying to solve. Like, the being out of fuel should be solved in not too long. The moment I get a gap in this air pipe here, the moment that starts happening, I should start being able to get some of this natural gas through. You use radiation, chlorine, and temperature to kill it? Yeah, so for a lot of the stuff I'm dealing with, I'm using the chlorine to kill it. I've got this room that is absolutely saturated with chlorine, and we were pumping stuff through this room. Now, granted, I don't think anything's spending enough time in this room anymore to properly get cleaned, but our water reservoirs are getting kind of low, which is concerning. Okay, cool. So with that done, lock these doors. And do not walk into this room and lock yourself in it, please. Be smart, dupes. I know it's a hard concept, but you'll get there, friends. Because the plan for me now is, first of all, pump all of the air out of this room. Like, literally vacuum it. And then we're going to switch it over so that this pipe will only pump natural gas, and then this room should be basically solved. Oh, I just realized. Can I make you sweep that real fast, buddy? Alright, don't lock that yet. Sweep all the junk out of the room, then lock it. Yeah. Alright, so they finished this part, so now it's time to take apart those. Hey, Chromatic, how's it going? Alright. So I want to pump the air out of this room. Because I wanna basically make this space just for steam and whatnot. The thing we're gonna do, isn't there like a mini gas pump? What you building? You can call me Acid? Gotcha. Right now I'm... Stop it. Stop throwing the tantrum. You're a big old jerk. Could you stop breaking our stuff, please? Why are you deliberately targeting the oxygen? I don't even know what you broke there. Stop targeting the oxygen, Rongor. Alright. Can you arrest the dupe to stop him? No. Why do you hate oxygen, Rongor? You're literally just targeting the oxygen and nothing else. We need to get that stuff under control. What I'm making here is this is going to be a room for... I'm going to be piping in oil to cool it off to an extremely cold temperature and then pumping it out as part of my cooling strategy. I don't know if that's actually going to work. And please don't point it out if there is a horrible, horrible flaw in it. Because the idea is I do want to make mistakes and learn, because it's more fun for me and for people watching to watch me do things wrong and go, oh crap, oh crap, oh crap, and try and undo the horrifically awful decision I had made in that moment. But the first thing I want to do is get all the air out of here. Then I have this for pumping water into this space, because we're going to, boil the water, use it for steam. It'll be like this. The steam part will be a closed loop, and then I have a pipe coming in and out of the system for effectively making coolant for other things. All right. So we can go over here. You require plastic, don't you? Hmm. So I'm thinking we put just 2 mini pumps here for right now. And we will go ahead and go to the automation here. It doesn't really have to be, like, I'm gonna just shove it where we can shove it. Can you show the pipe overlay? Sure, I can show that in a minute. So we go to the pipe overlay. So the idea is this is just going to be an input to get water into the system, so that once I seal this thing off, I don't have to go in here. I just pump the water in and we're good. We'll have the oil pumping through here. So warm to hot oil here, comes out, really cold oil there. I can take it where we want to. You know, I might find out that oil's actually a terrible idea, but again, please don't spoil. Let me make mistakes. Yeah, I'll take these, and we're just going to vent them out here. I don't actually really care. Yeah, so this one, I don't care about the oil. Like, I just want to make sure they get that out. As far as power goes with this, that's the trick. Alright. This isn't a long-term thing I gotta deal with, so I'm literally just gonna hamster wheel it. Because then once that's done, I'll just shut this down, and we shouldn't have to ever mess with it again. So once they build that, then we'll go down here and plug that up, and then we should be able to seal the door. Then we let them pump all the air out of this place, and then once all the air is out of that place, then it's done. Actually, I don't need these sensors. What am I doing? I don't need any of the automation on this part. And the reason I don't need the automation is it's not going to continue to run the pump when there's no air to pump out anymore. So let's go to automation. There we go. Get rid of that. Ooh, hey. Heal up, buddy. Please don't die. I see you going for it, don't you dare. Alright. Turn that down in priority again. I just needed to get more natural gas up here, because natural gas is starting to get low. Still not a great place. The good news, the oxygen's starting to pick up. We're getting some hydrogen in here, so later I might be able to use a hydrogen generator as well.
Thank you, Naunicfear, for subscribing for 1 month.
Thank you, Naunicfear, for the It's Not Telling Me Prime Gaming sub. Thank you so much for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get one of those a month, and you used it here. And that does mean a lot, so I really do appreciate it. I do hope you're enjoying the stream, and hope you enjoy some advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes. So thank you again for that support. It does mean a lot. Wouldn't be able to keep doing this if it wasn't for all that. Why is everyone stressing out so badly here? Major eye irritation, soggy feet, holding breath. That's really annoying. Like, oh, your power you're powered by this gas generator, which isn't online because the natural gas is struggling right now. Right. I love the variety style of games you play. Great to study too. In the background. Keep it up. Well, thank you. Yeah, so it's basically because the natural gas ran out, the stuff I've been using to de-stress my my dupes is offline until we get that sorted. And a big part of that is all the oxygen we're currently pumping in here. Yeah, so you're bypassing, so it's literally just this backing up. That I'm pumping out so much oxygen from this room that there's nowhere for the natural gas to get in at all. We'll get there. Okay. And now that they built that electrical wire, put an insulation towel here because this room is ready to be sealed. I really need you to... Alright, this is running out of hydrogen as well. That actually might work in our favor this time. If this runs out of hydrogen, that means this will start turning on and off. Empty pipe. You shouldn't have an empty clean water pipe. You also have no power due to lack of natural gas. Alright, look, we really need to bootstrap that natural gas, please. Okay, got a gap here. They'll get some natural gas in there. I think it'll just be a matter of getting a little bit of natural gas through there to bring things back online. Made a mess. Right, because all the toilets are stopping working because the fresh water is stopping. That's because we were over-dependent on our natural gas. I didn't even see if the natural gas got through. It should have. Okay, sir. They're out of power for a minute. So should be able to get some natural gas through here real fast. Because I need that to go to a lot of places. Help try and solve this problem. Alright, good. So that's back online. Lovely. Those are all starting to have a problem because of the water. Enable that building to get ourselves some new clean water through the system. Alright, this is back online, starting to pump the air. That's good. Alright, so that's fully sealed. We're waiting for that to come up. Let's tell them to sweep the stuff out of here, because it's all good material. And we will give that a decent priority. Because then once they connect this, then it shouldn't be a big deal. Alright, what do we got going on over here? We're mostly doing fine here. Anyone else injured at the moment? Yep. I don't care about the oil at the moment. That they'll shut down because of temperature. They keep giving me water again and again, which is interesting. Okay. We should start being able to bring the stress back down because of that. Which has been the big draw. Alright. So we are starting to get more and more natural gas squeaking on through. Starting to grab chlorine, which is concerning because that'll get in the way. Yeah, it's literally because I made these more efficient that we're getting the hydrogen through better and the oxygen. But ultimately, it's making it so like none of the natural gas can get by at all anymore. Because surprisingly, these oxygen never back up. Like, even if I fully saturate a pipe, they still will never catch up. So that's the problem I got going on is... Alright, let's disable that second air pump for a little while. So that way we can hopefully get more natural gas through the system. That'll be one of the things that'll help a lot when this room is fully done. Because when that happens... When we get that fully finished, we'll be able to, like, actually clear this room of everything. And then we can just have it pump natural gas into the system reliably. And then with that over time, the amount of natural gas out here should diminish as we use it. Until everything is sorted. Yeah, that's the other thing that's happening is we're starting to get to a point that there's not a whole lot of distance. Like the oxygen's down here. It's almost immediately going down to the natural gas here. It's just a thin line there, while over here it's pretty dispersed, but it was all the way up here and around the corner, but we've started managing to push it down more. Which is good. It's just the short term we're just dealing with side effects. What does a long hair slickster do? Your diet is oxygen. I hate to say it, long hair slickster, but you're not going to make it, friend. You are fully submerged in carbon dioxide. And I have no intent of trying to move all that around. All right. This has to be resolved. It is going to kill us if I don't get this fixed. Rip mutant slickster. Yep. It is what it is. So I'm gonna have to change this. Now, the ways I can see I can change this, I could certainly change this where... I mean, one thing I could do is I could literally just have a pipe that goes past here, so if this is backed up, then it'll go around, just to keep everything else flowing. I think that might be what I end up doing, because right now, this is, like, slowly killing us. And it's because, like, I have all the resources... There's just effectively a block preventing them from getting where I need them. So let them build those. And we'll wait to build that bridge. We can have the bridge to go over here, we'll take the pipe over there, and then we'll bridge it over there so this pipe still gets priority. And that actually should give us a bypass, since this will rarely pull oxygen a meaningful amount anyways. We'll build that bridge when we get there. Yep. Why are you kicking a wheel that someone is actively doing things in? It's interesting that they, like, target specific buildings when they're upset. Like, they seem to target oxygen and the wheels more than anything. But, like, honestly, I don't think we've had anything else. Like, we only had a couple upset in the entire time we've been playing, other than just recently. Also really inconvenient, buddy. Meanwhile, I can go ahead and get rid of that. Not needed anymore. You broke a wall? That's all fine. Oh, yep. I wonder why you're not building that. Unreachable build. You go through these doors. Oh, no, you should be able to reach that. You come down here, go over here, you grab your thing, you climb up, and it's right there. How is that unreachable? I don't, literally you just go across in there. I don't see how that's unreachable. Because they can get here. That's fine. They do it all the time. They hop over the ladder goes straight past it. I don't... You can reach that. You literally built the tile directly beneath it. Oh no, don't tell me you've been doing this forever. You still say there's 302 tons in there though, so we should be okay. I deprioritized you, right? Oh, I guess you're just running out of other things you need to do. Oh, I see you run out of petroleum because they stopped. Well, I mean, you got the oil. It's just that was off long enough that you have that thing. I mean, I still had that. You know, you could kickstart it using this. No spoilers, but have you looked at a specific heat capacity? I have, and I did see that oil had a much lower heat capacity, about half as much as, like, water. But, water, on the other hand, had a much lower amount of, temperature range it could handle. So it could be that I end up needing to switch out what I'm using as the coolant. But I'm thinking having the more range might be a little bit more workable for me. So I need to get that to kick on long enough to get a little petroleum through it. Why are you not kicking over? It's fine. I'm gonna lower that priority even more so people stop getting burnt. Because the thing is, like, the water was like 2.2 capacity, and then the oil was like 1 capacity-ish. The oil, I believe, changed temperature at a slower rate, if I remember. Ah, here we go. So with those all online, I need you to sweep, man. Sweep this room. And then we can lock the door behind you. Bristleberries. You're okay here. You could use a little more food. I still don't know why that is an unreachable build. Like that's what I don't get. It's saying it's unreachable. But like they're getting right here. They just hop there and go up. So that's what's confusing me at the moment. Yep, and that's because the water's not being cycled because of natural gas, which I'm trying to fix, but they're weirdly saying that's an unreachable build, despite very clearly being able to reach it. I think it was literally because they sat the masks down there, they wouldn't pass that point. And so it was just genuinely... No, it was literally they sat the masks on the ground next to the checkpoint, didn't put them back, and so they weren't willing to walk past it. So dupe AI getting us. Alright, so we got nothing there. We got you. Let's go snip, 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 snip. Alright. So then we can go like this. And that. To effectively give us a bypass for when the oxygen gets backed up. Why did you stop moving? Why did you stop moving? You shouldn't stop moving. I don't understand why you stopped moving. Why have you seized up? It doesn't know which way to travel, up or down. You know, the way the physics of the airflow in this game work are really frustrating. Because it's like, you look at that and go, obviously this is a thing that should only go one way, because it's got a one-way direction here and a one-way direction here, so this should only ever be able to flow that way or out. And this is obviously not moving. That's fine. I'm letting some natural gas get through there, and then I'm just going to take it apart. Just going to let a bunch of natural gas get through here real fast. Alright, take it back apart. Priority 9. Alright. Because that let me get a bunch of natural gas through here, so at least we can keep stuff running for a little while. Don't tell me you can't reach it. You can reach it. So get to it. Stop breaking stuff. I'm trying to fix your problems. The issue I have right now is just the infrastructure seized up. What are they doing going down there hurting themselves? Just disable the building, just forget about it. The thing I found with water and gas is don't have a bridge end in a curve or bend. It messes up the logic sometimes. And just have a bridge in the earlier somewhere. Yeah. Oh, so they're trying to sweep and they're getting themselves hurt, dunking themselves in scalding hot lava. Or, not lava, scalding hot oil. Getting a hunk of meat that got dropped down the giant staircase. Or giant ladder, whatever. They need to get this under order where they're not stressed out and beating the crap out of the walls and everything. Alright. Why? Why have you not taken this part? Fine, I will yellow alert a simple deconstruction job. Because your oxygen is not going through the entire base because this whole thing is seized up. So if you could get on that. Oh, let me guess, you won't do it because you left all the oxygen masks on the ground next to it. I'm getting genuinely frustrated with their AI here. Hit the errands tab at the bridge, and you can see who is allocated and why they aren't. I mean, okay. Alright, well at least that's sorted. So now the oxygen's gonna go churning through real fast. And then ultimately that does mean this is gonna seize up again. But that is what it is. Okay, so you have just the sweep air in there. You've got storage, and I assume you accept the data disks? You should accept refined metal. Don't accept rock pile. Alright, so that's the problem. They're dealing out of... Actually, don't... Do I want to take those? That's fine. But copy settings. Okay, so there's a whole bunch of stuff they haven't been sweeping for a long time because of that. Alright, so now we're starting to get the oxygen through the system and where it needs to go. Okay, sorry about that. Alright. So we are starting to bring the stress down little by little. Our water systems are maxed out as well. We're starting to like get everything back into where it needs to be. That's all good news. Alright, so with this, lock the door. Lock the door. And you, I don't care what the pressure is. Get all the air out of there. Completely vacuum this room for now. All right, so they're trying to haul things. and they're not able to make it happen. So priority. Oh, they're not such a priority. Was still waiting for a dupe to go inside the chamber and lock both doors, seal themselves in. I was as well, because he made the comment. It's like you're just gonna go in, walk in one door, seal the door, you know, seal the door behind you, walk to the other door, and seal yourself in, and then have to unseal the doors. Yeah, so they're trying to grab this junk down here to haul it up. Okay, so they are actually retrieving the stuff. Just not always. I was making sure they weren't just in the loop of picking it up and dropping it, picking up and dropping it, picking up and dropping it forever. Pipe blocked. Yeah, so that's fine. I'm gonna have them keep pumping it till it's all vacuum. All that one thing. Oh, I want priority 9. That's fine. Alright, so that's all the materials out there, so lock this door. And then once we make this vacuum, we can start pumping some water in, and all that kind of stuff. I also just realized I don't have a way to start this thing up. Actually, I do. I can just wire this thing up to that for a couple of seconds, let them run to start the cycle, and then once it's started, it'll be good. At least that's the plan. Yep, and little by little it is fully evacuating these spaces. And all I have to do once this is done is I could just shut this off. Yep, that's fine. I'm in no rush. I've got all sorts of, like, I still have to run the pipes the whole way over here, so I've got a whole bunch of other stuff that needs to happen. Stop breaking stuff. How do I not have natural gas again? It's just seizing up again and again. Like I've got to fix this area. That's the problem we're running into is right now. This whole thing keeps seizing up because the oxygen is just taking over the entire input that no other gases can get into my storage. And so because of that, like the natural gas can't get around. I mean, ultimately, what I probably want to do is I want to have a route I could filter this somewhere else along the line that I could, like, pull out the natural gas here since I specifically need it, and then just pump it straight into, like, not go the way I'm going here, like, bridge across there, but have the natural gas filtered out here. Is what I believe the answer is. We're also pulling a lot of the polluted oxygen now. Right idea, wrong room. Yeah. Like, here these are messy. Like, once this is sorted, we should be good. Like, that could stay online. We could get the natural gas through here as well. How's the oxygen inside of here? It's not good. Oh! That's a fair point. Well, actually, we've been getting other gases in here occasionally because people are running through here. Now, granted, they don't need... You know what? They don't need to be going through here at all anymore. So let's not let anyone come in from this side, and not anyone coming from that side. So they can either leave the room or nothing, except they'll need to turn that gas pump on. Do that. Turn that on. Then we'll turn that off. Let's go to the other place. We got people getting burned again. They'll figure it out in time. Yeah, they're almost out of material down here, so they're honestly just cleaning up now. Oh, here we can cancel that. Just cleaning all this up, so it's literally just the last couple pieces of ore, and then they should stop diving into the oil at the bottom. Okay, so they got that. So disable it this way. So they shouldn't go in this room. Alright. So, if right up here, I filter it. Just like right up here. And I send the oxygen, instead of going, well, oh man, the problem is this whole thing is on the network now. Because all this stuff is connected after the tanks. So I can make this into like an oxygen line. So not even a mixed gas line, just a straight up oxygen line. No, I'd have to have another line go. Oh right, I had this whole line that's not being used that used to be our oxygen line. And then I, you know... Okay, we can make this work. They put a bridge here so I can't go back. That is not how I want that to go at all. So that's going to be our we don't know what this is line. Yes, we can bridge that way. Go ahead and deconstruct this. Deconstruct this. For the time being. That'll make this purely oxygen and whatever. It'll get to this point. But what we're going to do is up here somewhere I'm going to split it. We'll still send the hydrogen down the main line. But the oxygen, well, no. We're going to split off the hydrogen and just dump it over here. Be lazy about it. The oxygen's going to do its whole detour down here so it can power the masks and the atmosphere suits and all that, and then come back up its line. It'll be huge out-of-the-way route that doesn't need to happen, but it's already built, so I'd lose a bunch of materials doing it anyways, so might as well. What I'm trying to figure out is how I want to go about this. Alright. So, what we can do here is the gas element sensor. We can put that, we'll put that here just for a little extra space. We will put the gas shutoff. I hit the wrong button. The gas shutoff. Waiting for the save. Put that here. Connect the wire. Alright, and if we go to the right place, first of all, so if I take this line through here, and this will be that we don't know what it is, and then this is the oxygen. So this line here becomes the oxygen line. So the way I'm going to connect to the oxygen line is I'm going to make a place I can bypass this, which honestly I could just cut this now. You'll need to go like this, you go down here. You'll go like this. We'll cut you there. Cut that there also, because just remembered it'll block if it goes that way, so we can go like that. Alright, and then that'll get cut off and everything when we get to that point. We're not ready for it yet. Alright, find little traces of ore. And then you're like, that thing, when they run over here to grab it, they'll drop it in the main tunnel. But then if they take it straight from the main tunnel, they actually do make it to the top. Alright. And they can't get in here yet, and I realize that. Trying to see how else we want to set up. So we got this. This is our air line. That'll be fine. We'll get rid of this when we get there. This will be our hydrogen line. And for right now, I'm gonna figure out how I'm going to map it through this spaghetti. So that's the line I want to get it to. This inside line here. And it might literally be that we do one of these things. There you go. This line goes up. Okay. This... not there. That line goes up. Okay. That'll be the oxygen line, so we don't want to tap into that. No, that's the return line. Never mind, we don't want to do this. I need to get over here. That's right. So we can go over this. I guess I'm finally letting this garbage out. I've been trying to avoid doing that, but it's going to... I know it's going to have happened sooner or later. No, I don't need to let that out. I just go right through the way we're going. Right? No. Because I got this entire disaster to go through. No, yes I can. I can go this way. Because I can put a bridge here. A bridge here. A bridge here. A bridge here. Do that. Do this. Do this. Bring you over here. Put that there. I'll need a bridge there. And then this will connect up. You're the hydrogen line? Okay, I can afford to break you for right now. So we'll go cut and cut. And ventilation this way. Okay, so I think that's all wired up other than power. Which is going to be its own nightmare that I'm going to regret dealing with in this way. Alright, so this door gets to be both ways again. Hey, Paul Harvey, how's it going? So hopefully, when I get all of that set up, we get things in a good place. That's fine, I don't care what that is. Conductive wire? Yes. Conductive wire. Oh, I'm gonna need a ladder in the middle of there, aren't I? Or just more airflow tiles. Actually, I still probably will need a ladder, won't I? Alright. And I have to sever this pipe once we're all set up. Let's hope this goes quick, because our oxygen's busted while this is happening. Alright. Okay, and you're looking for oxygen. Please hurry. Oh no, that is Oni. Alright, so that's luckily running for the moment. Because the hydrogen is super backed up. Come on, you just... No, you're contaminating everything. That's a... I mean, that's actually not that big of a problem. Oh, right. We don't have this mixed. Okay, it's fine. It's fine that this is bleeding multiple gas types in here. That's okay for right now. It won't be okay soon, but for the moment, that's okay. All right. Why am I deeply concerned about where that's pathing? What is currently going on with this? You should be going over here. Oh, yeah. We have spaghetti going on here. That's what we have. All right, so this should be oxygen going down this route. Okay, so with all of that, now this one here that we've got going down here doesn't need to go into this bend here where it's blocking everything out. What we can do instead with that is I can just put that and plug it directly into the oxygen, bypassing this entire mechanism. So, what we're going to do here, I'm going to put a bridge there. And then I'm going to stare at this for a solid minute going, how in the hell do I make this work the way I want it to? And I'm going to put a bridge there. And we're going to snake this through here. And I know that won't combine. Oh, actually, I can make that work. Hang on, so cut you, cut you, cut you. Do that, and that. All right. And then once that's no longer mixed, I just cut that line. Gotcha. When the power dies, it'll just put back in the mixed gas. So that's fine. So that means the default is when there's power, the oxygen gets separated out without going through the rest of the system. When there is not power, then it just goes in with everything else. Wait a second. Wait a second. That's not right. Well, so that's the oxygen line. No, that's right. I keep forgetting that this goes around this outer path. Okay. And that's just all backed up because it can't get through. I keep getting myself super worried about this thing. I do need that to be moving forward, though, please, game, if you do not mind. And the reason it's not moving forward is all of this is not getting done in a timely manner. So please do that right now. Unreachable build. Errands. You cannot reach it because everyone dropped their gas masks in the wrong place again. Alright, just deconstruct this. Like, I'm at the point. Deconstruct this. Just suffocate. I'm done with you not doing any of your other jobs because you're busy, busy dealing with this. I've got atmosphere stuff over there for when you need it. Deconstruct it, get it out of here. I'm done with it. I don't want it. Why are you... Oh, right, because the power's out because our natural gas is failing and everything's failing and we're all going to die. And we're not going to die from something like poking a volcano. We're going to die because they're being really dumb with these gas masks. Air popping. Oh yeah, the pressure's just continuing to, build up because there's nothing off-gassing anymore. Alright, so there shouldn't be anything stopping you anymore. Just go build. Okay. So, now I cut that, and it should fix it. That was, for reconnecting the suit. Oh, the O2 gets released? Oh, gotcha. Alright. So, interestingly enough, I am getting a lot of stuff that isn't what I should be getting on my oxygen line. Why am I getting a lot of not oxygen on my oxygen line? So the oxygen is going through here. It's going down here. There was a bunch of polluted oxygen got in there at some point. I think it was just a temporary issue. The good news is that it's at least polluted oxygen, which is perfectly breathable as well. Now, the little bits of hydrogen that got in there, that's deeply concerning. Are you going to stop? I must have mixed it at some point, but it is coming through here now correctly. Wait. Oh, that's not connected. For some reason, I thought that was connected there. I was like, wait a second. I need to be pumping in way more oxygen, but this whole thing is seizing up right now. And it's seizing up because this can't get through, which is interesting that this is having problems getting through. Oh, here. This will help. For the moment, cut that. And do this instead. And that should allow it to get through a lot faster. Alright. That'll be a lot of hydrogen getting through in a short period of time. We'll start recovering our oxygen. Oh, this has been an absolute disaster. Alright. Now, hopefully this does mean we'll start getting the natural gas through at a far more reliable rate. Stop. Where are you lashing out? What did you break? Oh, you broke the wall here. Like a big old jerk. Alright, so that's a vacuum now. So we can disable the vent. And then the next step is going to be to pump some water in here. I do not know how much water is a reasonable amount for this, so we're going to have to figure that out. I do have some water right over here I can pump in, so I'll bring that over. I'll probably try covering like just the bottom tiles, which is probably more than I need. And then just cutting the line here. And you need power. Everything needs power because the natural gas hasn't been getting around enough. Actually, wait a second. You're not natural gas, are you? You're on. I've got coal here. Why are you not building that? Didn't I set you priority? No, you're not set up right. Okay. You switched its material type. I see. Alright. So now we got oxygen moving real fast. We're getting traces of other stuff through here. I have lost track of where the natural... Okay, so natural gas is even coming here. So we're still gonna have problems getting natural gas into this, but at least it's getting some through. Which should help our problems here. And we also have the advantage of now the oxygen is going around this, so it shouldn't block it up nearly as much. So hopefully that starts resolving our problems. Yeah, so that's starting to get natural gas to it. That's still running on hydrogen for the time being. Once we get some natural gas backed up a little bit, we'll work on that. Sure, have fun with the pip eggs. But yeah, once I get some water in here, then we could start messing with the whole thing here about trying to get this cycle, because this should be internal of itself, a completely self-sustaining cycle where steam goes up, cools, like, you know, steam goes up, runs this, cools it out, goes, you know, runs it back down, and the loop continues. That's my belief, at least. My only reservation is this could potentially just get so hot, like, and just not have a way of getting rid of that heat. That's my genuine concern right now. Which I may be depending on. I mean, worst case, if that ends up being a problem, I could, like, just pipe this back into itself and let that kind of act as a cooling thing. It would be a total waste of time and effort. But yeek. Because my understanding is the steam is going to, like, the steam engines will cool off the steam, that they'll have a net benefit kind of thing. Alright, so let's check. Air inside here seems to be recovering. Natural gas does seem to be getting through the system more reliably now. The oxygen's getting through the system more reliably now. Everything else seems to be making its stuff. That's a steam turbine? It's a steam generator. Yeah, steam turbine, but it's a steam generator. The point is, it turns steam into power, but also has a cooling effect as it does it. On the steam. Hey, we've got our first of our timber reed actually growing. Why do you have so much spaghetti? Because I'm not an expert at this game, so I have to figure it out as I go, and it becomes a disaster when you do that. It's the same thing when you start a Factorio run and you don't know what you're doing in Factorio, that it becomes more and more and more of a colossal mess until you eventually do understand what you're doing and go back and clean out both. Satisfactory too, yeah. Any game you have automation, when you're learning it, you are going to have an absolute cluster of a base. Until you learn the game, and then, you know, you go to the broken... I mean, realistically, you start a new run. But the other alternative is you go back to a base that was a disaster, and you kind of, like, take the little pieces and clean them up. The only mantra is, we'll fix it later. As opposed to the Factorio mantra is, the factory must grow. Yeah, so this is going well now. Lashing out, we're fixing the problems. What have you done? Alright, Ronger. You put oil in the rest of the water. That took forever to collect that oil. By the way, gas flows well. Just needs 2 tile empty space in all segments. So the equations can work and surround naturally. Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's the reason why it's leaking out the side. Well, right. Because Rongar came through and smashed a hole in the wall because he was stressed out. What? Why did you put a... Oh, it wasn't you. It was the pip. The pip grabbed the egg and put it down here. It was like, I'm helping. Send him to space then? Yeah, the problem was I accidentally gave Ronger more skills than I meant to. And so now Ronger has very high expectations. Ah, there, we're finally getting that sorted. Yeah, so the good news, it wasn't a lot of oil because there wasn't a lot of oil to begin with. I actually don't know if this will ever make a meaningful amount of oil. I'm using this almost mostly as a carbon dioxide sink. That's in the base game. Shake him to get him back to baseline. I mean, I actually have the thing for de-stressing. I just need them to be better about actually using it. I need another one is what needs to happen. I was concerned about doing that earlier. How is our power grid for that? Okay, so you can actually handle... Yeah, you can handle another bench now. Earlier on, I was using the cheap wire. We couldn't do it. Not safely. Come on. Was it state? No, it was medical, wasn't it? You can power, conductive wire. Okay, so that should help. And then all of this is having problems due to illumination, which is all having problems due to power, which is all having problems due to natural gas, I believe. No, that's coal. No, it actually has power. Why aren't you working? Wait. Oh, right. I have the thing that when it gets too hot, it shuts it down. So that it doesn't keep getting hotter and hotter. Alright, so... Stop putting water into the system. And what that'll do is over time, it'll pull water from up here and cool it back down. I meant, skill scrubber. Oh, yeah. Yeah, so the automation, because I had that set to watch your temperature, because otherwise it just kept heating up because of the lights, because it's so well insulated. But luckily, if I turn that off, that's... Man, it just keeps getting hotter and hotter. That's hot water, so that's why it's getting hot, and then this is cold water. Alright. So I just need to wait for them to finish getting this pipe built. Did they get the pipe down here done? They're just about done. And then this is where things are going to get dangerous. Because... Alright. For the moment, for testing, I'm just going to connect these two pipes. That's not what it's going to stay a long time. I just want to quickly make sure for the moment, we'll have the whole system set up. We'll pump all the oil through here. We'll see how the cooling effect works. Once we're comfortable that all of that's got its bugs out, then we tackle the volcano itself. But first, I want to make sure all of this is where it needs to be. Alright, so we're still using the natural gas too fast. But I think a big part of that, yeah, is the natural gas. We've been pumping it out from over here. That we're not getting far enough. The air pressure's too low there. Yeah, this is almost to the point of being a vacuum. At which point, then we're going to put a pressure on this. Unfortunately, that appears to be off-gassing. I'm going to have to open this up and sweep up that water, aren't I? Because that will forever off-gas. No, it says it's emitting 0. Is that actually emitting? It's saying it's emitting 0 kilogram. Alright, so it's just a rounding thing. Auto. It'll run out of fluid eventually. Okay. Yeah. Auto. We'll do that. We'll set it up. We'll sweep it up. Then we'll go back to forcing the air out of this room. I should have known better. Let me guess. Deliver. Why are you damaged? Okay, so the temperature's flipping back and forth because we are cooling the area off again. It's going to take a little while for it to be reliable. Alright, what do we got here for printables today? Go ahead. Okay. Sweep all the liquid up. Get it out of here. And honestly, for the moment, don't bother. Okay, so we've almost got this set up. And like I said, what I'm gonna do is once this is got probably about 1 tile deep, which is probably more than I need. I don't think it'll be more than I need to the point it'll cause this thing to start exploding in pressure. But 1 tile deep-ish. I'm gonna cut the line here using the cut tool to stop any more water from coming into the system. And it may even like backload into there. We'll see. Those sweep errands are unreachable? Oh, right, because I didn't... Yep. Here we go. And so what should happen here... I find it interesting that you didn't... I mean, I guess there's nothing drawing it over here. Oh, I need to have... I can fix this. I just need to put a bridge anywhere along this way to draw the liquid in, and then it should start cycling. I have a hole? I do have a hole. What was here? Ah, I forgot you were there. It's fine. Not that way. Stop, not this way. Yeah, I totally forgot that was there this whole time. You're hot coming out of here, right? Yeah. That's the reason why I didn't mess with it before. I was like, oh, I don't want to deal with that polluted water right now. It might be even thing, like with this water vent going through here, it might be a thing later we do actually open that up. That's pretty annoying. It's fine. Not a huge ordeal. I just totally forgot that was there this whole time. It's kind of those things in my brain, it's like, this is useful to me. Therefore, I shall ignore its existence entirely. Alright, the natural gas is struggling again, which is a big problem. Water cleaned in the vacuum room. Yeah, I want to wait till they actually get this out of the vacuum room, though. And then we'll be good to go. Because I'm not in a huge rush, because this thing is dormant. And it's going to be a while till it turns back on. So I'm not super worried about getting it done right now. There we go. So now we've got the oil cycling. So it is picking up cold, and it's going through hot, and it's going all over the place. So it's not doing great yet. But it should start getting pretty cold pretty fast. I want to turn this off pretty soon. Let's turn it off now. And I guess now is the time to just give this a little bumpy bump. Do I want to take the time to make a high power? Let's make it the high power wire. Let's just do it. I was just gonna make it the Here, can I actually go over here real fast and just say, don't do it? And we'll go ahead and should have done it here actually. That's fine. All right. Because it's like I'm only gonna like use this to like kick it over, but I could see a situation where something happens and it shuts down, and I have to kick it over again. We'll figure it out. Oh, I have this set up to smart. We can adjust that. We'll see. You cut the high-powered wire just placed in the battery. Yeah, no, if I look at it, I cut it on this side. It's still connected on this side. We're still connected to the power cable. The big thing is I want to make sure that at no point we completely saturate this, because I think if that happens, it will actually lock up. So I've got one gap here, and I think the entire rest of the system is filled. So let's go ahead and disconnect the oil here. Because I have that one space gap, just to make sure I don't seize the whole thing up. Remember, you have an option to cut the plumber to drain the lines. They could always take a bubble out. Yeah. Meanwhile, it looks like someone got scalded over here, but not bad. Yes, they got all the stuff they cared about out of the bottom here. There's not enough air pressure for them down here. We're probably getting dangerously low on natural gas, I'm guessing. We are. So you're going to have to get back to working on this thing, unfortunately. Which means people are going to get scalded again. 150. Are you getting close? Yeah, you're not quite to ethanol evaporation temperatures. Oh, the downside is... Actually, don't bother with this. Oh, it's already disabled. So I need more natural gas. The problem we have at the moment, though, is going to boil down to purely not getting things through. Why aren't you doing anything? Oh, your automation is kicking on and off because of temperature. I think my mistake here was putting this gas pump right there. I probably should have put the gas pump down below it so that this air had a chance to like cool things off, or maybe like down here or over here or something. Like maybe over here actually, to like pull the air through here, so we're pulling the hot air out and the cold air through it, kind of thing. Body temperatures become more and more of an issue. Disable that building for a little bit. Let the rust thing do it for a while. That should give this time to start recovering that heat. Because that's really the only thing generating heat is down here. Don't you do it. Where did you go? And what did you break? I don't see a missing wall. Everything's intact there. Oh, you beat up the atmosphere thing. Alright, that's fine. Yeah, the problem is the inconsistency of the power right now. We're just not pulling enough natural gas into the system. Okay, so now do this, lock the door. You turn you back on. So we'll want to pull all the air out of that room. This will come active, and then we should have a dedicated natural gas line that should help solve these problems. In the meantime, Gotta figure out what the heck I'm gonna do to fix our power for the time being. Because we got that wheel up there. I got rid of the wheel on this line, I believe. Is that correct? No, I think it disabled it, didn't I? Yeah, I disabled it. So you're enabled the building, and you're now at a slightly higher requirement, which does mean some poor person is going to be running in that thing forever. But what? Why are you getting damaged? Why are you getting polluted oxygen in there? Why are you getting polluted oxygen in here? You should only accept actual oxygen. Why are you getting polluted oxygen in your line? Like, it should literally be impossible for something that isn't... Oh, unless the line's fully backed up. But it shouldn't back up, because that's there. It's not trying to add it... No, it's going down this way. I'm sorry. I don't understand. How are you getting polluted oxygen in your line? We'll go ahead and grab the ice here, which will melt and leave a puddle of water somewhere, but that's a later me problem. Alright, so once that's connected, we can try that out. We've got all this going. We do have the oil cycling, which is probably going to be distributing more heat than losing it kind of thing. These are both unbreathable vacuums now, so that's lovely. We do actually have the gas masks there. I got rid of them over here entirely. We have the suits here. Is there another type of power I should be looking at to try and get around this issue? Because right now the issue is I'm over-dependent on natural gas, and it is absolutely wrecking us. That's one thing I can do. This one down here, this building, disable it. I don't have an immediate need for all of these things, so literally just turning them off will be fine. We just turn all this off, we can stop making steel for the time being, just stop all that production. That way some of the natural gas that we do have, instead of just burning it all down here, it'll get up to these two a little bit more. Is every little bit I get this running is going to help us. You're literally... Where is that coming from that you're getting traces? Oh. Alright, so you're in a vacuum now. Perfect. So only pump when you're above 500. Excellent. And we're losing a lot of productivity now because they're just running in the manual generators. But until the natural gas thing starts to smooth out, that is our life. The good news is now the carbon dioxide isn't backing up. Wait a second. Oh, yeah. Okay, cool. And that's because natural gas generators aren't running as much, but that's fine. The slicksters are the ones gobbling up most of it. The pressure outside here is definitely getting better. So that's an improvement. Yeah, honestly, the pressure outside here entirely is getting better. There's a couple pockets that's still pretty decent pressure. Oh, is it when the power's turning off? That might be what the cause is. So this actually might be one of those situations that I do want to have a regular filter. Just to make sure. Well, no, because this is the oxygen line. Yeah, this is the oxygen line. If there's no power, it'll all put it into the mixed gas line. I don't know. It seems I'm not seeing anymore. I say as I see. No, that's the mixed gas line. That's fine. I don't know why. Like, can it not differentiate? No, it can differentiate. I don't understand. I don't get how polluted oxygen is getting through the system. Because only regular oxygen should be able to go through here. It's your main filter line, and how it's combined your two oxygen lines. So it's the main filter line down here. Because, like, for the record, this line isn't connected to anything. Like, I can actually... Here, 1 second. Let's go to the vent. Then go right here. This isn't connected, I think. Let's see. Since the bubbles take turns going into the line, it pauses and the main line tick. I'm going to screw up your sensors. Alright. Oh, I see. I see. Well, no. Because that's not saturated, and that's passing this down. So it's already contaminated at this point. Top of your tanks is another input to that line. On top of my tanks. Why are you hooked up this way? What? Why are you even hooked up in that manner? It's supposed to loop back into the contaminated, but that seems to be looping back just... Oh, that's right. This used to not be that. Okay. Okay, that's right. This used to be the mixed line, not the oxygen line, and we repurposed it. So that's the problem. So in the meantime, for the first moment, we're just going to go like this. And that brings an end to that pain. But I'll just have to figure... I mean, honestly, I can just leave it alone. It'll dump this out when it fills up. It's only going to be like steam and... Okay. That's what's going on. Because this used to be my mixed line, and then we made it oxygen only. Hey, Eunuch, how's it going? Why are you Oh, because why are we not getting water now? Oh, the output pipe is full. Disable that building for a minute. Why is your output pipe not getting cleared? Oh, because you don't have power. And you don't have power because I don't know why. Oh, because you're on this system, and we turned this system... There was something very important on that. My water filtration was on that system. Not the worst day of my life. How are you doing today? I'm doing good. We're troubleshooting one problem after the other and then creating as many problems as we're solving. Is this thing ready yet? Nope. Let me just get more natural gas through the system here. Like, I'm gonna have to differentiate the power more. I've got the charcoal or the coal generator here idle, but there's not much coal left. And you still haven't been fixed. Oh, that was probably the target the last time someone got upset. That's right. That's fair. Clean up that mess. Clean up this mess. This has gotten cold again because... Actually, wait, that shouldn't... It's probably just close enough. That's fine. Okay, so that's the reason the whole system seized up. Was we had this turned off. Now, downsides, that means it's another taxation, another tax in this. And you are set up right. We had one earlier that I swapped power with. That was a problem. Okay, you are set up right. I just got worried about that. Chlorine's almost full. Cool, hygiene is a good thing to have, Strider. Like, this also needs to be kicked over to using natural gas, but we just don't have it right now. Now, it might be an interesting thing to do, is I might actually be able to get away with, depending on how this goes, I might be able to actually wire this cable into one of the other grids, because while these aren't enough to run those constantly, I don't know how often these have to run. It might be one of those things that, like, it turns on and it turns off again, and it turns on, it turns off again. It might need to run constantly. I really don't know what to expect in that. I don't think it'll be, like, constantly on, but we'll see. It might be those things that it's more like a refrigerator where it turns on and it runs for a while, and then it kicks off again, just because of how much oil is going to be cycling. I would like to turn it on because I am a little concerned that these pipes are gradually getting hotter, not colder, because it's just running all of that through there, and it's going to make this hotter up here. But I am comfortable that at least the fluid in here I know for a fact is going to get really cold once this stuff kicks on. I just need them to finish this wire, and then genuinely it's just, it should go live. And I'll probably end up disconnecting this battery at some point, but I should be able to just, like, disconnect that. And then this could be a thing that we use, like, kick it over when it needs it. If at any point, like, the cycle gets broken. Alright, we still have storage over here. Alright, I don't care about that. Okay, so the good news is, it would appear our temperature has recovered. This is back online. It would also appear we have a big mess here that I gotta deal with. That's fine there. Stress is still really high because I cannot get my power to be reliable. You know, it's one thing I'm gonna do for the moment. Take that natural gas and just get it out of here. I'm not doing research right now. The least you can do is take that little pocket of natural gas and try and kick this over. So much just going down to this. Let's lower that to, like, minimum priority on all of the manufacturing right now. That way this battery is almost exclusively being used to make the water clean, so that I use as little gas out of that as possible. You like it when you're red after a shower? It can be nice to, just kind of, not cook yourself, but, like, really have a warm shower. I'd like to mess with that, but we're not there yet. I gotta get this stress stuff dealt with. All of your power is offline, because you're out of petroleum. That's because this isn't running because of temperature. Oh, all of the crises. At least that looks like it's recovering. You're complaining about body... You're complaining about temperature. Right, because all that hot oxygen is going up. Do you make a lot of heat? You make a decent amount of heat. I need to... Well, I mean, we are bringing more cooling in here. The pipe coming in here is relatively cold. I don't really want to poke into one of these. Like, I've got plenty of sources of cold around me. I don't really want to poke into this too much. What I might be able to do is, because of how cold that is there, I might be able to just, like, poke down in here and put, like, a conductive one just here to, like, have a little source of cold coming in, where it shouldn't make that too hot, because the Wheezewort right there should handle it. Yeah, earlier people told me that the Wheezeworts were only on ice. That one's on indigenous rock. So I mean, this literally is outside of getting like so hot it kills the Weedwort at like 200. I should be able to like literally just punch a hole, and this Wheezewort should never die. Now this one, the ice could melt and we could have a whole nightmare. But what I might be able to do is just try and poke a hole through here. To get the how did you go with the steam turbines? They're still under construction. I've got one cable left. All right, so I'm gonna need that to be too wide to make the airflow at all. I'll probably have to do something like have this open here so that we can have some circulation and see what happens. So that way carbon dioxide wants to flow down, oxygen flows up. Because right now it's going to be a pit, the carbon dioxide is going to sink and just sit in it. Okay, let's just open it up. We're opening it up. We're messing with an ice biome. So I'm going to go put 2 insulation tiles here to hopefully keep that ice from melting into our space. There's no ice around here, so none of that should melt. And we'll see how that goes. Cancel that. Deconstruct that tile. Oh, you need this. Alright, let's check back over there. Because right now we're dealing with really high stress because I'm having problems keeping my power going. Because one, the natural gas geyser is currently off. And then we had a whole bunch of backups here that have made keep the gas going a real problem. Is there anything else up here I should be turning off for the time being? What is on your grid? Let's look at these natural gas grids and see what we can remove from these grids that's just not needed. Oh, that's a problem. That needs to be... Didn't I tell it to replace that wire? I know I put it wrong down at the beginning, and I thought I already... It's fine. Go in there, deal with it. Anyways, what we were doing is I'm looking for stuff I just really don't need, and you're not upgraded either? Okay, now you can't go back in. It's fixed, you can't go back in, it's fine. They had that wire. Yeah, so I'm just waiting for this wire to be done because I just need that to give it that first little kick to start the process. And then once the process is started there, I could just shut that off again, and then it should just run itself. Because I've got the water in there. I might need more. I don't know. All I have to do to put more is reattach that pipe and it'll start filling again. I just don't want to put too much in there and suddenly I find out the whole thing's getting damaged because the pressure is just explosively high. Okay. I'm trying to see if there's a way I want to reroute the natural gas to not end up there. Because I need all right, no, I need that going down there for the water sieve. I need more. I need more power. The good news is the stress is slowly coming down. Hey, the follow. Welcome to the stream.
Thank you JD2V0 for subscribing for 3 months. Heading out. Have a good night.
Thank you, JD, for that 3 months you've been subbed. It's hard. It's not telling what. Oh, there it goes. Prime Gaming sub. Thank you for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get one of those a month, and you chose to use it here, so I really do appreciate that. You've been subbed to the channel for 3 months, and I really do appreciate that continued support. It does mean a lot. You have yourself a good evening or morning or whatever time of day it is over there, and have yourself a good lurk. And thank you so much for lurking. Thank you so much for supporting, and I hope you continue to enjoy your advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes. So thank you for all of that. Mark this as complete. All right, we're getting there. We're slowly recovering the power thing. I'm probably going to have to come up with an additional power source, which is literally part of what this is going to help, because I'll have the ability to deal with temperature a lot more, and that opens up opportunities. I could also see trying to set up a room like this for literally just steam generation, because I do have a power out on this. I'm going to have to see how the power works on this. My hope is, because these only need to run sometimes, that I will have extra power to spare that I'll be able to just shove into one of my extra circuits. I don't know if that's going to be the case. There's going to be only one way to find out. But we'll get there. But what should happen with this is, once it's all powered, these get real hot. They make the oil in here real cold. The real hotness makes this water, evaporate, which powers the steam generators. Those steam generators, end up making power that runs the pump, that pumps the water back down here, and you've got a nice little cycle going. You should probably fix the cable first. Never seen this game before? Oh, it's excellent. It is a colony building game. But a lot of it's just balancing different things, like having different gases in the atmosphere, different temperatures, all that. I appreciate the enthusiasm, Max, but you should fix the wires first. I'm gonna need you to... We'll see what happens with that. Alright, glass. Yep. Sounds a bit like Sandbox Games meet Frostpunk. I'm not sure to compare it with Frostpunk, but it is the struggle of keeping things going. So the good news is, because this isn't a vacuum, there shouldn't be much opportunity for this to lose heat. So even though they're not doing a whole lot at once, I want to see what the water's temperature is. Because it's gaining a little bit, and it should be once it hits steam that things start to get exciting. The problem is, it's going to take a little while to get there. And right now we're using manual labor to accomplish that. How hot is the water cycling through here? It's really cold, right? I mean, yeah, it's like 60. With incredibly stupid dupes to run it. Yes. Yes, the dupes are real dumb. Can we visibly see how much it's been changing the temperature of the oil? Not really. Not yet. Is there gonna be like a spot of oil that was like cool? I mean, probably not. There's a long ways to go. But the good news is, like I said, there really isn't anywhere for that heat to go. One last thing before lurking, drop an air pump for natural gas. The natural gas Jenny to power that to the pump. So the problem I have right now is I already have a bunch of natural gas generators, and I can't physically get enough natural gas going. So I want my natural gas generators to be focused on fixing the natural gas. And that's probably going to continue to be a problem until this kicks back on in 16 cycles. And we're just trying to keep everything afloat. Because this air is getting kind of thin out here. It's not very high pressure anymore. So I'm cool with them manually doing the slow burn on that while we wait for the natural gas to come back. And then it's kind of alarming that this... I think I'm basically out of coal again. I'm dealing with one problem after the other. Yeah, so like I said, that water should keep getting hotter. Because this is a vacuum, there's no air in here. So while that water is getting hot and you're like, oh, but these aren't running consistently, there's just nowhere for that heat to go. It's just stuck in here. Because these insulated tiles do not absorb heat well. Yeah, so I am noticing for the split second it runs, it drops the crude oil about 20 degrees Fahrenheit. Yeah, no, the air pressure is pretty low. It was much higher, but we are slowly pulling it out, which is kind of the idea. I'm surprised here. Oh yeah, I was about to say, it's like I'm surprised the air pressure is not higher. Yeah, no, it's high. It's 10 kilograms in this thing because I just had that cool steam vent locked away forever. Gonna have to deal with that problem sooner or later. If this works out real well, and I still have more colds to work with, which I kind of doubt, I might start bringing it up here and make this a fresh water source. Someone on the other location getting themselves burned. Nope. Alright, so that turning up. Okay, so we got the Wheezewort here. It's going. Starvation? Why is someone starving? Yeah, so with this Wheezewort here, it is cooling off the air. So that's perfect. So that should fix our temperature problems, or if not fix that, it'll make it too cold, and that's easy. You are getting hecking hot up here. I don't like it. Let's go ahead and here put a second air vent there to get better airflow. Make those better for airflow. Yeah, because they're getting hot down here. They're hot up here. They're cold over here. So this should start balancing each other out. And that should get a little bit better. Wait, was that stressed too? Oh no, you have just 9% stress. Over here we have pretty high stress. If I can keep the power running, we can deal with that stress. Because that's been the biggest problem right now, is the power just keeps cutting in and out until that natural gas is sorted. As you can see by like the teeny little bits of natural gas getting here. That seems to be backing up more. And if that happens, it's going to take all the way to get over here. We should be in good order after that point. I can't let that one stop because that's running my water sieve. So if I don't do that, then we end up with water problems. It's right on the fence. It was growing too. But then I had to switch my water to fix problems. And once I did that, it's cooling everything off again. Alright. The air's doing alright so far. You're complaining about starvation because all these stopped growing for a while. Oh, that's wonderful. I just noticed this. We're almost there. It's not just Steam. It has to be 257, but like I said, this is one of those things that they'll keep running it, keep it going. And then after a bit, they'll get that sorted, and then it should self-sustain. The big concern I have is I might have to reconnect the water and put more in here, which will cool things off again. But the hope is once that's live, all this oil that we've got moving through the whole system here That should all continuously cool off. And so we'll see what happens here. How's it going? How does playing Oxygen Not Included compare to Sims like RimWorld? I'm sure I own it, but I ain't gonna play it. So there isn't an outside danger for the most part. Like there's meteors and all that, but that's pretty mild. So it's not like you get attacked, but it's about balancing all sorts of stuff. So you got like heat, so you can see like this area is a little bit on the cold side, this area is a little bit on the warm side. This is on the just plain hot side. This is on the frigid side. So there's a lot of heat moving around and trying to manage that. You've got breathable air, so I've got to make sure I keep my oxygen up. And then you have areas where you can't breathe and all that. But this is like my main base, so this is where I care about the most. You have like radiation as a concern that could cause people problems if it gets out of hand. So it's kind of one of those things like, okay, I need more fresh water. So I hook up something and it gives me fresh water. Okay, well that thing that gives me fresh water, well, it has a byproduct of requiring power. Okay, so I gotta have power. Well, that thing that creates power also makes lots of carbon dioxide and heat. Okay, well, I've got carbon dioxide and heat. Okay, well, I handle this with this and this with this. So it's kind of this whole balancing game of going, okay, I've solved this problem, but it creates a new problem. That gives me a new problem to solve. That creates a new problem. And, like, trying to find that equilibrium on all those things. So it'd be a lot of fun. Yeah, every process has a side effect that needs to be dealt with that causes another side effect. And then the hope would be, ultimately, you'd end up having the full circle that you'd eventually get to, like, your last side effect is solved by the very beginning of the process, and you go, it's fixed. So Kanas have, 7 ways to starve, and you have to manage all that. If freezing and running out of air is starving, yes. Also, RimWorld pawns are slightly smarter than dupes. Yes, RimWorld pawns are much, much, much smarter than dupes, I would say. Like, don't get me wrong, they can be pretty dumb, but dupes, which is what we call colonists in this, because they are literally duplicates, they get really dumb. You'll have a bridge, and you'll say, cut down the bridge, and they'll run all the way to the end of it, and then they'll cut the tiles behind them, and then they'll stand there and go, I can't move now, I cut the bridge behind me. And then they'll suffocate, because they've trapped themselves in a place they can't breathe. Slowly getting our way to, kicking this whole thing over. Which would be fun. Rumor pawns mostly seem uncooperative more than stupid. But I have seen some real dumb moves up by them. Yeah. Like starving next to food levels dumb. Yeah. So, I did have an extra duplicate I didn't want that I haven't been leveling here. And I have been tempted to figure out a way to get rid of them, to be honest. Because they threw the entire balance of my food and everything off here, and I don't need them. That's still a tempting thing to do. I've been kind of letting them level, you know, in case someone does die, that I can have them substitute in. Alright, what do we got here? Ice. So let's go to the second one, come over here. You can control dupes and Rual manually, but not dupes. I think there's a big difference. So you can do light control. So I can choose move to, and I can tell them to move. But that's pretty much it. I can't tell them to go do that one individual thing. Like there's kind of things. Let's see. The Rita treatment, it transferred over from Prison Architect. People seemed kind of surprised and upset about the Rita treatment. Look, it was a legendary gang leader who was going to completely destroy my prison. It's not my fault they attempted to escape and got rendered unconscious and then became slightly more long-term unconscious. Like, the first 3 steps of that was their own doing. You know, Rita may have had a final step in the last part of it, but you know, via a clipboard. Hey, it was a legendary prisoner. I had to have it so I could be like, whoa, no, clearly Rita didn't do it with a clipboard. Are you kidding? There's no way some lady with a clipboard was going to go like against this legendary, tough, super duper jacked prisoner person who was like the fear of all guards. There's no way she was going to do that with a clipboard. That's just silly. You know, I had them all sleeping in this bunk together. That's elicited on Z. Have a nicer room. That's Rowan. Have a nicer room. That's Rongor. Have a nicer room. And that's Max. Have a nicer room. Okay, and then one person gets to sleep in the bunk, or in the barracks, which is a little weird when you think about that's considered a barracks with one person sleeping there. Sounds like clipboardable moment. Ah, words. Hopefully the prison CCTV system captured it. We did get a clip of it, which is on the Discord if people want to find it. Slowly getting there, little by little. I wonder if it would be better for heating it up if instead of having them both pop on for just a second, if I turn that one off and let that one run longer. Like, I wonder if that would be better. It's hard to tell. And the reason those keep cutting on and off is this is not putting out even remotely enough power to run it. So it's basically going until the battery's charged just enough to kick it over, and it kicks over for just a second. Yeah, so the crude oil is like literally jumping 20, almost 30 degrees each time those things run. Your brain knew what I meant even before you did, which is why it's hard to say. Yeah. Right, and we disconnected introducing new oil to the system because it's already filled. They've got all that. I've been tempted to start just mining this out. Can't tell if it's getting hotter or colder down there. Alright, just keep pumping all of this through. We'll get there eventually. Must not backseat. Yeah, I understand there's things I could do, like, again, wire that into something else. I could put multiple of these on. I could say, you know, turn these off until, or sorry, turn these off until we get a full charge, and then, you know, that's actually probably the better way of going. Probably just turn these off entirely. Let them charge up both batteries, then turn them on. More of a disaster's waiting to happen, but yeah. If you want to play more hot or cold, just send Marco YOLO to check it out. But yeah, but that's the whole point, is I expect to have problems. That's the reasons I didn't maximally fill this. I just put a little bit of water in the bottom. And that kind of stuff. Have I heard of the game Noita? I have played Noita on the channel a number of times, actually. I really enjoy it, but it did really, like, people checked it out the first time, but very quickly people stopped tuning in for Noita, so it's like, oh. Noita's a hard one to get into. Alright, so let that run for a little bit. And turn it back off. This game gave that vibe? Okay. I like both games, but I don't actually see it. Because Noita simulates all the pixels, but doesn't have a concept of like temperature or things like that. Beyond lava equals pain, but it's not really temperature so much as lava equals pain. taking so long to get that temperature up where I need it. I'm gonna need to get some outside power in here. I don't know what that power is gonna be. Because if I hook it up to this, it's gonna be more of a problem over here too. Yeah, I'd definitely say it has a lot more with Factorio. I mean, I could put 2 wheels in it and have multiple people running them at the same time. I may even do that. The only thing that raises the hotness slower, and that is going to the gym. I mean, it's getting there. That's the thing. Like, there's nowhere for that heat to go. It's just building in here, and then this is all insulated, so it can't really go anywhere. Ah, you might be a problem. What is your temperature tolerance? 257? I hope that's okay. It might not be. If it isn't, then I'll have to send someone in here and build it out of gold. You have an automation behind the steam turbines? Does that go anywhere? Yes. It is going to turn on and off of these based on that battery. We'll see. I might actually want it to stay on. But that's the beauty of it, is if I want to stay on, I just slide that slider and I don't even have to go in the room. Oh man, it's taking so long to get that thing up to temperature. I need to bring it in, but the problem is the only place I can easily get it to is this, which I need that to not be interrupted by more things, because the natural gas is not where it needs to be. You never really mastered the heat transfer understanding in RimWorld beyond where to poke holes to put ACs. There's not a whole lot to really say about RimWorld's heat temperature. It's pretty sure there's certain materials that transfer it better than others. But generally speaking, you know. Alright. It's a real shame I don't have that automation line going down here, where I could have it run that as well. Because that's not something I'd want long term, but for this nonsense, I would want it. But to do that, I'd have to open this up and let out the vacuum, and I don't think it's worth it. I'm literally gonna do this. We're gonna have the lazy way of fixing this, and if I mean fixing in the very relative, we're gonna let 2 people run in the hamster wheel at the same time. And we'll just leave that crap on. It'll be slow and painful, and then we might go away and then suddenly get an alert that someone's being scalded or something like that. If you let out the vacuum, it's bound to suck. But, Tish. Yeah, because the 2 of them running, they should be able to keep those popping on and off fairly constantly. That should speed this process up a lot. Alright. How are we doing, by the way? Not good. The natural gas is really not good. That's how we're doing. And a big part of that is there's like next to no natural gas out here. Like we got a bunch over here, but the pressure's dropping. I'm over dependent on natural gas. And then the problem is I'd say, okay, well I could put coal in here, but I'm also low on coal. And I'm trying to get steam online, but you know, there's problems going on over there too. Oh, wait, those are low enough. I can deconstruct all of them from down here. That air pump at the top hall, the bottom hall? What? 1 second. Let me get these out of the way. That air pump on top of the hall, the bottom tile of the hall, is polluted water, so the gas can only flow... So you're saying basically, because there's polluted water here, I thought it pulls in a plus, so it'd be pulling all of this. Just not that bottom tile you're saying is by its thing. Does you overly depend on natural gas, and your population isn't terribly bright? How could this possibly work in this situation? Yeah, no, it could be better. Like, I just had to shove this here for right now. I mean, I debated putting, like, the insulation tile here and then putting the water tiles down there to, like, let it leak through that way. To help alleviate that. And maybe I should. But that is... You know what, honestly, that wouldn't be that terrible. I was thinking in my head it'd be an absolutely terrible thing to take the time to set up. It's not going to be a fast process. But I can go... Start from the middle. Just move the air pump. Oh, right, because I keep expecting these things to require... Well, I mean... Oh, yeah, because ultimately I was going to have the air... You know what? Instead of having this air pump up here, because I still have that one over there, I can just move this air pump down here. It's the same circuit. Where's that power line go? Good, the power line goes, like, right there. Yeah, so let's just take you apart. Let's go to the automation behind you. Take you apart. Take this apart. We can pop down here. Why are you, I was gonna say, it's like, why are you not detecting it? Don't need to be set on the floor. I keep forgetting that. Like, I had someone point that out to me earlier in the stream. Okay, so this is... Okay, so this is the line that they're all hooked up to, so that's fine. I just want to make sure I was hooking up to the correct line, because that's the CO2 only line, and this is the we don't know what is going to be in here line. So that should have it pull the natural gas almost exclusively for now, until either we pull down enough that the oxygen comes down, or we pull up enough that, like, it gets to be CO2 down here. Which will probably be the oxygen comes down, honestly. We will put automation here of an atmosphere sensor. And just like before, we'll set to like 500. Alright, so the water is getting hotter. Okay. So our calories are getting lower and lower here. Which I find alarming considering our food supply situation hasn't changed much. So I don't... Oh, we're finally getting to the point where the oxygen is over pressure. Oh, that is amazing. We're finally getting to the point where oxygen is over pressure, so it's going to start filling the tanks, and that'll be a good thing in the long term. We still got a ways to go before it's fully done with all that, but we're getting there, little by little. And that should help that not drain as fast. Because, like, honestly, there's almost nothing... Well, no, that's not true. I forgot. We ran this whole thing through here. Yeah, so that at least helps that there's not as much on there for a moment. How is our air doing right now? Our air is fine. Check on this. You're doing fine. Your air's doing okay. Let's see. If you want your oxygen under pressure, but you don't want your it's vanilla flavored. The air pump constructor is due to the O2 mask station. It seems built. I took the correction earlier. You may not have seen when I corrected that problem. Oh, it was grayed out? Okay. Don't know. One thing that'll help with this is just build the tiles across here. They don't have to do the hop down, hop up thing any more than they have to. Come on, you. Come alive. I need that power. Yeah, the thing that's killing us is they're having to manually run so much power. I'm kind of glad that we left those manual powering things in so many of these places. Like, I disabled a whole bunch of them for a long time. But I always kept them in case things would start breaking down again. And the good news is a lot of people aren't stressing out anymore. Because we are slowly fixing a bunch of the issues. The one that does worry me is the food issue. That it seems to be continuously getting worse. And the big thing why I think that's leading to that is if I actually look at our skills. I did accidentally take an extra person. Where are you? Was it Nicola? Yeah, Nicola was an extra person I accidentally took. Might as well have them max out operating. Schedule. I already split you off on your own, right? There's 3 there, and then 2. Priorities. Alright, Nicola. You operate things. That's what you do. If your people get overly stressed, is there any way to give them way to obsess over celebrity drama or such? No. When they do get overstressed, basically what your dupes will end up doing is, depending on your dupe, they'll actually have set things they'll do. Let's see if it shows it here. Actually, I know it'll be here somewhere, I just don't know where. But, each dupe has something they'll do when they're really happy and something they'll do when they're really upset. I don't remember where you look for it. Oh, yeah. So sticker bomb is what they do when they're overjoyed. And then binge eater is what they'll do is stress. So that person, if they get stressed out, they'll start eating a whole lot of food. But if they get really overjoyed, then I believe they throw stickers everywhere. I think that makes the other dupes happy or something like that. Alright, so we gotta figure out what's going on with their food here. I literally think it's just the extra dupe that showed up really just completely screwed our entire food situation. Alright, so our food is all situated over here. The temperatures are all good. Because I went through and I insulated this, none of this looks like it's getting anywhere near that problem. So I basically got a Wheezewort. And then that Wheezewort is just cooling things off with no consequences, so. Yeah, no, I have been debating having the extra dupe on, like, getting them to go somewhere, like giving them a task by making them the only one willing to do it that they will not be able to return from. Liquid carbon dioxide. I could also use them for when I go to unearth the volcano, because who knows if I'll time it when the volcano's erupting or not. And, you know, sometimes you just gotta science. Sure, I don't care. You're getting there. Newly built air pump is off. Probably not setting the atmosphere sensor. Oh, above. There we go. Go on, Jimmy the Mook. We need you. No, we're sure that the cave is actually a hideaway of carnivorous spider bats. Yeah. Critter starvation. Yeah, that's a long hair one. Oh. I don't remember turning you on to auto wrangle, but that's fine. You'll just keep replacing each other. It's cool. Okay, so that's good. Either way, they'll have to go by the station there, and they can't go this way because there was a wall there. Yeah, so they can't get too far away. All right. So I think one of the things I'm going to need to start doing is I need to start carving this out more for dealing with this nonsense down here. Yeah, so let's just choose a spot and get started. Because ultimately I'm going to want to carve out a whole space down there. But that'll give the dupes something to do when they're not busy with this stuff. It is getting hotter. Damage overheated. Because there's no way for you to get rid of your heat. Alright, so that door has to open. Deprioritize these for right now. You're going to need to be deconstructed, made out of something that can handle much higher heat. Yo, Rowan. I deprioritized it, friend. Only 25 degrees to go. Yeah. Oh, I think it's just going to destroy itself in the meantime. Yeah, there it goes. Which does mean I'm going to have to open this vent again and reconnect the wire there. We'll deconstruct that and we'll make it out of gold. Or steel or whatever I can make it out of that'll be far more able to handle temperature. That's fine. The battery doesn't work, so I don't know what you're trying to accomplish. Alright, tell you to sweep that. And meanwhile, power. What I ought to do is put the smart battery not inside there. Is really what that's boiling down to. The smart battery should be out here. Where I don't have to worry about... Well, no, because eventually I'll probably make that a vacuum. It's fine. That'll let you get ridiculously hot before it's a problem. Just so you don't waste forever on it. Batteries and steam turbines generate internal heat, and with a vacuum, there's nowhere for it to go. Right. The idea would be I would have the steam drop down to the water up here. I guess right now I just need to leave that door open. And then once this is ready to kick over, then we close the door, pump out the steam. Well, honestly, there'll probably be so little air in there it won't matter. Turbines don't spit out water. I was under the impression that this would... They would spit out the gas. Wait a second. Let me double check. Yeah. Then I don't even need this up here. That's literally useless. Yeah, no, I was under the false impression that this is going to spew out the cold steam, which would then turn into water, and then I'd pump the water down there. So in this case, there's no point in me closing this door. I didn't reconnect that wire, did I? I did not. Okay. Because in this, I want to keep, I want this to stay a vacuum for the time being. So just so I can keep, it's going to get full of steam and all that kind of stuff. Because I want anything in here to be related to steam and or water. I guess technically this doesn't need to be hot anymore, or doesn't need to be better material, but it's fine. Now, downside is eventually this will probably become a vacuum anyways. But, that clicked for a moment. Like it really wanted to kick over, it just couldn't do it. You would also need a method to cool the steam turbines as well to maintain the facility since it gets hot rapidly. So I was under the impression that these would cool themselves down, that they would absorb the hot stuff and they would, like, people were like, oh yeah, they'll be fine. Because I remember setting up steam before and I don't recall having a problem keeping the steam turbines cool. The stuff in here I remember having problems with, you know, it just getting too hot. But that was because I didn't really have it enclosed properly and a bunch of other issues on the previous times I did this. But that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to science and figure it out, make mistakes, see what happens. No, they pull the steam from below, output the water, but the turbines themselves need some cooling. Well, in that case, all I would have to theoretically do is reroute this to go through here. Like, take what should be very cold oil and just cut right through the middle of the room, and then bring it down, which shouldn't be that hard to set up. Actually, I take that back. It's going to be a real pain to set that up, because I can't go around that way. Alright, how do I want to do this? I can cut across here and just make it do a circle around the room. Yeah, we'll just zigzag it through the room. That's fine. Okay. So, it'll go up here. There'll be a bridge here. We'll do this. There'll be a bridge there. Come across here. Hop up here. Come across here. Bridge there. Pop down there. And a bridge there. So just basically we're adding a little section to the loop. So do this. And I know it's going to need to be adjusted later. And I might need to make it radiant. We'll see. I'm not sure how bad it's going to be. And I will need to go through here and reconnect you, because I've added more to the loop. And honestly, cut this. But yeah, I might need to put like radiator ones here. I think there's also a special block I can put behind machines. That goes to there. The dupes might not actually be able to make some of the pipes. Oh, you're right. They can't make these ones. Alright, well, we can make this even more disaster. It's totally fine. We've gone full spaghetti. What's a little bit more full spaghetti? Oh, I can't actually do it there. I'll need to do it there. Sometimes you just need a little extra spaghetti. There. That should make it all better. And the dupes are probably like, what are you doing? It's like, I'm a dupe and I know better than that. Everybody loves spaghetti. Everyone loves chaos of all forms. Still just dumping all the salt water. I have a... Oh, I'm not unpaused. I was like, I have a strong feeling I'm going to massively regret that salt water situation. Let's see, the heavy watt joint plate exchanges heat as well. You might want to consider changing it to an insulated tile. I'm going to use conductive wire. Oh, so that conducts heat really well. If I replace that now, that's going to let out my vacuum. We'll see how bad that is. If it's real bad, I'll have to do what I have to do. I do see what you're saying, that that's going to conduct heat up here pretty badly, potentially. We'll see. Because, yeah, we can put the conductive wire through there. The heavy conductive wire. And you can't run 2 ATs off 1 conductive wire. Yeah, we'll see what happens. If it ends up being that this room starts getting way too hot too fast up here, then... Or it'd be this room getting too hot, realistically. Then we'll deal with that problem when we get there. Oh, not that one. I want... What new prints do we have? In the meantime, I just want to get this set up so we can start pumping all that around. The good news is stress has gone way down. Our food doesn't appear to be getting worse, but it's definitely not in a good place. So many disasters. I mean, that's the thing. Like, we're going to learn all these mistakes by making them. It's more fun to make mistakes than... At least to me, it's more fun to make mistakes than to, like, look up a guide that says, here is the exact place you configure and, you know, organize this entire room. Here is the step-by-step process of setting up a cooling chamber. You know, here's a way to get infinite power. Like, that can be fun when you've gotten way late in the game and you're like, yeah, I'm really not running... Like, I've already figured out ways to solve these problems. You know, is there better ways to solve them? That could be kind of fun. But where I'm at in the game right now, where I'm still, like, figuring things out because it's been so long and all that. Why are you not... Pipe? Oh, your pipe is blocked because of all this. That's honestly fair. Not no spaghetti that Rual ain't sharing. Never, it's my spaghetti. You can't have it. Alright, so we just gotta wait for that last bridge to be built, and then it should kick back in. Okay, so that should work. Alright. And how is the rest of our power situation? Oh, good. When did the natural gas actually get fixed? When did this all get better? When did everything get better? That's the reason no one's stressed out, is our natural gas is actually running correctly again. It's amazing. And we're about to get a new source of it. It's because of this. Yeah, now granted, that's not going to last particularly much longer. The air is getting pretty thin out here, but that should last long enough for this to start producing more. And then we should be good, because this is a vacuum in here. It'll be nothing but natural gas when it kicks in. I am coming to some realization that that's going to overheat. No, never mind. We made that out of steel, didn't we? We made you out of steel. Please tell me we made you out of steel. I'm pretty sure we made you out of steel. Ah, yeah. Melting point. Well, we made you out of gold. Melting point 194.46. So gold should have made it like 300 degrees hotter it can handle. Overheat 257. I think that'll be okay for us. Oh, will it be okay? Maybe? No. Because it come out at 300 degrees and it's not going to have any way of cooling off. The output temperature is too high, it's 300. So the output temperature is going to be 300 degrees. That's going to be 257. Wait a second. The overheat temperature is 257 because the base value is 626.7 Fahrenheit plus 90. How do you get 257 with 626.7 plus 90? Shouldn't that be 710 or 716.7? What? The big problem is there's nowhere for it to cool off. But that might be as easy as like putting a conductive plate or something instead of an insulation plate, and or even just taking that and routing it around the outside of here. I potentially have options to deal with this. We'll see what happens. We'll let it run. If it starts breaking, then maybe I make it out of steel instead. I need to get this. Oh, actually, if we're at the point where we're at now, power, heavy wire. Just for right now, and then conductive cable. And then I could just cut it later. To keep that running longer to get this stupid thing online. I'll definitely want to disconnect it when everything kicks on. Well, no, because that's heavy cable. Well, no. Yeah, we'll definitely have to... Ooh. Actually, wait a second. Isn't that going to, like, instantaneously overload? Let's see what it says. I think that's going to, like, instantaneously overload. Right, that's a conductive line. Yeah, that's not going to work. Now, I could put something up here. Water is wet, I am aware. Is there another thing I could do power generation? I still have never I've never messed with the transformers, because the whole idea with the transformer is I could have like 20 kilowatts of power over here, and I could downstage it to 1,000. So this side would have a ridiculous amount of power sitting there, but this side would drop down to 1, so I could use the cheaper wires to move it around, that kind of thing. At least that's my understanding. So I could temporarily put a natural gas thing on here, just to kind of kick it over, and then shut it down. But then it's going to make a whole big mess. Yeah, transfer is cool. Yeah. Oh, here's one. Oh, actually, no. If I bridge that, then we have ways you can circumvent. Strider, I've seen the joke about the spaghetti thing. You know the spaghetti I'm talking about is air ducts and pipe. Petrol takes ethanol? Yeah. So that's, if we look at that at the other location, I have that set up, and this was a pool of ethanol that's run dry. And then I do have petrol over here, which isn't really happening because the temperature keeps getting too high, so I have my automatic shut off to keep it from overheating. Strider's hungry? Right. But you know the thing we're talking about's not food, so it doesn't matter if you're hungry. Oh, well. I kind of regret doing that. The oxygen level's high enough here that I could just leave it alone. Or not. Maybe it's not as good. Your illumination is off because of power. Where's your power and what's going on with it? Oh, right. Because you need natural gas. And you're not getting natural gas because we stopped working on this thing. Enable the building. Alright, it's time for people to go scald themselves again. It's cool. Need to figure out what I'm doing with that. That's because of all the ice I put into storage up here. Because I need that electrolyzer to come back online. I mean, really what I need is I need the power to come back online, which is going to be the natural gas, which isn't going to happen unless I can get down here and get this booted back up, which is mostly going to be getting this sorted, which is unfortunately just too hot. Oh, the carbon dioxide geyser went dormant again. Alright, turn off the plastic building. I don't need that making more heat than we need right now. I've got plenty of plastic sitting around. Just get that set up. Because that'll also make sure more of the petrol gets over here. Alright. So our calories are going up slowly. The temperature's going up in there slowly. Alright, let's get back over here. Yeah, so that's the issue, is all of our power have effectively gone offline. I really need you to bring it on back online, please. It's not going to stay online because of this. It's a shame I don't have a Wheeze word exposed in the same way from that one, where it's like in granite that I could use to warm or deal with that. Yeah, that's on ice, that's on ice, that's on ice. Liquefiable snow, ice, ice, snow. That one way up there is on granite, but that's too far away to do much meaningful. That's gonna be too far away. Yeah, and all those are on ice and such. What I need to do is I need to make them run down here and start dealing with this thing, which should be enabled. Yeah, it's enabled. I just need someone to release the pressure, because that'll give us some natural gas. I don't really care about the oil too much. The other thing we do... Where would be a good spot? I could have them start pulling up all this ethanol. Because we can go ahead and say, auto bottle. Because there shouldn't be a place that I can pull up the water like that. That should allow them to slowly pull up the ethanol as we get gaps in the oil. To help start cleaning that out. Unreachable toilet. Why can't you reach the toilet? Look, I need you to solve this problem. Okay. For just a moment. I don't care, just make some petrol. I either need you down here running this, or I need you up here running this. I don't care which. Something needs to be run so that we can get this thing kicked over. Once it's kicked over, you got some more options. There we go. We got some petrol happening. So that'll send some dirty water up here. Oh my god, the whole thing is shut down. It's because this went dormant, and when it went dormant, this started overheating. Let's honestly make you 1500. Just let that sit there and chill. So that way what gas we do get out of this in the future does have a chance to cool this off, and we wait till it starts building up pressure before we start moving it. And this one can be lower pressure to keep pulling the air from down here. Look, I really need you all to urgently address this, please. You are all going to die. Okay. So that's going in there. Oh, right, both of these go in. Right. Both of these do go in there. That's right. Just in case. No, that's not the problem. It said it was disabled by automation. Take 2 seconds to look at why that is. They're disabled by automation, and the automation you're connected to is that? Right, because that was a... Well, why are you still disabled by automation if that's what you're connected to? It says disabled by... Oh, no, you're not connected to that. You're connected to the battery, because the battery's full. Okay, so we're good there. Okay, that's okay. That's fine. Alright, so that should start getting that going. We're starting to get some natural gas in here. Once the pressure gets high enough, this pump will kick in. They'll start messing with that. That'll get more natural gas in. Once we get enough of these, will start turning back on. They're getting like little bites of carbon dioxide through here. Yeah, that... And that's turning on and off and again because of heat. Because I don't have my thing that was cooling this place down anymore because it's dormant. Alright, so note to self, depending on a geyser like that is not a consistent and reliable way of dealing with heat. For the record. And this might just kill us with how bad it is. Wait, I have disabled these wheels. Enable the wheels. Turn the wheels on. Because those were turned off because the natural gas used to be super reliable. So we turn those back on, they'll start running in the wheels to start powering things up. And that should fix our irrigation and all that. It'll be very laborious in dealing with it. At least it'll be functional, though. So both colonies are effectively dealing with prices from power stuff. It was really not getting there. Like, it's slowly getting there, but I want it to be getting there much faster than it is. But there's still room for... Still more room for liquid in that pipe. Quick lag from the save. They got the occasional gap in here. And wait until you stop seeing any on this side. Yep, that'd be the toilets because our water's all seized up because of lack of power on the other side. We'll get there. So I think that's the last gap we have. Nope. It doesn't need to be perfect. I just had a lot of decent-sized gaps in there. I'm like, oh, I don't want that. Yeah, that'll probably be good enough like that. Yeah, it's almost to 140, so we're getting there. How are you doing over here? So that's still submerged. I need to solve that, which is gonna be a pitcher. And the problem is, I'm gonna have to like mine out I'm just gonna have to do it. We're gonna mine out a tile here. We're gonna put a pitcher pump down here. They will be able to cross over to the pitcher pump by jumping on that tile. Because they gotta get all that water out of there. Which does mean once they build it, I'll need to disable that till they get all the water out of there. Alright. Oh, this one can stay disabled. That's right. That one can stay disabled because we have that there. So as long as there's petrol in the line, it should keep working. Yeah, so we've got some petrol in storage. We are starting to get the, Okay, so it does look like our water system's starting to get fixed. The irrigation up here is fixed. The power's coming back online with all this. We're having air pressure issues, as in too low of air pressure, which is deeply concerning. You can't be delivered to. I don't really care, actually. Alright, so go here. That auto bottle. Go here. Disable this building. Go there. We've got this all set up. They'll just start auto-bottling this over. It's going to overfill. It's going to be a problem. We don't really have another option right now. Then the dupes need to improve holding their breaths. Yeah, but I need to get this unflooded. Is the issue we have going on right now. That's because I accidentally stored ice up here and it melted, and that's where it pooled. So that thing isn't able to function, so our oxygen is getting just too low. Where did that come from? Because they haven't been running up this whole time. I mean, that time they're just dropping it. Can I tell them to not pick this up? Sweep 1. Yep, so keep dropping it. That's the problem I've got going on right now, is they keep going down there to grab it, not getting the whole way up before it already does it. You know, it's one thing I can do. I have a ton of plastic here. The plastic will let them go up and down faster. Alright, I need to use the restroom for a moment, so I'm going to slow down time. In the meantime, thank you so much for everyone who's been tuning, who's been lurking, following, subscribing to the bits, hosts, the donos, and the raids. It all helps, and I really do appreciate it. I do hope you've been enjoying the stream so far. I'm taking a minute, stretch my legs, use the restroom, so it's a good time to do that as well. I'm also going to finish the last little bit of my dinner, but I'll be back here in just a minute. Okay. So we have the air pressure issue going on here. They're going to start building this plastic ladder. Or just dropping the plastic down the ladder, so that's another thing. So the thing I'm learning is I should not have really ridiculously tall ladders ever. Because I really need them to fix these problems. Okay, they are fixing this soon, so pretty soon they'll stop being underwater, so they'll start producing air, which should fix our air pressure. It's surprising that the air pressure has dropped so low. That's something I'm not... What do I have that's removing air, just eliminating? Is it all the puffs? Oh, no, because they only breathe the polluted oxygen. Huh. Because, I mean, it's not like I'm seeing carbon dioxide show up. Now, granted, it could be that the carbon dioxide's filling up down here, it's getting dumped down here, and then we're pumping it out kind of thing. Alright. Let's pop over back here. Just I need something to help kick this over. I need to bring in power from somewhere. How is our natural gas doing? Do I have a bunch of that? We have some. So to think of what I'm going to do is we're just gonna plunk a natural gas thing up here. I'm gonna hook it up. I'm gonna stop being starbound. We're just gonna let whatever get whatever. I don't care. Da, 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 da. So that's the inlet. This is the natural gas pipe up here, which was connected over here. So, oh, or it's connected there. So I'm gonna go ahead and it's a shame I can't count on you being exclusively natural gas yet. And then for the moment, I'm just gonna go like this. Where is... I'm just gonna dump it right here. Because my entire point is just to run that thing till this kicks over, and then we're just gonna shut it off and probably never use it again. So the other thing I can go ahead and do now is connect that and put a bridge there. Because what I can do is I can disconnect that line. It should feed all that back into the system. But I just need this to kick over. It's just taking too long. That's around the fence. And you have... I can borrow with that. Alright. Just waiting for it. The calories are starting to go up here properly. The calories are not in a great place here because all of this is messing up. Yes, you're starting to get natural gas in here because of the lack of oxygen being produced. Ugh, you're overfilling and just dumping right back into the same place. Alright, let's take a second. Where are you? Taking a second up here. Taking this pair of scissors. Actually, we're not gonna go all the way up there. That's too far back up the system. We're gonna go right here where this all comes in. Say stop. We're not bringing any more fresh water into the system. To get that going again, it'll draw more of the fresh water out. That should help solve it. I mean, these will also pull the fresh water as well, but I need to get this unsubmerged first. Or people are gonna starve here. At least these are still growing, which is at least something. Yeah, petroleum's starting to go down because that keeps kicking off and on again. That's going to keep happening until this kicks back in within 30 cycles. Yeah, so the lesson here is I cannot depend on geysers as a source of, heat management. Like, they can do a little bit, but they're not consistent or reliable enough. So I could dig this out to make this a larger pool, but that cuts more and more into the abyssalite that is going to ultimately be a problem down the road. The temperature is getting pretty well managed at this point, thanks to having that the Wheezewort that we can just count on. We'll come back to that. I think that'll solve itself over time. I just got to manage to last long enough for it to solve itself. And you can get all that across. I do appreciate the enthusiasm, but maybe don't bother. Yeah, disable one of those for right now. At least I don't have two people running up here trying to run the wheels at the same time. Hypothermia. Probably. Nah, it's not gonna be there. It's literally just cycling it. I've just got to wait for that to deplete out of the system. Okay, you're still good. You just need more water is what you need. And because of all the stuff that wasn't running reliably down, well, still isn't running reliably down here. So at least I've got natural gas up here now. But couldn't you just move the oxygenator up a tile? Yeah. And I probably should just do it at this point. Wait, actually, cancel moving that. We're gonna go here. Put you down there. Take this apart. We're just gonna move it up there. We're not gonna move it up one tower, we're gonna move it all the way up there so this pool can just do whatever the heck it wants. The electrolyzer could be there. I believe it just needs a pipe to work. Oh, okay, yeah, we're good. So that should resolve that problem. Yeah, I'm sitting there just trying to like deal with this pool. I'm like, it's like, oh, right, yeah, you're right. I could just move it. One thing I could honestly do with this pool is just open this up more, but I'm gonna avoid that. I'd really like you to build this, please. There we go. Very quickly, I'll start fixing the air problem here. It'd be nice if you eventually got down here. Unreachable dig. Why can I... Oh, you can't reach the dig. That does check out. I was like, unreachable dig. It's like, why? You can build. It's like, right, you can't dig that one tile out. It's not that you can't reach this. It's that one tile. Not that this is exactly urgent. It's once they get that sorted, I want to start moving stuff over. Okay, so very quickly, these are starting to come back. The air pressure's starting to recover. Yeah, so already the air pressure's starting to recover, so we're good there. The big thing is going to be temperature down here is going to be pretty unmanageable. And that's just entirely because that's that's just dormant, so I don't have the thing that's supposed to be keeping this area cool. But I'm already in the middle of trying to get this one up and running. Oh, good. You do not have enough natural gas. Are you not fully connected yet? That's your input. Oh, you're missing a couple tiles that you couldn't reach. That's fair. Yeah, and then that should kick on. Oh, I need to... Oh, you're not going to be able to automate this, are you? It's going to be real wasteful. So hopefully this way, because I don't want that to run non-stop forever. That'd be what you call bad. Because it'd take our not great situation we had with our natural gas and just obliterate it again. Okay, so that'll be fine. All right, once they hook those three up, here comes the gas, question mark? Yeah, here comes the natural gas. And I'll use this to kick this thing finally over so it doesn't take all eternity. Disable that building. It'll start producing steam. Things will go horrifically wrong. We'll have like all sorts of problems I have to fix. It'll be great. I want to say... Here, let's disable that for a moment. Let it charge up all of these batteries. Alright, so we are building the temperature up here pretty quick. Well, relatively quick compared to what it was. We're going to get the temperature up here, we're going to turn into steam, and then it should effectively power itself for the most part, is at least the plan, question mark? Here's hoping. Yeah, so that one cycle brought up about 10 degrees or so. So let that charge back up. So we are going through a lot of natural gas real fast now. We've already emptied out that tank. I just need to kick it over. I'm going to go ahead and re-enable these, actually. Yeah, everyone get in there. Cool, when they're both running, I can just literally keep the thing running constantly. Oh, I can't wait for it to kick over in Steam and hopefully work. One thing to do, let's disconnect that battery. And the reason I want to disconnect this battery is that battery leaks both heat and power. So I just want to get out of the network to make it more consistent, more reliable running. That's almost 20 degrees that this has gone up since we started hooking that up. I'm just kind of scared that my natural gas is not going to hold up. Yeah, we're already starting to deplete. We still have this last tank in the way that's gonna go, but we're not holding up nearly as well. Oh, I need you to be turned on. So as long as you are above 1,000. We can reroute this now. Because this isn't a mixed line anymore. This is straight on natural gas and only ever natural gas. So I don't want you to go there. But I don't know the best way to get you where I need you. Because where I need you is over here. Yeah, it's the output line. I need to get it over here. There is not a good way to get there. Do I have an unused line sitting around? No, I don't. Right now, just pollute the hell out of the common line. It's fine. Slowly climbing. Alright. Oh, and you did actually mine that out. Okay. Oh, no. Alright, that's a problem. And the reason that's a problem is that was my fresh water reservoir. That when I was digging underneath, I failed to notice there's a big bunch of sand that I dug out. And now my freshwater reservoir is there's not a freshwater reservoir in my freshwater reservoir. All that fresh water got dumped into the giant pool beneath it. Make that a 9. Go ahead and sweep up that water. Luckily I wasn't dipping in that right this moment, but that is deeply concerning. Do I have enough fresh water in my system? Okay, so you're still capped out. Alright. So even though we spilled it out, I still had plenty from the sieve holding things down. We're up to 160. Temperature there is just going to keep getting hotter and hotter. Now, the crude oil in these pipes is getting colder and colder. Let's see. What about in, though? It's doing all right. I'm having this bad feeling that I'll find out like crude oil is actually really terrible. But I haven't seen much else that liquid-wise holds up. Because it needs something with a really good range of temperature it can sustain. And water can store a lot more heat in it. But it does have the problem of it's got such a narrow range of temperatures it can accept before it either freezes or boils. Or evaporates, I should say. Okay, so we are now pulling enough natural gas that we're filling. That probably won't be a long-term thing, because that's just mostly I let this room get really heavily pressurized. Oh good, that's starting to grow again. And that's sealed again, so at least net new water being added here will stay there. The downside is it means it's going to be extremely hot water, because it's going to be almost exclusively the stuff coming from here. That said, I did massively deprioritize it, because I just don't need that heat right now, and I have plenty of materials. $170. We're getting there little by little. And you're having temperature problems, which is getting too hot. Which is surprising considering the air right here is entirely too cold. But I guess it makes a certain amount of sense because this is spitting out hot air right next to you and it's taking too long for that cold air to get through. I live with that for now, though. You, on the other hand, not being irrigated is dire. And that's because these haven't been running until just recently. Oh, good. They're actually managing to pull up a bunch of ethanol. Because that'll slowly get the ethanol out of this system. And then someday, once the ethanol's actually out of this, we'll have just the oil there. And it won't need to worry about it anymore. What is your priority set? 5? I'm surprised they haven't been working on you. Because they still very, very... You're getting a lot of hydrogen? Okay, where are you getting hydrogen and chlorine into your system from? Because you're only pumping from down here. Did I cut into a room that had that? Because the problem is that seized up the entire thing. Still not making air. Water is overflowing. Oh no, it's fine. It's just max gas pressure. Like we made a bunch of air and now we're good here. Like if we look at the air in here now, it's in good shape. Like yeah, I got pockets of hydrogen now that is trapped, but I don't really care. I'm just kind of surprised about the hydrogen and chlorine getting in here. That's the reason why these stopped running. Is the natural gas isn't reaching them. I've got all sorts of other crap that got in the line at some point. which that is a thing I could deal with. I tell him to go ahead and just empty the line for a little while. Because I'll bleed all this off the line to get it out. Now, granted, it's because I don't have extra filter, so it must have backfilled from here. But that'll probably be okay, because I can just, like, lean more and more on this. It should pull just carbon dioxide and, natural gas. Which is what I'm expecting, is carbon dioxide and natural gas. The problem is, I need to manage that up here. Like, really what I need to do is where I have my filter up here, because I need at least one more filter that says, hey, don't just assume this is going to be natural gas over here. And once I get that out of the pipeline, we should be all right. Because this only run when the pressure is high enough. And it should be basically trapped in natural gas until this starts erupting again. Then it'll be natural gas and carbon dioxide. Because the chlorine and hydrogen and oxygen will get a little bit of oxygen probably from up here. But I don't expect to see much more than that. Alright, so we've almost got the lines cleared. I was under the impression when you drain these lines... Oh, it puts it as in bottles. Okay, that's fine. Alright. Yep, so I'll reset when we get there. Okay, so calories are very low here. Oh, we also have this. Sure. The calories are very low on this end. It is getting a bit better. The irrigation should start fixing itself once we start getting natural gas back into those. Alright, so purge the lines. Oh, it's mostly just carbon dioxide going through right now. But as the air pressure builds up here, this should kick on. It should pull in almost exclusively natural gas. This is just going full bore, getting the carbon dioxide out from down here. I must... Yeah, I mean, I don't suspect we have enough pressure, because I don't remember seeing much chlorine up here anywhere. I mean, either way, we've purged it from the system, so it's not an issue anymore. Just a little bit of a surprise is all. Almost a 200. Getting real close. Alright, that's all closed off again. That's be a whole thing is what this is going to be. That still has more in there. We are managed to backstore some natural gas. Have I seen the game Veil Shadow of the Crown? Not that I can think of. it doesn't ring any bells. So I believe 200 is the boiling point for water. Well, all right. So evaporation is apparently 210. That's fair. Because there's elevation, air pressure, all that kind of stuff. But the steam has to be, I think it's 235 to work in the steam generator, steam turbine. So as I keep playing it, it has a big accessibility component that made me think of you. I gotcha. If you think it's a game that'd be a good fit for the channel, if you either yourself or you could ask someone on your behalf to put it on the Discord, I'd be down to check it out. I do like promoting games that actually do a good job of being considerate with accessibility settings and whatnot, especially if it's like a new idea. Like, certainly I want to celebrate, you know, if a company has a good colorblind mode, or, you know, they deliberately take steps to make their text more readable, that kind of stuff. But it's even more so like if a game can take it even farther, like they have a net new thing. Like the first time we saw the colorblind mode, instead of just, you know, where they add a texture or like symbols or whatever, which is good, but like they actually said, it's like not only that, but we offer ones where it's like for each and every type of color blindness there is, they have like a color filter so you can see. I like that was very impressed the first time I saw it. I believe it's supposed to be blind accessibility. I don't know well enough whether to say it does it well. Yeah, no, and that's the thing. Like sometimes it's like there are certain accessibility things I know enough about that I can look at and say, yes, I like this should be really usable for people with that condition. Or, okay, this helps, but it's not going to, like, it's still not going to be a great experience, but it can be slightly better than without it. Would you like me to post it on the Discord? Okay, let's see. Thank you. I appreciate that, Claria. But yeah, and then there's times where you're like, okay, like, oh, I can't remember what game it was. There was one game that they were trying to be mindful of people with different keyboard layouts, which is an accessibility thing because people who speak different languages, like not everyone uses QWERTY. There's QWERTY, there's ASCII, there's Dvorak, there's Workman. There's a German one that's also, but basically there's a whole bunch of keyboard layouts that are used internationally all over the world, and even within English speaking, there's several different layouts for different purposes. So it can be a really big accessibility thing and whatnot. And it's one of the places that a lot of times devs don't do a good job on. And there was one game that we pulled up that it was like, okay, here's, you can choose QWERTY or ASCII. And I kind of scratched my head because the way you work around that is when you're developing, you can say, okay, the W key does this, the A key does that. But you can also say, the key in position 2 does this, the key in position 4 does that. Now, the key in position 2 happens to be W, but if I'm in Dvorak, it'll be whatever key is in that same spot. So it's kind of become like best practice that you use the positions, because then you don't give a crap what buttons are what. You just say that's the key position. Now on the UI, when you're presenting it to the user, it'll say W, it'll say whatever key happens to be there. But it's just the way to do it. But the fact that they had like the QWERTY and ASCII, but not like just open to anything, was like, okay, so they did the buttons that I could toggle and then they just took the difference. It's like, I mean, that's fine, but that's a lot more work to accomplish a slightly less effective way of solving this problem, because it still doesn't fix it for, you know, all the other layouts. It's just those two. It's like, okay, so plus points for the attempt, but like you're still better than the ones who didn't do anything. And so plus points for the attempt. But it's also like, okay, but you were so close. You almost had it. Oh, we're almost there, chat. It's right about to start boiling. It's the moment we've been waiting for. How are we doing on the natural gas before we go? Okay. So natural gas is getting a little low there. But we should have plenty in reserve. It just shut off. Turn that back on. I don't want to run to the point of like vacuum, because it's not going to pull enough natural gas to justify the power it's burning. 209, and water was What? 210.8 is when you become steam. Any reason we have enough water in there to have like 50 kilograms of steam a tile? That seems high. I didn't know how much to put in there, so I was like, I'll put about one tile. Like, and that's a mistake I could have made, is I literally could have just put way too much into the system. If that is the case, I really hope... Well, if it is the case, what I can do is I can reconnect this wire, and I can use the mini gas pump to just bleed off a little bit until we hit a good spot. Alright, so that should be turning into steam now. We are at the temperature that steam should be occurring. And then when it hits 235, that's when these start kicking on, and that's when the generator should be able to be turned off. But yeah, no, it could totally be I have way too much water in there. It could absolutely be that. I haven't done anything. There we go. There's... Oh, yeah, that is a lot of pressure. Let's just don't worry about it. There's nothing happening up here. Let's grab this high power wire and let's... Oh, it's not high power in there. All right. So, okay. So first thing I'm going to do is snippy snip there. Get power wire here as fast as we can. You are overheating, so never mind, it's not going to happen. Maybe it holds. We're gonna find out. I'm getting deeply concerned. I could bleed off some of the water. Yeah, we could bleed off the water. Here. So what we can do, let's go automation. It doesn't even honestly matter. I'm gonna like literally just have a sensor that I'm gonna turn on and off myself. We will put you here. It doesn't need to be fancy. It just needs to work. Yeah, it's not gonna... Don't worry about it, man. You're too little too late. Nice attempt, but too little too late. Yeah, it pumped out like one small little poof, and then it was done. Is that the smart battery that's taking damage? What's getting damaged over here? Are you getting damaged because you're in liquid? I mean, if so, I could just like literally just take you offline and just use the one out here. Oh, it may have been the wire and all that getting... Yeah, it may have been just too hot of stuff going in the lot. Oh yeah, no, we brought in as gas, it condensated, and then it broke and, you know, started damaging the pipe. That's fine. I can live with that. You're so close to getting the temperature we need. I just need to get just a smidge hotter. That is getting some pretty high pressure in there. I will leave that off and we start seeing stuff like, what pressure can you handle before you start getting damaged? Do you tell me? You do not. Does the temperature go up as pressure goes up? I have no idea. I mean, right now, this thing running in here should be raising the the temperature by itself. Yeah, so we're up to 60 kilograms of pressure. The reason I'm turning on both of these ones is they're starting to get to the point there's not enough liquid for them. It keeps starting to go dry on that one. So you need all the water vapor to evaporate the temperature. Oh, I do need all of it to go up? So you're basically saying I need this to run dry. Because I was under the impression that was the thing I was scared of having. Because in real life, if you have a pump run dry, it just destroys the pump real fast. How are we doing on the natural gas? Reservoir's still full, so I'm okay. Alright, turn this one back off. Okay, yeah, that is much faster. Alright. Well, the good news is it seems to be able to handle that 77 kilograms. That is not pumping the water outside, it's just heat exchange. Yeah. Most needs evaporate. Yeah, no, I'm seeing that. That's not the way I expected it to work. But yeah, and I guess it makes sense, because this is going to keep heating up from the steam on it till it turns to vapor. I feel like the moment the steam turbine kicks in, this thing should be in real good shape. It's just getting that thing to kick in is just getting over that hill, and we're real close. We're about 10 degrees Fahrenheit from the steam turbine turning on for the first time. At this point, the remaining water evaporating will probably lower the pressure per tile. Probably less water per tile than steam now. Yeah, like I got just like the last 2 tiles there. Come on, I want to see it work. Or I want to see it colossally fail. I at least want to see something occur. The good news is, like I said, it doesn't seem like the pressure is damaging the things. Oh, I had that selected still. Yeah, it's getting up to 225, and I believe it's 237? 235? What do you require to actually kick over? It's 230 something is how hot the steam had to be. Well, that was someone over there suffocating. Oh, here. Don't disable those. Re-enable those. Go power. Cut that line. Also cut all those lines. And we can go power. Oh, and cut this line too. Because one of them runs over and keeps that going for a couple seconds longer. We're like right there. I saw it bounce up to like 228 once or twice there. And like I said, I feel like the moment we get this to kick over, because it'll keep those running more constantly, we'll be able to get this actually up and running. I hope the automation wire doesn't have a low heat limit. I didn't even think to check that. I saw it peak over 230 there for a second. It's not 230 up here, but it's getting there. It's 227, 228 up here. 230? We're at 230. Just the tiniest bit higher. Come on, buddy. You're right there. So like I said, once that kicks on, it should run fairly constantly. Like one of these Steam, like the two Steam barely will run one of these, like just not quite. But it should be one of those things that it turns on for a while and then it kicks on and off kind of thing. That's my hope at least. The downside is, per our concern earlier, that that joint there that we established was conductive and probably a problem is looking like it's very much going to be a problem, considering that joint right now is glowing. It is straight up glowing. Come on, 231. You're right there. It's going to be such a bummer if that ends up being a problem, because then I'm going to have to empty this whole thing. Like, I know you have to empty it, I'm going to have to slap an insulation plate in there, and try putting a heavy conductive wire through there. And during that time, that is a heck of a lot of steam pressure. It is an extremely dangerous amount of steam pressure. Because yeah, that is just spilling the heat out the other side. Oh, you're at 240 down there. Come on, just 235 right up here, buddy. You're right there. Because then you should stop kicking on and off for a while. And if I can get both of these turned on, then I can try turning on the other one and see if we can't just get this going. Because the good news is also that oil is getting real cold. It's dropping down to the 50s now. And that's just with one of these running. Oh, you're right there. I saw it over 235. Come on, I know it's in the 230s is what you needed to kick over. Probably just needs to be there at least long enough for it to be pulled in. Oh, for right now, generator, just send the green signal. We can worry about the automation once this is working. Maybe it's 237. It's 230 something that the steam had to be, which is why cold steam wouldn't cut it. Yeah, I've got steam here that's like 230. Unfortunately, it's 257. Ugh. Okay. So it's gonna get there, but it's gonna take a little while longer. Alright, that's fine. Let's check in everything going on here. Our food is all fine here. Let's check at our place. You still have temperature and you still have irrigation problems. That's fine. We're working on it. Alright. So you need, what was it, 1,000 I've got you set for? Oh, it's 1,500 I turned that up to. And you're set to 500. And they're pulling the ethanol out of there to help that out. That's fixing this over here. Oh, did that back up? Right. So it backed up the ethanol line. That's actually okay. It's going to cause us food problems up here, but I don't exactly have a bunch until the natural gas gets resolved. But that's not going to get resolved until a little while. If you're starving over where I have 50,000 calories worth of food available, that's a you problem. Oh, it's getting there. It's already at 340. Let's see. Are there pumps that directly cool the buildings? They run behind now. You might be able to get away with pumping that chamber to vacuum if you cool all the machines without atmosphere, which would avoid the wire plate being a heat issue. So I think, I mean, I could potentially pump the vacuum out here. That is a point. I do already have this set up to be able to do that. Where was it? I think I remember what you're talking about. There was somewhere here. That's not the one I'm looking for. I know the one you're talking about. I remember seeing that. Conductor coil. Carries liquid allowing extreme temperature exchange with overlapping buildings. Can function in a vacuum. Can be run through wall and floor tiles. Okay, so if that's the case, why can't I put you here? I don't... what? I thought the whole point was I'd put you behind a machine. If I put in the floors and such, it won't help because... yeah, I put in the floor in that, it won't help because if it's running in a vacuum, it doesn't do anything. Like it'll... piping in the way? Okay, so you're saying I have to remove the pipe. Alright. Yeah, so you're saying I have to remove the pipe here to get that to work. Okay. So what I'm gonna actually do... actually, I have it going both ways, don't I? I was say it's like, oh, I'll just snake it there. That's fine. So what we'll do here is we have the conductive coil. That's gonna freeze all of that up. Okay, you're already on it. Okay, and so with that, before you go anywhere, do that. Priority 9. And then sweep up your mess. I'd really like to get that. Use the disconnect tool. Would the disconnect tool let me do this? Oh, there's a lot of stuff run behind there. Liquid pipes. I'm assuming I won't be able to place it over. Yeah, no, the pipe has to go. And the pipe will be blocked until this happens. So that's the whole thing. Right, I see what you're saying. Then we get the refill the pipe? Yeah, I'll get that when we get to the other side. Right now, let me show the pipe. Deconstruct that. Right now I need to get this sorted so that this whole system doesn't overheat. Come on. Come on, dupes. I need you over here. Because I'm excited to see this run. I appreciate your enthusiasm on this one. But it's really not needed. In fact, right now, forget that, because I'm going to eventually connect those back up here to that pump, and we'll suck this out to vacuum, if that'll work. Alright, and now I can go plumbing. I don't really have someplace I'm putting that, but we can go over here, plumbing. Now I can eventually put the oil somewhere. Actually, I only lost 2 spots of oil. Yeah, so the generator is idle due to automation. We're going to disable this generator for the time being. So the hope would be, what ultimately will happen in here, is we'll eventually get this colder and colder and colder. Alright, so I think for right now we turn off this one. We let this thing run solid. And eventually we spin back to the other side and we should be able to get both of them on. Okay. Where are you going? Alright, meanwhile, sweep this room. Liquids, crude oil. So it's working. Not as well as I wanted to. We're not getting enough power through it. I still got gaps in the line. Yeah, let's go ahead and reconnect that for a minute. The turbines generate anything else? Yeah, they're generating power. Oh, the automation is freaking out. Here, I'm just gonna disconnect the automation line for a moment. That did not go the way I wanted to. Can I tell you to just ignore your automation? Alright, fine. So I think the automation is causing us a problem. I just want these to run. There's not a reason to not have them run. So let's go here to the automation line and just say, get rid of your automation. You don't need it, get it out of here. Just go for it. Because that just shut them all off because of the automation. Yeah, nice. I set it to 100 and 100, and it was still turned off even with that. Like, it was being finicky. We can double check. Did it get too cold? Alright, so cancel getting rid of it. Actually, we'll go to automation. Wire. Cancel. Turn that back on. Turn you back on just to kick it over. Because the steam basically cooled off enough that... Please turn the thing on. Someone. There you go. That's the one you want. Now once these kick on, I can turn this back off. That was the thing. It was like right there too. Meanwhile, let's look at our power lines back here. So you're connected there. Disconnect that one, so you don't overwhelm it. Yeah, I had that turned down to minimum priority. Once they get the rest of this out of this room, set the door to auto. We'll have it just one way, like just leaving is the only way to go through. Alright. But the goal with this thing is to get it so, at a minimum, it cools everything. If I can get a little extra power out of it, that'd be great too. I don't have high expectations for that. Oh, wait, we want to keep you at one for now. Come on, you're right there. Right about to kick over again. That is not the portal. I don't know you went all the way down there. Sure. Okay, so don't allow them to come in just out. Because everything's cleaned out of here. We should be good to go. Enable that building. I'm sure you mapped that out right. Isn't seem only 850 maxed out? Yes. So the idea is I'll have two of these that'll come out to just a little under 2K. And then my hope would be that this would be hot enough. Yeah, overheat the mini pump. Yeah, that this would be hot enough that this would turn on and off constantly so that the battery would be a buffer. Now, granted, this is the way I set it up, so I didn't sit there and like math out all the individual things. My hope is that these would not be running steady forever, is the idea. We'll see how it actually works out in practice. I may have grossly overestimated how everything's going to work with this. You shouldn't be getting damage from overheating. You're made out of steel. Steam is very good at heat deletion. Yeah. Like, it's flashing that's overheating, but it's made out of steel. It should have, like, a ridiculously high temperature. Yeah, you're made out of steel. That's the whole thing. Being steel, you're supposed to have like 2,000 degrees or some nonsense you're able to go to. What? That's the whole reason it's set up. Oh, this one's iron. I went out of my way to try and make sure they're both steel. Well, that means the whole thing is ruined. That's fine. I need to fix this anyways. Okay. Open it up. Shut it down. Shut it all down. Shut this down as well. Please shut it down. That hurts. We're gonna need to deconstruct that. You could just run the other one and let the first one break, right? I could, but I do want both of them in the system. So all I need to do here is wait just a little bit. That should recondensate when the temperature comes down a little bit more. Which I believe it should. Alright, so this is cooling down up here. Which should cool down this room. It's not going to be fast. Why are you running in this? It's a priority 1. Alright, we'll just turn it off. Nah, so I am leaking heat here. Yeah, because that was the one problem I needed to fix, is that joint was a problem. The only reason I'm not opening this is I don't want 62 kilograms of pressure to be unleashed. This whole thing will just blast out steam everywhere and leak water everywhere. So I just want the temperature to come down a little bit. It's a shame that being at 250, it doesn't just kick on once and just suck up a bunch of that steam and drop the temperature real fast. Yeah, because the joint was one mistake I made. So that's one. It's also perfect because I'll pull the joint out. I'll make a ladder down. And then I'll go over here. Put a temp shift on top of that. To pull it up, that's not a bad idea. That is, was it utilities? Something super duper conductive. Because that'll cool that off. This'll all, recondensate at about 210. Just become water in the bottom. We go down there. I'm going to deconstruct that mini pump and make it out of something that isn't going to immediately shatter from being overheated. This one, it won't matter. But we'll try and make it out of like gold or steel or whatever. We'll suck the air back out of this thing. We'll take that apart and replace it with steel. I'm really agitated that... Because you can see I actually made this one out of steel, right? Yeah, overheat 617. Yeah, so it's just, I don't know, like I put this one here and I didn't click the right thing. And unfortunately, because the graphic looks no different, I didn't even notice it till this. Are you gonna build this? Unreachable build. Why is that build unreachable? Why are you unreachable? You can go in there. The door's open. That path is the whole way over. I don't get why you're unreachable. Can they get to the copper? I should have copper piled up everywhere. Yeah, I've got 19.7 tons of copper. Yeah, one-way door? Yeah, but I opened the door. It's just locked open now. Unless it still assigns. Alright, well I'm willing to bite. We could slam the door closed, set it to just let them through, see what happens. It does appear that's the issue. Apparently the locked open door, they're like, whoa, hang on. You said when the door's closed, I don't go that way. Door's open, still not sure how I'm feeling about going through that door. Still gonna lock it open, because once this starts going, it's gonna start dumping heat in here fast. Relatively speaking. And I want to make sure my people aren't running around at 200 degrees for any longer than they have to. That's gonna be a problem, that freshwater pool. How is our freshwater doing? Are we still okay? Where's the reservoirs? Yeah, we're still fine. That's good. That's because that sieve is keeping us in order. This is the reserve pool just in case things go wrong. As you can see, the reserve pool ended up where it wasn't supposed to be, which was on me. Didn't notice some sand. Alright. Well, other than the fatal flaw of having the wrong thermal aqua tuner, sorry, it mostly worked well. The two big failures were this joint, and then that needed to be out of steel. Which I had thought it was out of steel, but, you know, I was just wrong. We'll tell that to be ladders for when we do get there, and I'll just leave the ladder in there. It's not going to hurt anything. Actually, will it? Yeah, you'll be fine. Okay, so the temperature is coming down. Like I said, when it gets to be about 210, it'll start turning into liquid again, and it should cool down the rest of the room pretty quick. That's fine. Meanwhile, go ahead and just hack that entire length up. Except that spot, make sure it's tall enough that you can't cross from one side of the yard so you don't start ditching masks everywhere. Again. Meanwhile, how are you doing over here? Irrigation is still a problem. No, you're not irrigation. What is your problem? Body temperature. Body temperature is getting much worse. Turn this off for a little while. I need to actually have a proper solution for that over here. Because we were relying on this geyser because it spits out such cold gas, but now it's been idle for so long, it's causing a problem. And on top of that, oxygen is starting to bleed into this area because I'm not running this, and we're not getting our natural gas, so I'm also not getting the polluted water. We got a whole bunch of things that are causing issues there. I also just realized I need to disconnect you again. So you don't freeze it up at some point. Okay, so that's holding up fine. Air pressure here is getting pretty low. How is our natural gas doing, by the way? You're backed up there, you're backed up there. Oh, yeah, you're great. You're actually about to hit you probably hit capacity. You're probably bleeding over into these tanks. That is wonderful. So I guess I'm actually hooking up these other tanks that I had here this whole time with the intent of hooking up at some point. Why are you trying? There we go. Okay. That's not the natural gas, that's the height. Alright. Well, I mean, that's fine that we got those hooked up. I actually meant to hook up these ones, but, you know, we'll get there. Honestly, I could just literally take that straight across. This is the one that's going to be trickier, but that shouldn't be that bad, because I can just put a bridge there. Then a bridge there. No, not that way, the other way. Why is that hurting my head? Okay, so snip you, bring that pipe across. Okay. That's not what you want to see. I don't want you backfilling. There we go. Let's resolve those. So at least I'm taking the extra and putting in storage while this is running until it goes dormant again. That's still cooling off gradually. Temperature up here is getting hotter. No surprise, that's actually getting real hot in there. Because just right now, that's 62.9 kilograms of pressure. For context, this is our highest pressure room otherwise, and it's barely poking like 5-10 kilograms. That is instant ear rupture, very upset dupes. Like, I don't actually know if it kills them if the pressure gets high enough. I would assume it can. But I don't recall ever having that happen. The point is, it's bad. That's the important piece. It's bad. Okay. The air pressure just keeps getting lower out here, which is good. It'd be cool eventually to make this a vacuum out here. It's just going to take some work. Alright, your temperature is going back down again because of where we're pulling our water. We're no longer getting this really hot water from down... Well, what was really hot water down there. I am mining this out to try and draw some of this water lower. This will be one of these situations. Yeah, it's fine. I'll leave it alone. Just kind of trying to carve open a bunch of space. Because I have this disastered mixed pool of everything water. I'm kind of loosely hoping that when I do this volcano nonsense, that I can slowly burn off that as a means of separating out, like, brine water into fresh water, versus, you know, probably being intelligent, just setting up the desalinization. That'd probably be the right move. But, you know, I really wish it'd cool down faster. I just know if I release the steam, I'm gonna hate, like, the side effects are gonna be terrible, and I don't want to deal with it. Alright. Yeah, you're dealing with irrigation just because the pips keep planting. So what I'm going to do is I need to just deconstruct that tile. Because the pip keeps planting stuff there, and it's just not quite in the light. There. And then those should start cooling off. At the moment, the oxygen's pretty okay. Why are you surrounded by chlorine? Oh, right. Right, because chlorine is a side product. That's where the chlorine's coming from. Right, now I understand why it's getting chlorine in the system, blocking these up. The reason I'm getting chlorine in here is because this thing out here is spitting it out. Now, the fact that I'm getting hydrogen is surprising to me because I'm pumping from down here and down here only. So I don't really get how I'm getting any hydrogen into that system. But the chlorine makes sense because as it spills over, it would eventually go down there, drop down here. You get the idea. I mean, maybe the hydrogen because it's getting up here and there's a nut. Well, no, because that's basically not been running. Regardless, that thing's backed up. So I need to put another filter on here. I was trying to avoid doing it, but I need to do it. So that's the carbon dioxide. This is supposed to be the natural gas filter. I don't really have room to fix that there. I can fix it over here somewhere. We could also just fix it down. Man, I did not give myself a lot of space to work with, unless I just start carving. It's probably going to be down here. That's where we'll fix it. Alright, so what I'm going to need to do is vent, gas element sensor, shut off valve. That's not the right button. Yeah, shut off valve. Do that. We will reroute this duct this way. And we will say the pass-through on this. I want to dump it out somewhere. Like, I just wanted to just huck out whatever didn't make the cut. There. And then this will be the hydrogen. Or not hydrogen, the natural gas. That does mean I'm going to be hucking out chlorine and hydrogen on our mess hall, which is probably not the ideal situation. But, you know, sometimes you just do stuff because you don't have the time to fix it the way you should. By that I mean, you have literally anything else going on, you just don't feel like dealing with it. Alright, so with that, so unfortunately that does mean, if we look at our gas line over here, this got contaminated, so I need them to bleed it again. And I'll be ready to cancel it once we get the last of the hydrogen out of here. Okay. Did I disrupt it too early? No, you got natural gas now. Let's check that line. I think it may have stopped just a tiny second too early. We should be able to see, because the moment that pops up, it's fine. Oh, that's disabled by automation. It's fine. We'll get there. What I'm going to need to do, and I haven't done this yet, where do I dump those canisters? Canister emptier. Because I have no idea what we're going to be dealing with this. Put that there, and just any canister, I don't even care what, just dump it out so I don't have canisters everywhere. I'll need one for the other colony as well, because I've got canisters that have just been piling up everywhere, just not doing anything useful. You don't plumber the venting, do you? Yeah, I didn't think so. all. That's not what I want. Blueprint, iron, sure. Let's go over here, ventilation. Canister emptier. This is a perfectly fine spot for it. It'll get caught by that pump. It'll be fine. Alright, so this should start condensating anytime now, because it's right about to hit that point where it goes from steam to liquid. And the moment it's mostly liquid, that's when I just plow through here. Because once it's not steam, it shouldn't be ridiculously pressurized in there. Oh, that's save hang. Yeah, so natural gas is already almost fully filled. I haven't had the research thing on in forever because, like, I've been bottlenecked by so many other materials I haven't cared about the research. But, since I have a surplus, just turn it back on and do some research. No reason not to. Little speck of water. Alright. Yeah, once they saw through this, I'm going to keep sawing down. This is the only spot I'm worried about. Because this spot in here is 790 degrees. Interesting. So the thing that concerns me is this whole thing is ridiculously hot. Like, not volcano hot, but pretty unreasonably hot. And I did deliberately poke right at the top of it so that maybe we start messing around with this. And then using this as a way of like using our cold line of oil once we get our things up and running. So I could hopefully kind of just work this temperature down. I need to get rid of the abyssalite because it's not very reactive. But the hope would be then I could go in here and manage to cool off that temperature by just like jamming a thermal plate here, letting this cool off a little bit. You know, once we get a little bit farther, do it again. Alright, you're right there at the edge. Still aggravated by... Like, this one was a mistake because I didn't know better. This one I'm aggravated with because I got it right on that one, I got it wrong on that one, and I just thought I had both of them. And the whole time it was just wrong. I'm sure that's something that someone's probably done a billion times. Like, just... that is just probably a regular problem people do. It still does make me salty, though. One thing we can hope for is even if that water is still like 200 degrees or something... Actually... Nah, I'll still have to go. I'd say even if that water's 200 degrees, I could see letting my person get scalded really bad, but build that in steel. Keep this room mostly at 200-something degrees. You know, get this sorted real fast and start pumping out the air real quick. And it shouldn't be able to dial the temperature down too much before we go. Whoever goes in here is going to get absolutely burned, though. I'm okay with it. I don't really care. As long as they don't die, I don't really care. That's what medical's for. We're just making sure medical realizes how important they are. Cut that out. And cut that out. Some of this stuff is going to be annoying to deal with, but we'll get there. It's going to have a giant lake on the bottom of my base. I'm fully expecting what's going to end up happening is I'm going to think I have the volcano under control. Something's going to happen. I'll get like any puncture in that, and all of this water will go into the volcano, and the pressure is straight up going to kill me. You can build more stairs so they don't have to stand in the water. The air will at least start as a vacuum until you open it. What's with all the white fluid? That is brine. That is because my original source and my current source for keeping things cold is this. It is a nice geyser here that erupts at 14 degrees Fahrenheit. I have a loop of salt water I take over to where I need to keep cold. So it's like over here to like run this research lab. We keep going that. Wait, wasn't I about done with research? Like it's down to there's like really nothing left because I need the orange research that I didn't have enough of. Okay, so I got a few things. Yeah, so it's doing a couple more things here. I'm gonna down to the orange research. Let's see. Can you build more stairs so they don't have to stand in the water? The air will at least start a vacuum till you open it. Build more stairs. Till I open the volcano? Not really getting where we're going with that, sorry. Alright, you're below 210, and the boiling point's 210. So we should start seeing that condensate. And I think once it starts condensating, it will kind of feed into itself and cool off real quick. Let's see, you can build more stairs so they don't have to stand in the water. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. The problem is I don't, because I think they have to, because I was going to do this. So I can do that. I don't think I can do this and have them reach this, though. That's what I'm not sure about. I mean, they wouldn't have to stand it. They'd, like, run through real fast and then it'd stand on it. I still think this room is going to be scalding themselves hot. Yeah, no, it's burnt and broken. I want to replace it with one that can stand it. That way, when I seal this back up, I can pump whatever air I bleed into it back out. But I want to wait till that steam... Okay, so steam is turning to liquid. We're starting to get the liquid building up. It should get to about halfway up this when it's done. But right now, we are at 77 kilograms worth of pressure. But we're getting there. Yeah, they should be able to jump across it, whether it will or not they will. Another question. Knowing the dupes, I'll have a perfectly safe way for the go out, and they'll run through and they'll just stand in the scalding hot water and be like, why am I getting hurt? Hey! Research. I turned that off forever ago because natural gas, we were running into problems there. Interesting to see your temperature management. I never successfully had it. Yeah, we can pretend that's successful. we're actually correcting a problem because this one is correctly made out of steel, that one is not. So I'm actually shutting it down so I can tear this one out and put steel in. And then this plate should not have been the type of plate I used. So it was taking the heat that was down here and allowing it to go up here, which was at least somewhat manageable, but is not correct. So I need to fix that too. Oh, look at the air pressure just drop as it condensates. It went from 77 kilograms to it's like about 9. Which is the reason I wanted to wait for it to do that, is unleashing 77, you would have looked here, it would have been steam, and you just see this like cloud of steam expand out there. 90% of only late game is temperature management based around steam in the aqua tuner. Makes sense, because it'd be the only consistent one. Like, using these geysers has worked really well, but the problem is the moment they go dormant, like that one, it's suddenly your heat management shuts off, and you're like, well, I really hope I've got enough set aside, because... Rip. So those all focused on freeze wort. Freeze wort works, but there's a cost to it. Like, I actually have one over here I got lucky with, that this freeze wort being built on indigenous rock shouldn't really be able to die. Oh, good job, Pip. You're sure. Ooh, actually. Pip, buddy, you could do amazing things. I have hopes and dreams for you, Pip. All right, Pip. I could deconstruct this wall. We'll deconstruct that spot of ice. And I want you to uproot this Wheezewort. And if I could trap the Pip over on this side, I can make sure that Pip just... Like, I can try and get that Pip to plant it here as well. That would be amazing. More than likely, I'm just going to get rid of Wheezewort and never get it replaced, and it's going to be a whole mistake. That and radiation. Yep. Alright, Alright, Pip. You got yourself a brand new, perfectly good and available seed over there. I'm going to go ahead and don't worry about this, Pip. I'm just going to go right here real fast. Where's seeds? Seeds. Do not pick up Wheezewort. Copy. Do that. Do that. Do that. So yeah, we could go ahead and put the, if we're lucky, thank you for the follow, welcome to the stream. If we're lucky, we're gonna get the Pip to drop the Wheezewort on one of these tiles over here that are granite, and then I'll get a second Wheezewort. If we're unlucky, I'll just plunk it down in ice and I'll yank it back out of the ground again. I also am not sure how the Pip gets over there, to be entirely honest. It clearly did at some point, but I don't know how. Oh no, it could like snake around there. Okay. In the meantime, let's pop back over here. Actually, wait a second. What were the calories? You're dealing with irrigation problems again because I just don't have enough bad water here. Let's see. Build ladders on top of the ice to block planting. That's a good point. So that'd be ice, and that'd be... Well, that's already got something on, so it can't plant there. Okay. Alright, Pip, buddy, old buddy. I need you to run over there and take care of things for me, alright? Air pressure. Alright, so you need to be turned back on. Oh, man, it'd be real nice if that turned back on already. Okay, and are you good? Yeah, you're good. Alright, so there's just a tiny bit of steam left, like basically nothing. But it is condensating right now. So any second now, this is going to become effectively a vacuum. I mean, honestly, what? There we go. It's a vacuum now. All right. So first of all, deconstruct that. Deconstruct that. Then they can start putting all their ladders in and getting all that going. And then meanwhile, we're going to go to power here. We're going to do a highly conductive. We got another busy day at work ahead of me. Spent months already drafting a new salary system for a French sister company, updating employment contracts, but they always have something to complain about. I haven't been in the situation too much where there's been... Oh, I don't need that tile upgrade. You know what? Whatever. I don't understand why it's doing that. It's fine. I got a material. It's fine. Because that's what I need to do is this way, and then we put an insulation tile on top of that. But for the moment, I need them to just work on that. Can I? I thought that was the whole point. Oh, cannot run through wall. Well, you're only 2,000 watt. Well, that's a pain in the butt. Hmm. Well. And I don't think I can, like, bridge across it with a heavy wire or anything fancy like that. I can't do something... Where are you? That's a... Yeah, because it's a plate you have to do. There's no bridge. Well. Because right now... I mean, that's going to be 2k watts when we hook that up. This with those is going to be more than 2k. Yeah, because the potential load right now is 2.44k. So my choices are, I could separate out the grid into 2 separate grids. You have to use regular conductive wire and 2 circuits. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, is I'm going to have to separate out into 2 separate circuits. That's kind of annoying. That's okay, I guess, though. Yep, your game's self burned. That's fine. Alright, ventilation... Mini pump. Okay, so I can literally only make that out of plastic. So there isn't a way to get that to be able to handle super high heats. Well, you see here, I am going to go ahead and rebuild that. And just leave it off right now. We'll see what happens. Oh, don't get back in there. No, no, no. Hey, Alyssa, don't kill yourself. I need you to leave right now, Alyssa. Yeah, that's probably just what I need to do. I was using the tiny little ones because they use less power and all that, but that's fine. We can put a regular one up here. I can go ahead and get rid of that, and I can get rid of this. They're not using them anyways. Individual lines for each aqua return work, though you'll need transformers. The other option is a vacuum pocket with heavy watt plates in each one. Yeah, so... I mean, honestly, well, no. So if I make this a vacuum up here, it shouldn't matter if I use the highly conductive plate. Because if I make this a vacuum up here and I have the water going through with those plates behind it, that's a thing. I think we're fine. I think we're fine. We'll do the thing with the heavy conductive plate again. I'm okay with that. No, that why didn't you deconstruct it? That was the whole. Oh, they repaired it. They didn't deconstruct it. That's annoying. Because you're just letting more oxygen in, or gas in, not oxygen specifically. Replace the wire below it and above it as well? Yeah. Alright. So you're supposed to deconstruct the mini gas pump. Yeah, they're just not using the ladders anyway, so it doesn't matter. They're just going to burn themselves again and again. They'll get it done eventually. Could probably force the ladder to use if you disconnected the bottom bit so that you can't go around. Yeah, I think I'm just going to put up with it. So, Rowan. That's fine. You go home. It's fine. They'll just horribly hurt themselves the entire thing. It's the way they would have wanted it. They're saying like this. And then I'd get rid of those 2 spots of the ladder, and then they'd go. Yeah, because the thing is, like, oh, I'm not going to care about it. I'm like, no, they're going to actually keep running back there and hurting themselves, and I'll lose track, and one of them will actually manage to kill themselves. And then I'll be frustrated about it. So, yeah. Because the room's still scalding hot, it's just very low air pressure. One thing I can do, for right now, don't worry about it. Just run. Just keep pulling the air away from this. Bed free. Alright, that's yours, Rowan. Okay, so they shouldn't be able to reach it anymore, and then they can hop over. Because I thought these had to be 1 tile lower, which is the reason I was like, oh, I can't do anything about it. Alright. Because I keep pulling the air out of there, mostly, then we should be okay with it not having too much hot air to deal with. Alright, so now let's try this again with utilities. No. Plumbing. Was it utilities? I think it was utilities. Utilities. Where are you? There you are. Aqua tuner. And this time, I don't have enough steel. Alright, let's go over to our steel making. We turned you low priority a while back. Let's turn you back on. Get back to making your steel, please. That sucks that that's delaying all of that. I thought I had abundance of steel saved up, too. Alright. You need refined carbon. That's the holdup. So refined carbon, just go ahead and make like 50. It's more than you need. I don't even know if I have the coal for it, but we're sure gonna find out. That wasn't the right thing the whole time I did it. Don't worry about that. You saw nothing. Yeah, now we can cut across that. We'll get more coal that way. Actually, I've had a couple of these that they gave me coal, didn't they? Give me the iron. That should also help with this down here. Alright. Because then we need enough steel for both the pump and for that. The aqua tuner is the more important of the 2 things, though. So I need 800 steel. How much steel do I have? I have 800 steel, and I need 800 steel. So technically, I should be able to build it right now. Oh no, it needs 1200 steel. Are you still planning to put the full-size pump in steel? I think I do want to do that. Just to get the other air out of here. Now, granted, it's not much. It could be possible that I could, like, literally just keep pumping the air out of the space till it's just milligrams or whatever. But my fear is I'd have, like, a little pocket of whatever, you know, like a pocket of oxygen here, a pocket of hydrogen there, or whatever. And then, you know, I wouldn't be able to get the steam through, and I'd have to deal with that headache. So I think we deal with it. Because they're making the steel now. That's iron ore to iron they're doing right now. But they should get steel going. It's missing the carbon. Which I told it to do 50. Did I forget to actually, like, accept it? Alright, well, there we go. So you've already mined that. Yeah, so you'd be able to go through all that. Actually, you can just cut straight across here. You already managed to trap yourself. That's fine. You're untrapping yourself now. But, like, it took you about 30 seconds to immediately go and trap yourself. Good old dupes. Alright. And are you actually doing stuff? Okay, good. It is actually making the refined carbon now. Cool. I was gonna make sure it's actually doing that. I wasn't just sitting here waiting for something to happen that wasn't happening. Alright, and still at 800. We don't have more steel yet. We're getting there. I have plenty of iron. Oh, like they're making the steel right now. I see, cool. You just need to actually do the work. And this should help with the temperature down here. It should also start putting more water in this reservoir. Alright, so that's getting to a point where I won't be able to sustain that. Trying to decide how I want to tackle this. And carve all that out, carve that out. That all can be carved safely. Carve that out. Actually, that tile can go too. That tile can go as well. I'll slowly kind of just zigzag, lowering the liquid more and more. I do want to get rid of that, but it's not a priority. So you're making that steel? Still... Alright. They're working on it. They'll get it there eventually. Body temperature again. Yep, I'm aware. Irrigation again. Yep, I'm aware. I'm still surprised we're not dealing with starvation problems over here again. Alright, we are starting to get natural gas back on the line. Which weirdly... I mean, that's disabled by automation. That's fine. We're getting a lot of ethanol in there. Which is kind of the problem. The good news is that I can run that pump for a very long time. You know what we're going to do for a minute? Where's the cutoff here? We're going to go ahead and cut this line for just a minute. And just let that run on just the ethanol. Leave the petroleum in the line just alone. So that that burns off this. Because, you know, I could just keep renewing that. Oh, good, and we finally have this running again. So I'll start cooling stuff down and deal with a lot of that. Yeah, you should be able to just go down here, buddy, if you just want to run down here into the ice biome. That'd be great. I guess another one, actually. We should go here. Where are the seeds again? Oxyseed. Let's go copy, set that. Because if you want to plant those oxygen plants for me, I am down for that. I totally forgot I have those here. I don't know where. But I'm down for you to plant those anywhere you want. Because that's just free oxygen. Yeah, so all that should be fine. No, you're not supposed to be able to contaminate the line anymore. That's the whole idea. Alright, we can just go like this. Start bleeding that off. Are you putting a full-size... Yeah, I'm sorry, I already read that. So get this stuff that we don't want in the line out of the line. I'm guessing this got backed up or whatever, and then it caused it to... Oh, you know what it is? This is hitting pressure and it's causing it to backfeed. Oh, that's not what you want. We could fix that. We can fix that problem real fast. We'll just go up here, make it our platform. We'll put 2 oxygen tanks on it real fast. It'll be all better soon. In the meantime, we'll leave it hooked up the way it is for the moment. And I don't really care where it goes from here. I'll add a NOT gate here. Where is it? Oh, automation. We can add a NOT gate. You know what? Forget it. I'll just do the... Well, no, we'll add the NOT gate. We'll not. We can add the NOT gate. And do this. And the idea is straightforward. What's going to end up happening is we'll set this where if the reservoir gets too full, huck it over the fence. Alright, so that'll bleed off what it can for right now, until we get the rest of this hooked up. That should solve that problem in the meantime. Meanwhile, I've got this sorted out here. The temperature's still a problem, and I'm hoping our little pit buddy will plant another wart. So we keep bringing this temperature down. One thing I can honestly do, carve a little bit more space for this to pass the temperature in between these. Alright, so you're not erupting at the moment. How are you doing on making my steel? You've made 100 more steel, so you are working on it. You're just not getting there. How much? You need 20 kilograms per round of steel, which is, I'm assuming, 100. Okay, so you're still making the refined carbon. Honestly, yeah, I already have it set to make steel forever if it's available. So I can control the amount of steel based on the amount of refined carbon I use or make. The good news is we are actually slowly making this into a vacuum. So we might actually be able to make this room a vacuum by a completely different means. Just literally pulling all of the air that is out here and just getting rid of it. To the point that there's basically nothing here. Sure, sandstone. That's fine. Alright. So temperature's getting worse and worse. How is the air pressure here? Air pressure's fine. Disable that building again. We'll just have to keep juggling it for the meantime. What is in here that I have so few calories, but you're basically full? Oh, they're cooking ingredients. Okay, drop the cooking ingredients. That's why. There's a whole bunch of that. If I go up to the stove, as soon as I remember where the heck that is, it's over here. Can I do Swampy Delights? They've got that. Oh, this whole time I've been able to make this better. And you can make that better. Oh, we can do that. Actually, so you know the thing I said about don't put anything in there? Put it in there. Because then we can sit there and actually cook with it now. I just didn't have the recipes set. So that should really solve our food problems. Okay, everything good? No cross-contamination? Alright, so you're not set up there yet. Okay. That feeds back into itself. That's not what we want. Yeah, don't do that. Right, because that's from when we were first setting it up. We just never got rid of that pipe. Guess we gotta wait for them to build that. They've got all that going on. This is doing a good job down here. This is doing a good job up here. Temperatures are getting a bit more manageable up here. This is still a problem here, but we're working on it. Oh, come on, buddy. Don't you do it. That's... no. Bad Pip. I understand your desire to help, but that's not how you do it. Alright, that should help with the temperature a little bit. So those up there. Alright. I keep sitting there going, I didn't eat my food that I keep forgetting about. And then I forget about it. And then I remember. And then by the time I get to another spot, I'm like, this would be a good stopping point for me to eat my food real fast, so I wait for things to happen. And then I forget about it. So I'm going to do that here in just a moment. I'm going to check to see if we have enough to, like, I ate most of my food. I just have a little bit. Ah, there we go. Steel. We've chosen steel. I've clicked on steel like 8 times. Steel. Put it right there. Ventilation. Steel. Right there. Power. Okay. So let's start solving problems. So, you just tick over like that. Because you're only here to deal with that for temporary. Alright. So once they build this and that, I'm going to just leave the ladders there because they're not hurting anything. I don't particularly care about rock. We'll put the join plate here again. Where this heavy wire is, I actually need to get rid of that heavy wire. I'll put the join plate there. Sweep this. Now mop, sweep this. Yeah, I'll put the join plate here again. We will work on vacuuming both these spaces out. And then we will turn the stupid thing on again. We'll more than likely regret some of our life decisions. And that'll be where we go from there. Alright, so I'm actually going to mute the mic for a minute and actually eat this last of my food. So I'll be right back. Alright, sorry about that. So we got this stuff built, so we're all good here. Okay, so it's time to actually go and seal this off. But yeah, I do apologize for that taking long, so we can seal this off. We're going to do this again, which I do know is going to be conductive on both sides. The intent is, once this is built, that I'm going to go and vacuum out all this. Because now there's not much air in here. It shouldn't take long. Cool. We close the door. We enable that again. Alright. And then once... I mean, honestly, I could probably turn this on now. Because they're going to vacuum that out before that hits the temperature. That thing's about to have a real bad time. You're steel, right? Okay. Yep. Oh, the Dreco? Yeah, I mean, the Dreco deserves it, though. The Dreco knew what was going on, and it decided to stay there anyway, so I don't blame it all. I feel no guilt in this matter. That needs to be higher priority. I probably should have had this in the air location. It's fine. Okay, I would really like someone to come over here and run that. Because it shouldn't take much. There's really not much air pressure in here. Like, this one's got more air pressure, but this one doesn't. Why are you going around that way? Going all the way down and around this way can't possibly be faster than going straight up here and across? Maybe? Alright. Okay, it keeps triggering right on the edge of vacuum. We've got pockets of vacuum in here. It's a shame that view looks so awful. I wish the material view wasn't quite as aggressive on the way it looked. Let's see. I can hear the paradoxical statement of, "We got plenty of vacuum in here." Yep. All right, we're down to milligrams. And then once that happens, I'll just disconnect the power wire and we'll be good. Did you die yesterday? Oh, in Prison Architect? No, we're still alive. Prison got to be, I think we're right about to finish a cell block. We're at 64 prisoners. We're right about to jump up to 80, I think. We just lost a lot of time because of taking the time to like put the perimeter fence on the outside. So many paradoxes blowing up tiny sparkles in my head. Nice. Getting so close to having this be a vacuum in here. That's going. Luckily, it's got a good ways before that's going to start properly boiling. You can mine that out. Mine those two out. Mine those out. Oh, good. We're finally reaching the point that the ancient specimen might actually be you know, excavationable or whatever you want to say. If I actually were to dig there, we can go ahead and pull these two. If I were to dig here, we'd be able to actually reach this. Yeah, we'd be able to. Would we be able to reach? I can't tell if we can reach it or not. Either way, we can figure that. Hey, Avenue here. If my dupes are wearing a suit, can they still bring back germs? This suit? I actually don't know. We could probably find out. Do you have germs on you? Actually, I have the germs pretty well. I do not have the germs well handled. Well, we certainly let Slimelin get away from us over there. I don't know if you can get germs on, so that'd be one someone out in the community is gonna have to answer. I'm not an expert in the game by any stretch of the imagination. I'm actually very rusty at the game. I have been to late game before, but it's been a while. Alright, so we've almost got this made into vacuum again. Well before this gets to boiling. But if anyone does happen to know if people wearing atmosphere suits, if they can, if they are capable of bringing back stuff like slime lung, or, well, not slime lung, that's gas, but food poisoning, germs, or whatever. Got your early birthday gift today? An iPad. Nice. Yeah, down to just, fractions of milligrams and all that. And that poor Dreco in here when this room starts getting real hot. What temperature do you not like it anymore, buddy? Because I assure you we're getting there. I'll probably just go ahead and test it. I'm currently starting to close off my inner sanctum. Gotcha. Maybe this should turn it. I was actually like, oh, I need to turn this off. I was like, oh yeah, this is gonna turn itself off when there's no more air for it to pull. That's right. And the plan is to get that sorted before we get too much hotter. I wonder if that automation wire is going to get heated up a bunch. Alright. Yeah, no, do my art after I buy the apps because I don't know yet. Do they make endless paper expensive? Yeah. Yeah, and pretty much all art supplies are always awfully expensive. I started back, my major used to be when I first was going to college, my major was computer graphics animation, but they had lots of like general art classes and all that, and all the art supplies were horrifically expensive. Alright, so still waiting for them to kind of saw through all that. Car says, like, can confirm art supplies are expensive. Uh-huh. Yup. You also get very upset by some of the stuff that is expensive. Like, when you get, like, the charcoal kit, like, the kits of, like, all the charcoal sticks and they're expensive, like, it's freaking charcoal. Why is this expensive? It's burnt wood. Why does a box of this cost like 40 bucks? Probably way cheaper now, but I remember paying that and being pissed. And vacuum achieved. So I'm going to do now is I'm going to go here to just see the power, get a cutting tool, and I'm just going to say, nope. That way, when I start making steam, I don't accidentally pump the steam out of the room. Oh yeah, I know, art supplies are expensive. I have a good amount that all may cost like 100, 200 bucks. Oh yeah. It's all real awful too. Alright, so meanwhile, this is pumping out this room. This room is less urgent. Oh, that timing was perfect. I turned that thing off, and seconds later, steam started being a thing. This Draco's like, which way's out? Hang on a second. It's like, bro, it's a pencil. Right, but it's a charcoal pencil. And it's a this weight charcoal pencil. And that's the right weight you need, or whatever garbage they do to justify that. Alright, so lock the door. So I can't go in and out, lock the door. We're going to make this into a vacuum as well. And the reason why I'm making all this into vacuum is because this is a very conductive plate here. But if there's no air for it to conduct on either side, it should greatly limit the amount of heat that goes through there. And if we do check the waters, I've got these coils that'll take the temperature of the oil and use that to cool off the equipment I care about in here. Good thing you're going digital, so you won't need to spend millions. Yeah, they still get you pretty bad, but at least it's one time pretty bad versus all the time pretty bad. Alright, so let's go over here, because they need this food more. Oh, there was illumination because the shine bug was in there. That's body temperature. But there's a pool. Why are you saying you can't? Alright. Okay, you sleep well.
Okay, you sleep well.
Never.
I believe you.
I try.
I love you.
I love you too.
Hey, handsome.
Can't stay when I'm not. Alright, so we're dealing with too much heat coming from that. The hope is that this will start countering it. You can kind of see where they're like intermingling here. But if we can get the pip to plant more of these warts and all that, honestly, what I probably should do, is there a water pump? No, that's not going to work because that's leaving. I'm really kissing her, but not me. That is definitely a strategic decision for the maintaining of my marriage. I feel that is a very sound and logical decision for keeping my marriage in good place. Alright, so this should help. I'm going to take the pipe over here. I'm going to go over here. We could do radiant for right there. And we're going to go back to this. Down to here. Because then it should effectively heat exchange. Oh, good. The temperature is actually coming down a lot down here. So your pipe blocked. Right, you're not running because I've had this just disconnected because I hadn't needed the ethanol at all. Honestly, go ahead and turn on the plastic production again. How much plastic is here, by the way? I could use more than that. Air pressure's getting pretty high down there. Maybe we drop that to 1,000 grams. I still think I probably should have put that way down over here to try and pull the air out and around. So that the cold carbon dioxide would have to be pulled past this. I might do that at some point. Okay, do we already have that pipe fixed? Cool. So let's go ahead and disconnect that route. Now what should happen is that should feed really cold water into that machine. So this temperature should come down over time. Oh, I am seeing a problem with our design. It is working, chat. It is working a little too well. The water is getting below freezing temperature and is solidifying in the pipes. So that is what we will call a success, but a little too success. Okay, right there on the limit of freezing is just about where I want that. I don't want full on freezing, I want right on the fence of freezing. Yeah, because that's cooling down the air there, so that should bring this down over time. Man, that is hot over there. Honestly, actually, what we should also do... do the last couple steps of radiant here, and the idea is we get really cold over there, we pop over here, and then it should bring the air temperature around here down. Because we make it really cold there, we're dropping in here, and then we're exchanging temperature again. So like the contents of the pipe. Man, that's still getting pretty hot. I was a little confused there. I didn't realize you were using Fahrenheit. Oh yeah, I gotcha. That's fair. Yeah, you're probably going, wait a second, why did it freeze at 30? That's not how Celsius work. Everyone knows the real way you play the game is Kelvin. I'm sure there's people... I mean, they have the option, so I'm absolutely sure someone out there uses it. Alright, so it's still getting a little too cold. How's this going? Still heating up, and that is almost at the point of vacuum. What's popping? A lot of things. A lot of things have been popping. And burning. And we're getting immensely high pressure. I'm sure someone uses Kelvin. It's underappreciated. Yeah. There's definitely places where the use case for Kelvin is definitely the winner. Good, pop them all. Yeah. What is also going to pop is this poor Dreco who decided to get inside my cooling room. Not my cooling room. It is the cooling room, but it is the high pressure steam room and all that. That poor Dreco is definitely going to die in there. Apparently it's happy though. I'm a little concerned that it's happy there. Livable range, 230. Well, I hate to break it to you, I'm aiming for at least 235. Very specifically at least 235, because that's these steam generators need to work. Are you... Nope, you're not quite a full-on vacuum. There's a couple little pockets of air left in there. Pretty... I'll go so reducing the cost of Wing Twitch. Pretty big oof. No. Bringing it right back up. And the worst thing is, the price goes down at a slower rate than it goes up. So where, I think is it 5 to 1? That, is either 5 to 1 or 3 to 1. I can't remember which way it is. But, reducing the price of winning Twitch, you get a far less mileage for your points. Because memeing it is fun. You are getting real close to kicking that off. Alright. White Jaguar also trying to team up to do it. Time to work together to get that sorted. Cool, so we are on... Are we full vacuum now? Full on vacuum here? No more air in there at all? Yep, full on vacuum. So with that, we'll go ahead and turn that off entirely. We'll actually disable that. It'll just power out and we'll be good. All right. And now we just wait for that to hit 135. And then the steam engines turn on. And then the whole thing starts becoming self-sufficient. Alright, so temperatures come down enough that all the plants are fine. That's lovely. We're no longer bursting pipes from freezing the water in them. That's lovely as well. Alright, White Jaguar. You sleep well. Thank you for tuning in. Got a whole bunch of people climbing in to try and bring down the cost of winning Twitch. They've rallied. It's happened. I never thought I'd see the day. You know, temperature down here is actually coming down. Not a lot, but a bit. I'll probably have to do some type of heat exchange down here as well to try and lower the temperature down here as best we can. Yeah, so right now I have the vents closed. But this way stuff like hydrogen and oxygen will go there and we'll deal with that later. Yeah, so now I'm producing the plastic again. It is kicking the temperature up a lot. It's just nothing but ethanol there. That's fine. We're getting rid of the ethanol gradually. I've learned my lesson about having ice stored on this side. You know, honestly, I don't really need it, so we're just gonna reject it. Because they'll end up storing it somewhere I don't want. Like, they'll have the one cabin I forgot to set it for or whatever. You're right in that fence at 135. That's when we start getting our steam turbines online. Yeah, so far, the temperatures seem mostly fine in here. The automation wire's getting a little hot, but I can live with that. Alright, we're at the temperature. Now we just need enough of the steam. And then that'll kick in. That'll keep that from turning on and off. Once both of these are running, then I might be able to get away with running both of these. We'll see. Right now I have these set to 60. Oh, send the green signal if it is above 60. We'll deal with that when we get there. Because we'll want to keep bringing that down little by little. Come on, you're right there. That's hot. Oh no, it was 250. I got corrected. It was 250. That's right. It's got a little ways to go. I did that earlier. I was like 235, and we were like, no, that's actually 250. It's like, oh right. And just because I thought of it being that temperature that way earlier, I've just done it to myself again. All right. That's all fine. That's all fine. Can I? Here. Put a mesh tile here. Maybe I need to have ground underneath that to continue examining it. So next thing I can do is deconstruct those 3 tiles. I want you to dig that out, because once that's dug out, we can dig that down. Actually, don't do that. We can make this easier. dig those 2 tiles out. Once those 2 tiles are gone, then I could just have this side just seesaw this whole thing down till it's gone. And this side, because they won't be able to jump the gap. Because that's what I'm trying to do, is make sure, because there's the mask thing there and the atmosphere suit there. I don't want them crossing back and forth. Alright, just like that, we can go ahead and get rid of these 4. And you can honestly get rid of all of that, too. Actually, all of that. All of that, actually. Cool. Alright, you're warning me about crops. Irrigation, I assume? Yep. Not making enough goop water. Hey Pip, grab it. Grab that and plant it here. It's your destiny. Okay. I really do need them to actually start working on this thing. Because what is going to happen if they don't is we're going to start running out of natural gas. It's not an immediate concern, because, I mean, it's actually not that long off a concern if I'm being honest, because that's the tanks that are basically not full. But it is something I want them to deal with eventually. Because this gives us a little bit. You're getting damaged? Then tick that down 1. Cool. How is the temperature? Yeah, so temperature's well managed over here now. Because I'm basically, picking up cold here and then dropping it off there. So while this is making heat, we're dumping out. This is probably hot up here. That's actually not that bad. It's a bit warm. It's also surprising that slowly but surely the air is getting not awful here. Little by little. Baby steps. But we're getting there. I guess one thing I can do to help is carve all that out on the left side here. Because now I could jump over this. And that'll give it a little bit more room for the air to flow up and down. Because the pressure's pretty decent up here and, like, nothing down there. And then they'll go and retrieve all the resources and burn themselves. It'll be great. It'll be a typical day on Combastato. So close to actually kicking on. Like right there, we're at just shy of 250. And last time we did that, thank you for the follow, welcome to the stream. The last time we did that, it kicked on pretty much almost the moment it got over temperature. The first one kicked on, it started running both of these. Well, it started running this constantly, so then the second one kicked on, and then we're just good to go with that. Now we are gradually cooling down the line, so let's tick that up a little bit more. Because like I said, I'm going to try and get it down to like where the oil in the line is like 70. We'll try ticking it down. We'll basically see where we can sustain, because these aren't enough to power those running 24/7. So the idea is I want them to kick on and off enough that the battery charges enough to kind of like give them enough time for it to run. And I'm thinking I'll be able to rotate it to bring it down, and that'll probably be fine up until I poke the volcano, at which point it'll probably be absolutely terrible. Research complete. Yay! Do I have more research I can even do right now? Check our research. You can't really do those. but you can do these. How's our natural gas storage going? It's full. It's just plain full. It's overflowing into this point. This is great. Oh, speaking of which, that means turn that on and turn that off. So we can let our hydrogen build up. Oh, you're right there. You're right there. Any second now, that steam's gonna kick over. Now we get to see if I fixed it or if I've done something else colossally wrong. While I was in there, I should have set an automation wire to turn this off anytime the steam is on. So this would automatically like reboot the system if it went down. It's fine. Oh, come on, the steam is over 250. Come on. Any second now, those should kick on. We should be in good order. Yeah, so we've got the oil coming through there at about 50 degrees now. I'm going to keep bringing it down. Oh, come on, you're right there. You're almost at 260. Been lurking? What have you fixed on that? So, those are both steel now. We've pumped all the air back out of there. We did go back with this plate, but if you look behind here real fast, we do have these which are working on keeping those cool. Keeping all that cool. So this is a vacuum that I'm keeping all that cool that way. So this won't matter because there's no air for it to go in there. Yeah, we replaced the air pump with one that could handle it. That way when, you know, when it was done in here, I pumped all the air out before. There we go. Bring that steam online. Yes, again, we're getting close. Just need a little bit more to get that one to kick over as well. We should be good. I was kind of hoping you'd get the steam going without needing to replace the air pump. Yeah. No, it ultimately did end up happening was we realized this one had been made out of iron and that one was steel. So we accidentally chose the wrong material. Oh, you wanted to see it vaporize? Okay. Yeah, sour gas and not much you could do with it without some major setups. Gotcha. We're getting real close to this thing self-sustaining. Guys need the tiniest bit more heat. Oh, let's actually enable that building. Let someone run in this thing to give it that little extra oomph. I'm surprised at how much this has been a pain to try and keep this up and running. I guess part of it is how much... You know, I'm bleeding off a lot of heat here. That's going to be one of the things working against me now I think about it. Well, no, I'm not bleeding off the heat. That's right, because this is a vacuum now, so we're not losing any meaningful amount of heat through that. Getting real close, though. I wonder if I'm losing any significant amount of heat in the water that goes through here as it goes to the pipe. Like, if it would... I mean, I'm not going to do it now. If it would have benefited me to make this an insulated pipe to keep whatever heat was in that water as it went through the system, so drop in here at a hotter temperature. Let's see, how are you cooling the battery in vacuum? Oh, that's easy. If we look here, I've got the conductive plates behind here. That's what's doing it. So you have the cold oil running through those plates and doing all that. Yeah, I heard those are new for I think it's spaced out. Oh, it's running just solid now. And now it turned on for a moment, and it says pipe blocked. No. Why do you say... Oh, no! Did I really? No! No! It's misset up! I can fix this without actually going in there. We're not going into it. I can fix this without that. We're just gonna pull those two floor plates out, and we're gonna fix it this way. It'll be okay. Actually, probably don't even need to take that one out. Because that was another... Yeah, no, I knew I needed to cool it off in some way. Okay, so with that, now I can go to the plumbing, and we can cut this. Because what was happening is the water was going over that, and it wasn't letting the water out. So only one of those two steam generators could run at a time because of it. Alright, it's time. We'll set you to 70 for now. Yeah, so downside is I'm gonna need more power production in here, because basically what happens is these are cooling off the steam too fast, that they're not staying on. So that was something I hadn't anticipated as an issue. Like, I knew these weren't going to be able to sustain those constantly, but the idea was that this would be able to produce enough power that this would be the thing turning on and off, not this. The good news, they have the automation set for both of these on 70 right now, and it is running. Yeah, this one's running at a net negative. Yeah. Which means it requires an outside power source just to stay online. Gonna make a great outside heat source? You mean like lava? I can think of a few things that would make a good outside heat source. Some of them are less responsible than others. Interestingly enough, and I'm not going to do it because I'm not tearing the stupid thing apart, I could actually see, instead of the oil going in here right away, I could actually see the oil going back here to dump a bunch of heat off there and then going into the system. To, like, sort of cool off a little bit by heating this up and then going through the cooling system. The problem is, I've already built it, and it's going to be a pain to do that. But there are even simpler ways that don't even need pipes. I mean, I could put, like, literally insulation, like a column here, and just drill down and just unleash the beast. And just let the heat go. Oh, no research assigned? Yeah, that's fair. There's probably all sorts of, like, manufacturing stuff too, but then it's kind of the heat goes both ways. So whatever outside would need to have that kind of heat. I'm sure there's things I could do to make that happen. What am I doing? There. Research. You. Build the steam tank over top of volcano. Right. Now, granted, this is already here. But that might be interesting. Honestly, because that kind of thing, I wouldn't necessarily need the thermo aqua tuners, because obviously those would be sitting in magma, which would be kind of problematic. Yeah, it just needs an outside power resource that isn't going to be hitting us. Alright. So, while I don't have the time to actually build it out this stream, we're going to start messing with terrible ideas. So just start chopping through all of this. Get it out of my way. Oh, they considered that underwater? Come on. Wait, missing tile? But there is a tile there. Do it like that. Wonder how that's doing for the temperature. Yeah, so it's nice and cold coming through here. It is picking up heat as it goes through. Oh, actually, that's going quite a ways. That's still... Okay, that's still sitting at like 60 degrees this far away. And what the area it's in is like way over. Alright, that's not too shabby. Because what that should do is it should continuously clear the area, and as I'm vacuum up more and more, because like we've been... Oh. Yeah, I was going to leave that just running solid lately. Just slowly pull all the air out. But the idea here is, I want to keep carving this away. I'm going to deliberately try to avoid revealing just looking. Did you find a good temp to set the sensors at the ATs? Not yet. Like, right now I've got them at 70, which has one of them running almost constantly. I might be able to nudge that up a little. So nudge you up a little, nudge you up a little. Because I want it to turn on and off. That's kind of the issue is right now, anything that misses, the next one doesn't. Okay. Alright, and that's too cold, because now they're not running. I need them to run at least enough to make steam. But I'd ideally like them to turn on and off to keep that going as well. It seems to be okay. Like, they're popping on an awful lot. But the battery is actually kind of holding. Direct go in there? Yeah, it got in there while I was doing all the construction, and I didn't notice it until I was sealed. I'm like, you know what? Draco's just gonna have to figure it out. And by that I mean it's gonna die. Yeah, that's like... won't that eventually rot and produce non-steam gas? It'll probably be a problem. I'm just hoping it'll get stuck up here in the corner or something. I won't have to worry about it. It'll be a thing I'll have to solve when it's a problem to solve over there. For right now, I'm just going to leave it alone. It's working, even if only temporarily. Oh, good. It just died. That's a future me problem. Present me says it's fine. I mean, that's gonna it's happened. Like right now, with how on and off this is, we'll see how bad this gets. My hope is that it won't be that big a problem. I can kind of ignore it. If it does end up being an actual problem, then we shut the whole thing down, let the steam settle back down, let the tiny little bit off gas. You know, pull up this little plate again, poke our way down there. Yeah, that's the thing, is it more than likely get caught up in a corner. And honestly, what I might even be able to do is if it pops up right here, I could turn this gas pump, I could turn this pump on for just a second, pull that out. I've got enough steam in here. If this goes up here, I can just pull it out with that and just shut it right back off. Because I just connect and disconnect the wire to do that. So we might already have a solution to that problem. It all depends on if that goes up here or if it, you know, gets over here somewhere. Yep. I literally have that set, so I can literally just toss more water in here. So I think we're good with that one. Everything seems to be handling temperature-wise. I mean, honestly, that's actually running a bit on the cold side up here. And I think we got the temperature just about right, because it isn't fully draining this battery very often. And a lot of it's getting past this first one and then kicking on the second one. All right. The heat spreader plate, you think it's called? Oh, should I put those on the background just to spread the heat as much as possible, or like at least the 4 squares behind these? Just to spread the heat from this? I see. So the idea is I put like at least behind here to spread the heat out around these like really effectively to keep the steam going much better. Makes sense. Oh, there, look at that. It was actually, like, both of these are running now. It's amazing. It's not reliable. Yeah, we're almost maxing out the power. Yeah, when this one's running, that doesn't do that, but yeah. That's a good point. That'll be something I'll probably deal with later. We'll learn our lessons from this one. Okay, so volcano, I believe, is 4 tall, so I do not want to dig farther down than that. So just this spot here, and then we can start making whatever we're going to try and do to deal with this. It's a liquid in the pipe. It's actually fairly cool now. Getting down there at 50-something. If we can keep this running consistently, we could bring that temperature down even more. Like if I get a proper outside power source that we can just plug in and keep this going constantly, that I could run both of these. Like, very genuinely, how is my natural gas? Do I have enough natural gas that I could put 2 on there? It's kind of tenuous. Because if I could put more power on this thing, so that they, like, literally they just stay on, I could bring that temperature down to something completely ridiculous. Not ridiculous from what most people probably can do in this game, but ridiculous for me. You know, drop that sucker to, like, -20 or something, and just drag it across all this with some, conductive pipe to dump as much temperature as we can along the way. Okay, we're digging out as much as this can without letting the volcano out. Then we're going to start building around that volcano. I am going to try and pump all of the water out before I unleash the volcano, because anything still in there is going to be either liquefied and or vaporized. More than likely the vaporized one. Alright, that's fully ramping up. What temperature AT set to? Right now I've got them set to 70 because I don't have enough power to sustain them. So it's the power limitation. Check the description on the AT. Oh, it says how much it lowers the temperature by. Use that to figure out what your temperature sensor should be set to. So it's lowering the temperature by 25.25. I've got them both set to about 75 degrees. And that's just because it is one of those things that the pipe's coming in, it's not triggering this first one a lot of times and triggering that one most of the time, because I cannot keep these running solid. I mean, maybe I should have them trying to run solid, but I just don't have the power input. I'm gonna need another power source to reasonably sustain that. It might be something that once this maxes out, then maybe I can get away with it. Oh, how low it can go without freezing the line? Oh, yeah, if it's oil, what was the temperature oil freezes at? I wanted to see the oil, actually. It's fine, I can go like this. Because this oil was pretty low, it could go into the negatives before it went. Crude oil, not solid. Crude oil liquid. I'm gonna go to -40 before it solidifies. So in theory, I could take this all the way down to, like, -15. Like, in theory, I could take this one all the way down to -15. Take it one notch up just as a precaution. I don't think, well, actually, no, wait. Yeah, that'd be right. I don't think realistically we're going to be able to do that. Because I just don't have the power input to make that happen. I mean, it is bringing that temperature down a whole lot. Actually, oh, I see, because these are producing more heat that'll make the steam more reliable. Ah, I see. So I actually do want to be like, yo, what's the coldest you can take this? Sure. So I'll make... Perfect. Yeah, so we're getting it down to 30 degrees, which is below freezing. You have a way to turn the steam off for a moment? They're wasting heat by trying to ramp up. Oh, is it a ramp up thing that if it ramps up and shuts off, it causes a problem? I wonder if there's... I have an automation line back there, but it's attached to all of it. I could disconnect... So I've got an automation line back there, but it's hooked up to the battery. I'm each going to be set to 14 degrees, with the crew dropping eventually by 28. Personally never worried about. Yeah, so the only thing I could potentially do is deliberately shut this one off. Yeah, so you could go here and deliberately, let's make sure I set this to just automation. So I could deliberately shut that one off. Wait, this is F? A lot of people in the US who that's just what they're used to. We've had the conversation about different unit types. There's not, like, there's different use cases that some are certainly better than others. But, you know. I'm gonna move and decay. Now let's check this research. Is there anything else that needs only yellow? Yep. Stop moving the X so I can click on it. Yeah, so I've deliberately disabled that steam pump for a little bit. Because see if we can't manage to make this thing ramp up the whole way. And just see how that goes. In the meantime, let's race down over here. And dig out the next section. And it's not this spot. Not where the volcano is. Oh, you still have more to do over there. Well, right. I wanna see if I can ramp this up the whole way. Because if we can get that the whole way up, if it does in fact produce better power output to keep more of these online, then I might be able to reconnect the other one and sustain it better. Because right now that's the problem, is I can't keep the power running long enough. To keep these running sustained. That's what I would like to do, is actually have this... It'd be cool if we get all the way to the bottom temperature. But there's inefficiencies in the design because I'm still learning. Yeah, that's actually losing temperature. Yeah, it's a power negative system. No, I gotcha. But if we can get these both fully ramped up, at least the amount negative, it'll be significantly lower. Why does it say it's missing a tile? Does it need a tile? Oh, I'm guessing it needs a tile here. Because technically that's 5 spaces by that slightest little bit. Oh, I should also have you here for examining that as well. So there's the volcano we intend on exploiting. So I'm going to deliberately not mine out this section here, so we don't kick it off. Build everything we want around it, you know, then unleash the beast. That's probably not going to happen this stream, because now is like, the time we're playing right now is normally the time to wrap up, and I kind of want to see if I can't make this thing work a bit better. How are you still doing stuff? You shouldn't have power anymore. You're just taking forever to burn it down. Fossil decoded. Cool. Oh, it adds decor. Cool. How's our temperature out here? Pretty toasty. That's still doing a good job of cooling, as is that. How is our polluted water if that's exhausting itself? Are we getting a bad spot? Yep, that'd be our reservoirs running pretty dry. I guess that's fine. No, that's right. If I do let it fully exhaust, then our fresh water becomes a problem because the sea stops producing. Why are you all damaged? What? When did you get damaged? That's deeply concerning. I keep debating putting a second power plant here. I'm not going to, because then it's going to generate more heat and this is going to actually become a problem because it's already hot here, just not quite enough that it's becoming a health problem. Yep. There's a vacuum here and I'm using the, if we look at the, oh, I'll have to explain it. Sorry, you got caught in ads. I'll explain it after the ads. Is that be how Twitch be these days? Did you want a Twitch experience without ads? Sorry, that's just not Twitch anymore. I'm not saying that's a good thing. It's just the thing it is, unfortunately. You know what? I don't care. Those trace amounts stuff, they can just sit over there. Eventually we'll get like a jetpack and they can just go recover those little bits of stuff there. Gotcha. Yeah, so the way we're cooling that off is if I put the water here. I've got these, I forget what they're called, they're the conduction panels. So the liquid behind here is directly cooling that off. And that is the liquid that is coming from, like, from the from our actual thing. So we cool it down, we bring it around, we use it to cool off the steam, and then we take it to the rest of the system. And even with all that, it's actually getting pretty cold. This is overall bringing that temperature down more and more than I expected it would be able to sustain. I'm getting kind of hopeful that we actually will get this to the point that it will be cool enough that these won't need to run constantly. Now, granted, that'll mean the steam won't be running constantly either, which will be its own problem. But it could be a curiosity in how that works. And that should be cooling down everything along this route as well. You know, a little at a time. We'll get there. Or we won't, and then we'll realize we made horrible designs, and we'll have to live with that. Okay, so now start sawing this whole section out that's out. Don't do it that way. That'll be a real big pain point is what that'll be. Alright. No more than that. If I go more than that, we unleash that. Do that. That way the volcano, like, it can jump up and down from there. You will want a ladder. This is getting so incredibly cold down here, considering where we're at. Alright, where is this? Okay. Oh, if it's algae, I really want the algae at the other location. Because that means more air production without heat. You're still dealing with irrigation problems, because I'm just not making nearly enough polluted water. I'm getting some here, but there's so much ethanol that we're not getting it. It's fine. I'm just trying to get that last bit of ethanol out from down here. Natural gas is still doing okay. It's kind of at the same point it was last time we checked. Yeah, it's disabled by automation. That's fine. The good news is once that ethanol goes down, the whole thing should come back online pretty well. Meanwhile, what do we get? Signal counter and dupe checkpoint. More logic stuff. A soda fountain, which I should probably use for things. An arcade cabinet. A portrait canvas. An oxalate refinery. Now we're slowly getting that. Oh, and we're getting lots of Pakus here. I'm part tempted to see if I can't just slap a the drop-off point thing. Oh, I could do the feeder and start feeding them all the extra seeds that we don't need. Like turn this into a mix of where we're growing the thimbleweed as well as a place to process Paku. Yeah, if I can get that up to the 800 watts, that'd be real good. I wonder if maybe it's worth the effort to disconnect this, let this continue to get hotter and hotter to like 350 or whatever degrees, and then reconnect it. If that would make a difference to getting this to properly ramp up, to hopefully keep these running much better. The downside is that would mean the oil would be coming back warmer and warmer. So play catch up. So I don't know how much that would work. The big thing is I probably need to put those heat plates behind it that got mentioned to me. That'd be one thing to do. Another thing that would potentially help. Not really, because it pulls hotter stream, but drops the water back in the same temperature. Oh, okay. Gotcha. So there's no real benefit in doing that. I'll just leave it alone for now. We'll keep working on this. You cool the liquid in the metal refinery there? To add extra heat? Yeah, there's a couple things. Like, one of the things I mentioned I could actually do. What kind of volcano was this? Was it? This one? Magma. That's a magma. That's water. Oh yeah, I think all my volcanoes here are minor. Like the one back here, I believe, is a minor as well. I think I have 4 minor volcanoes down here. There's one. I thought there was 4. There's one here. There's one there. There's one there. Let's just do this way. Yeah, there's one. There's one. I think it's just 3. Okay, so it's just 3. Oh no, is the other one up here? That's a polluted water vent. And I think this is I think this one is also a volcano, if I remember correctly. That's polluted oxygen. That's fine. Either way. But I am trying to get this volcano going. Yes. The fact that I can still get this through here, and for almost its whole journey, it stays at a pretty reasonable temperature. It's just bringing this all down more and more. And honestly, with all that liquid going away, it should hold its temperature longer, that I can kind of, deliver the cold wherever I want it. Like, this would be the first place to try and bring it, because this stupid thing is like 700 degrees. So you can definitely sit there and do that. Yeah, they're geysers if the geysers, what they put out was 3,140 degrees Fahrenheit. Does that have any benefit? I mean, any type of geyser volcano is an infinite source of whatever resource it gives you. So when you're building, like, how do I sustain my base forever? You can go, okay, well, this gives me, these effectively are infinite water. I have this one, which I could use for infinite water as well. This, I believe the magma will turn to stone, if I remember correctly. Yeah, I'll turn to, igneous rock. But, it is a source of incredible amounts of heat. And think this through. Oh, actually, that's fine. That's fine. This is fine. Because what I can do now is I can deconstruct this wall, since I don't have to worry about the people going back and forth. And they'll be able to start cutting this platform down. I'm not going to do that right now. I'm more concerned about getting this volcano online. But yeah, it's going to produce an absolutely obnoxious amount of heat, which is both good and bad. It's bad because it's an obnoxious amount of heat, and I gotta do something with it. But it's good because it's an obnoxious amount of heat, and if I can use that to, like, boil water and all that kind of stuff to very rapidly have a whole bunch of steam engines powering for pretty much ever. Basically, I want to do a design kind of like that. Except, we would have magma at the bottom of it, erupting and making it absurdly hot. The thing that isn't concerning is I'm probably going to have a way to occasionally off-gas, because I'm going to be adding new material in there with the rock. Now, granted, that rock is going to, turn solid and fall to the bottom. But I need to be able to deal with an absolutely absurd amount of heat. So I think I'm going to need a lot of water and a lot of steam engines. A lot of steam engines. Because each steam engine is going to be... Like, and honestly, I could probably put there, like, the insulation tiles and have a layer or 2 insulation tiles, and then have the water on top of that. It'd probably still be hot enough to boil it. Now, granted, so that's gonna be 3,100 what is the melting point for one of our insulation tiles? This is an important question. It is not that high. All right. So, what is the most extreme overheat we can do? All right, I can get it to 360 higher, which is not even remotely close enough to high enough. Well, that's deeply discouraging. Yeah, no, I thought it was the melting point. The melting point was 2,000. Oh, right. The melting point is 2,569. Oh, yeah. Okay. Plus the 600, so if I make it out of ceramic, that'd be, like, right on the fence of what this could handle. What says... Okay, insulated tile. So that's saying, oh, I have different materials here that are doing different things. I see. Okay. Well, if we're gonna do a puffed. And that's the overheat, not the turn into liquid pile of goo temperature. Yeah. Did I look at the overheat again? Yeah, that's the melting point. Alright. So I already know, at a minimum, I'm going to want a tile here. So just to science it, ceramic looks like it's got the best benefit from heat that I have of materials I know. Let's put one insulated tile made of ceramic over here. Because almost certainly I'm going to have a double wall over here. And probably a double wall here. And I'm going to have some way of getting water and magma to become friends in the most violently pressure building kind of way. Which does mean I would need a lot of ceramic. So, hey, buddy, how do you feel about... Oh, right, you cost coal. That's fine. Let's say... Make 99. So 3,361 is its melting point. And this will come out... Oh, this will come out at 3,140. So it will be able to accept it. Not by a lot, but it will be able to accept it. Okay, meanwhile... Yeah, if it's more... Alright, so the way I'm thinking about doing this design is first to put our ceramic tiles along the bottom here. Made a mess? What? Oh no, what's going on that the water pipes are all messed up? Alright, water pipes. Oh, have I overloaded the system? Is that what I've done? Yeah, I've overloaded... How did I overload the system? Where am I getting too much input water? I mean, that's run dry. And these tanks are basically empty. How did you get overloaded? I mean, it's fixed now, so sure, whatever. The seed was broken? Yeah, that's the thing. It's like that it took that long for it to catch up kind of thing was what more was a surprise to me. Okay. So, mine that out. And temporarily make a ladder down this way. And mine all this out and this out. So again, leaving, and I don't actually think I need those top three, but I'm leaving there just as a precaution. We are going to sit there and mine around the volcano. And we're going to start building our box. So, I do wonder with the Paku, if it would be worth me putting a feeder for all the extra seeds. Because I get rid of all those... Yeah, that's what we're going to do. So I'm going to go ahead and... We're going to deconstruct that hydroponic and that one. I missed chaos happening in the water down there. Come on, save. Stop getting me. The chaos going in the water down there. Other than I'm just spilling water down there? I mean, I'm deliberately spilling the water down here. Water doesn't normally bubble like that. Oh, yeah. Oh, I think it's like a pocket of air and it's struggling with it real hard. I'm not seeing steam. So how is the vertical rimworld going for you? It's going pretty good. We're finally getting to start getting close to dealing with the volcano shenanigans. We've been dealing with trying to make this heat system work the whole time. It's a mixed bag. Pipe is blocked. Why is the pipe blocked? You're not introducing new stuff. Oh, I know what happened here. I used deconstruct. I used deconstruct on here, so it tore up the liquid tiles as well. Yeah. That's fine. I got plenty of stuff there. That's actually not really going to be that bad. Because we still have plenty of steam here that's at temperature and all that. The batteries are all maxed out and all that. And that's back online. And so we just watch for the liquid to get moving. Okay, so yeah, there's no more... Wait, is there another pocket back here? Yeah, okay, there's a pocket right there. Alright. That way we don't overload it. Really quickly, the game moves from you managing your pawns to managing the environment. Yeah. Okay, so that should bring everything back online. Unfortunately, that did kind of bring the temperatures all back up. It's going to take a little while for it to sort itself out. So just kind of waiting for them to continue to mine that. Back to your fish. Right. So what I want to do, and I don't know what's all involved in this because I haven't done this in forever. So first of all, I can put a critter feeder up here. Just put like a regular tile underneath it. And we can start throwing just start throwing all our extra seeds at these fish. The other thing we can do Oh, I'm sorry. That's its own thing. Fish feeder. What? Into the area below. Okay, just put that there. That works for me. I'm not picky about how this works. So food. Now the question is, I do want to regularly grab the fish, and when there's too many, I want to go and nommy nom 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 the fish. Now I know I can wrangle extra fish at the critter drop-off. Releases trap Paku back into the world. Don't need to do that. That's what I'm trying to do, is figure out the best way to convert Paku into food. That isn't me manually choosing to murder them. I should also open this vent. That single use, that's definitely not it. May I ask why your timbleweeds are underwater? Because they can live underwater. Like right now, the problem is they have temperature, but they can be in polluted water, carbon dioxide, polluted oxygen, or oxygen. So by putting them underneath the water, I don't have to manage any atmosphere stuff. I can just dump water on them and call it a day. Other than temperature. Alright. So for the Paku... right now, just take literally... You know what? Don't do that. Don't do those things I was just doing. Take the blossom seeds, because they have a ridiculous number of those. Take the mealwood seeds. We'll start there. They used to only be able to survive with a puddle on them, and it was difficult to manage. Gotcha. Yeah, no, it's temperature. The problem is my source of liquid up here. Oh, here, I should probably fix this while it's not there. Do that real fast. The problem I have right now is the temperature of the water is too cold. My source of polluted water is up here, and it's super duper cold. So I did bring the temperature down a bit too much. And the fix was I would pump water from up here that's very hot through there, but right now my water system's a bit overloaded, so I'm kind of just letting it sort itself out at the moment. I'm not in any urgent need for the thimbleweed to grow too aggressively at the moment. So it's fine, but it will be a thing I have to fix over time. And it should fix itself over time because I'm making lots of stuff that generate heat up here. Alright, so we're making a bunch of ceramic for our volcano shenanigans. Go ahead and start disassembling that. Actually, I can disassemble the top 4. You can go over here, get these 2, and come down from down here and get those 2. Alright. And that's struggling to run still. But the liquid coming out of it sometimes getting cooled off quite a bit. Disassemble those. Yeah, so the thing I don't know is, like, do I wait for them to die and then my people just collect them? I feel like it's a thing that it would be an automatic thing to get them for food. Because the fact that I have a thing for feeding them to get more of them and all that kind of stuff. Because one thing I can think about is doing the critter drop-off. To wrangle the Paku when there's too many. That might even be it. That you just wrangle them and then they die and then you eat them. Well, you use them for cooking. If you're crawled quickly, you just wait for them to die. Okay, that's fair enough. Use the ways to make a small area to manage the eggs in that room. You don't want to feed the whole pack because they eat a lot. I could see maybe putting this up here for auto wrangle and one here that just like dump them in here. Like don't even worry about feeding them, just dump them in here. I could see that as a way to do it. So like go here, do that, do that. And then when they build it, this one's set to auto wrangle, this one's not. Because then they should keep reproducing and that should be enough to deal with it. Fish release. And well, if it's a trap, it's a one-time use, so I definitely don't want to do that. Okay, so you can't wrangle. Releases a trapped Paku. So this can be used many times, but the problem is the fish trap. It says single use. I definitely do not want to take the time to do that. I'll probably just let them die from being overcrowded and be done with it. Because they've got... I'm willing to bet, if I were to look at how bad is our mealworm seeds, it's got to be absolutely tragic. And you can make like 2 before you got plastic. Or you can move the eggs. You can automate the eggs with a critter counter. I do not know what a critter counter is, but we're going to find out. That's probably automation. Critter counter. Critter sensor. Sends a green or right. That needs a conveyor sensor. Critter sensor. Yeah, so I actually need to set up that kind of stuff at once. I need to set up the conveyors and all that, but yeah. Okay, so now I can deconstruct that. I suddenly realized why I actually needed this. It's fine. I need just the 4 squares here. I'm going to start by ceramic. Alright. So I want to make it 2 deep. I don't actually need them there, but I can put them here. And I have no idea how big this room needs to be. I'm going to assume larger than I expect. Maybe start with that. Because I'm going to need a number of these things. And I kind of want to put them higher just out of fear of what that magma's going to do. Why are you delivering... You shouldn't be delivering rock. Stop all of it. Did you deliver rock here? This should be ceramic. Are you ceramic? Okay, you are ceramic. You are ceramic. These all need to be ceramic. Try again. I see. When I run out of ceramic, it automatically switches. Okay. I wish I knew that before. Now that said, the inner tiles probably need to be ceramic. I'm willing to bet once you get outside the inner tiles, they don't need to be that anymore. Because like we look at all the other places we've done this kind of thing, the inner tiles get really hot, and then the outer tiles get considerably cooler. That said, if I can spare the ceramic, I'll certainly do it. Yeah, that temperature's just coming on down. Getting some of there down to 20 now. Can't quite get that to fully cap over. It's just doing too efficiently at cooling that off. You probably have a decent amount of obsidian to make those insulated. Yeah, I think I'll keep to the ceramic on the inside, and then the obsidian I could do on the outside. Wait, this is thermally reactive. Let's put down one obsidian. So those can handle 4,900. Thermal conductivity. So slightly more thermally conductive. But that'll still work. I'll put the ceramic on the inside, and then we'll use the obsidian out here. Which now I think about, that's the outside layer. You know what? It's fine. We'll have that set up. It's fine. So what we'll do here is again ceramic. All right, that's all ceramic I have. And then we have obsidian. And I really don't know how to wire it because I'm gonna need to put enough steam engines on that to cool it off. We'll have to figure that out as we get there. And make sure you are obsidian. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Cool. We can go ahead. I'm scared of putting it too close. The ones in the interior we will make ceramic as well. Okay, if I make a door over here made out of steel, temporarily, what is your overheat temperature? Melting point is 4,400. So that would work. Alright, how do I want to get into this place once it's built? Because someone is going to have to actually go in here and mine that joker out. Which is going to be messy. Oxalate. If we're going to do oxalate, I'm just going to pop over here and say oxalate. Can ladders handle temperature in the room? Probably not. But I'll need the ladders to build it. It's going to be step one is actually build the room. Step two will be, you know, pulling out the ladders, all the debris, all that kind of stuff. It's actually, most of the ladders I built right now are on the outside. I'm like, this ladder's on the inside. That'll have to go. This ladder will ultimately go. Because this room, my intent is basically, we'll have the magma will be allowed to cut loose in the bottom. We will have a supply of water on top of it that will pretty much instantly vaporize, a whole bunch of steam turbines, and then, a way to put the water back into the bottom area. The thing is, I'm going to need a lot of steam turbines that can dump a lot of heat really fast. Which is mildly terrifying. Having any atmosphere touching magma, you're going to have a bad time. Like, that's the whole thing, is it is going to be thousands of degrees. I'm going to have to figure out, I'm going to have to try my best to deal with getting rid of heat as fast as I possibly can using it. Because at least the good news is once it solidifies, it becomes way more manageable. Alright, so you can do 4 more tiles. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Because they also cannot have too much water in there. This one will have to be very, very careful, because it's going to instantly vaporize the water. So if I have a problem, I won't realize it until it's too late. Oh, we're going to need a ladder over here to go the whole way down. That's not a ladder. Don't build that. Because I wanna start carving this spot out from inside. Ceramic, you're still waiting to make more. I honestly don't know how much clay I have. Just do it forever for now. Yeah, we'll just do that forever for the time being. Alright, so obsidian here. Ceramic there. Okay. Like, that's... Part of me is scared it wants to make the room way bigger. Like, way, way, way bigger. Which is going to be difficult with that there, honestly. Just so as, like, the water goes down and it bursts into steam kind of thing. That I have a large, large area to deal with. To facilitate stuff like air pressure, to have some distance between me and the thing that's getting obnoxiously hot. We'll see. I have a bad feeling this will be one of those things that will gonna pretty much almost instantly kill our colony, which basically what we do is we'd have someone pretty much suicide, like slam some more insulated tile around it and just do what we can to keep the air pressure down. Because the good news is if I do have in like a tiny little space and we can get it to cool off still, at least a little, like even if I have to run like insulated pipe through the outside wall just to cool it off at all to make it solid. Once we can get, like, consistently make stuff solid, it'll go a long ways to help us. It is scary because of the sheer amount of heat you're dealing with. Yeah, because I'll put a row of tiles here, and we'll cover that up with steam engines. First time I tried taming one there was a lot of reloading the save. Yeah, I suspect this will be the thing that ultimately kills the colony, is the way this will ultimately play out. Is we will tinker with the volcano until the volcano tells us no, which probably won't actually be that far apart. But we are going to try and prep a lot. So what I might even like do is I might even make like this chamber. I'll put a bunch of steam engines, pump this all out, make a second chamber. So if this thing absolutely goes to hell, it should be sealed, that we can just let all the heat and all that go over there and have the second chamber with steam engines and just try and make that work. We definitely want to get everything we can out from around us. That said, I'm actually okay if I can find a way to vaporize just a little bit of water at a time. I'm okay with that. I don't know how I would do that. I have learned I don't need much water. Is the one thing I have learned, is I really don't need much water. I might even deliberately take the cooling system, and not on the inside insulated plates, but the outside ones. I might try and run that through there as well. Just anything to assist containing any heat in there, so hopefully it just deals with what's ever in there. Yeah, so we've got that running pretty okay now. If we get a consistent power source, will be really good. Like, that actually might be the big give, is if I do get the setup where it's a whole bunch of steam engines, I could literally just pipe it up to wherever I need to. Just put, like, big fat power cables. You know, have different networks, so have 2 steam engines power one cable, 2 steam engines power the next one. It opened up possibilities. Because there's no question, I will have heat. That is... Of the concerns I have about what I'm messing with, heat is not the one I'm concerned about lacking. I will definitely have a pretty solid supply of heat. Now, one might say, perhaps too much of a supply of heat. Yeah, Pips, you still haven't gotten that wart seed. I just want you to go over there and just chunk that thing down someplace. Alright, so the hydrogen supply is actually built up already. A lot. That's a lot of hydrogen I could put to use somewhere. No idea where. Like, I definitely could shove a thing up here for it. Let's put automation on this. It won't be perfect. But let's see. Gas element sensor, do that. Hook that up. Honestly, this might as well go directly into those reserve tanks. And the reason for that is this is never going to be carbon dioxide. Like, if this is ever carbon dioxide or natural gas, this place is very not good. So for right now, I'm going to shove that directly into the reserve tank without any other consideration. I'll have to deal with that as a real problem at a later date. But if we get that set up, I'll at least... I'm basically... You also build ranches? I don't have much in the way of ranches. I've got a Slickster ranch. Yeah, but all my food is plant-based for the most part. We're trying to get Paku up. I want them to build this because I'm going to set that to hydrogen. Is there useful on, right? Or am I confused? The hydrogen? Or the ranching? Because in both cases, the answer is yes. Because the ranching, even outside of, like, the food, you can get all sorts of stuff. Like, I do have a ranch set up. Go ahead and do that. Time is later than usual. Yeah, no, I'm aware I've gone long. I've looked over at the clock a number of times. Like, I'm definitely not finishing the volcano right now. But I wanted to at least get... I'm not going to get this part done. I at least want to get this first part done, and I wanted to see this pop in. But it's just one of those things where it's like, all right, this is going to take longer. Like, this is fine. I think this is the best this is going to be until I get, you know, like, a volcano or something that's going to be a very lucrative external power source. If I can get this set up, and I can get, you know, 2, 4, 8, however many steam engines I need not to keep it from being an absolute death trap, then, which, you know, it might be too little too late kind of thing when I've set this up. But if I can get that set up, that's going to be a ridiculous amount of power I'll have to my advantage. And once I figure out how to set it up once, if I have the space, I'll set up a second one. We'll worry about one to begin with. Probably the second one would be this one, because this one I at least have a ton of space to work with. I'm also fighting the temptation here to just poke a little hole to where this is 500 degrees, and just let's start burning off all this water. We're doing it. Just one teeny tiny little hole. Teeny tiny itty bitty little hole. Because it's only a couple tiles worth that I gotta worry about there. It's gonna be a lot of air pressure. Do it. Because I know that's gonna be... So it turns out playing first-person shooter games using only your keyboard and is both hard and fun. Yeah. Just a little hole. What's the worst that could happen? Yeah, like, don't get me wrong. I expect it to not be great, but I do have cold water or cold oil going past that right above it. So my hope is that this will vaporize. It'll become, you know, steam. The steam will immediately start pouring back down after a couple of seconds, and we'll just have a cycle. Are you not? There we go. Alright, so it very rapidly picks up temperature. And your temperature's going down at a pretty good click. No surprise, we've got steam. And it very quickly is going back into water. So it should have a cycle here where it should go into steam, it cools off, it comes down, steam, cools off, comes down, steam, cools off, comes down. Like, don't get me wrong, I fully expect this area to become very hot. But I'm hoping with this pipe, like us piping cold oil past it at all times, that it'll help. Because meanwhile, the temperature is just declining on this thing, little by little. Like, it's a very slow burn. But it is just straight up going down. My goal is I want to get the petrified fossil that is currently 800 degrees Fahrenheit. So this doesn't have a heat source as far as I'm aware. I don't think the petrified fossil is a heat source, because it'd be really difficult for us to research something that is actively 800 degrees. But if I can bring this down, I can slowly take this spot, cool it off, and then research the fossil. Yeah, so that is gonna get hotter, but like I said, I do think with the piping this oil past here will probably be okay. Like, that is kind of the idea of the oil. Is that I'm gonna keep cooling it off more and more, and I can take it past areas to, even if it's very, very slowly, bring the temperature back down. Yeah, because this thing's already bled off almost 100 degrees Fahrenheit. And the temperature has gone up about 10 degrees, 15 degrees up here. Yeah. Like, that's been hot this whole time. Story trait complete. Something since then? What? Meaning the additional quota dream content analysis has triggered a surge of electromagnetic activity that appears to be enhancing the performance for duplicants everywhere. If my duplicants can keep this building fueled with dream journals, perhaps we can continue to reap this benefit. A small side compartment has popped open, revealing an unfamiliar object. A keepsake, perhaps? Unlock maximum aptitude mode. What? What is maximum aptitude mode? Lacks oxygen. Interesting. They finally became unflooded? Yeah, I got that. But it's like, okay, you unlocked a thing. Will the dupes be less dumb now? Only in theory. The reality is much harsher. Yeah, so it's already dropped down to 400 degrees. And that's still hovering at about 98, so I feel like that went pretty well. That's what I figured. If I figured I'd put like the tiniest little pinhole, that'd be fine. Now granted, and also one of the reasons I wanted to do that is that was just shy of 1/3 of the temperature we're going to be playing with over here, and I wanted to see how catastrophic well actually it's 2 blocks. 2 blocks of something 1/3 the temperature was. Now, it could have certainly gone worse. But yeah. FYI, they can't reach that ladder. Why can't they reach this ladder? They climb down here, they jump down here, they go over there. They can go those ladders. They can come down this ladder. Right side of your volcano. Oh, yeah. Yep. I meant to have the roof on there, but I didn't have the ceramic. Because I want to put a ceramic layer here that I'm going to fit as many, just absolutely as many steam engines as I can on there. But I do think I'm going to make a second room that I'll poke a little hole here. That'll be a duplicate of this room with no extra volcano because, you know, that'll also be more steam engines. Just to see, like, if I get this wrong. Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then we're out of ceramic again. I'm gonna need another ladder here for right now. That ladder will go away at some point. Alright. So this tile here, which is also at the 700, it's dropped down to about 100 degrees. So it's already cooled off most of the way. Like, you can actually see the abyssal light is technically hotter. Because abyssal light takes forever to change temperature. Now that's the scary one. Right there. Is poking that one is the scary one. Because it is going to drop it into a pocket that's really hot. Do not get off the ladder down into this murder hole. Do that, and then get the hell away from it. And everyone stay the hell away from it for a very long time. In fact, you don't even need a ladder here. Just poke one little hole right there. This one I don't feel as comfortable with. This one scares me a bit more. The good news is I am adding more liquid to this the whole time. Go ahead and just add a bunch more liquid to this. I still have cold water coming from over here. So if this is a total disaster, it isn't likely doing that. What's that suspiciously yellow-colored liquid? Yep. We're all out poking the beast. Well, that's the thing. I wanna see how severe this is out of control kind of thing. And it's not even fully out of control. I am pinholing in one spot because this is the little baby thing compared to that thing. If this immediately escalates to sudden death, why? Oh, you're digging from way up there. Okay, I panicked there for a moment thinking you ran down there to dig it, and I was about to be like, wait a second, think this through. You could have a family. You don't, but I mean, we can pretend. I really need the abyssal lake gone. Very specifically, I want the abyssal lake gone. Just the one tile. So that way we're like getting rid of all of the temperature from this. I'm gonna die. So far, it has increased the temperature. Even the dupe said, nah. The dupe's like, not all, we have another colony going. Yeah. They're just over here. It's like, has anyone heard from Colony A? I haven't heard, like, you want a tip, or you want to figure out the volcano? I'll figure out the volcano. I do appreciate the offer. But, I do intend to poke the beast. Like I said, I'm gonna make like a multi-chamber thing here, and I'm just gonna have as many steam engines as possible, but I am gonna make sure I have the insulation here where if everything fails, and all of those steam engines start melting and all that, that again, like we can overflow over here. In theory, it should be cooler, like the next room over, and if that doesn't work, I will panic, try and build a next room. You get the idea. I'll just keep expanding till it's okay. Sooner or later, it'll be okay. Or it won't, and I'll have a slowly, uncontrolled death. Because I understand the two biggest concerns I have is heat. That's the most immediate obvious one, and then pressure. So I need enough pressure that these can handle it. So I have to be careful, real careful how much water I put in there. Well, what a great time for an ad. And if it doesn't work, I'll panic. Sorry about the ads. It is how Twitch is. I want you to remove that one tile. I want to see how badly 800 degrees Fahrenheit making contact with liquid murders everything. I suspect it's not good. To be clear, I am not expecting good times. Why aren't you doing this? You can reach it. There's a ladder. There's a ladder here. It goes up there. You mined the first 3 tiles. I don't know what's holding you up for doing the last one. Ceramic. Yeah, it doesn't say they're not doing it. Alpin can't reach it. So, Illicit NZ is doing it, but it's task number 10. Alpin can't because Alpin individually is restricted to a small area. Not allowed by schedule. Oh, you're going to sleep. That's fine. You had other tasks that are higher priority. Oh, good. Alright, that's deeply concerning. Okay. Alright, let's cancel that for a minute. Because that temperature is rapidly, like, everything was being all cool and chill for a while. I'm like, alright, that's kind of being nice and not a big deal. And suddenly, things are rapidly changing. Very rapidly changing. So we'll just notice that getting to like 200 degrees. Oh, good. It's settled down again. All right, we're fine. It's settled down again. False alarm. It's cool. And it's all cooling off and condensating and going back down. Yeah. Well, no, it's like the fact that it wasn't doing steam for a long time and then a whole bunch of steam came up. I'm like, oh, well, it's not filling in the spot again. All right, we're good. 700 degrees Fahrenheit. Yep, that's the reason I'm tinkering with it. I'm poking the mini beast before I poke the big beast because I'm also stuck waiting on ceramic. Is another thing. Is I'm waiting on the materials. All right, the beast has been properly unleashed. Hey, look, the gas is very rapidly going down from 700 to not 700. And the diamond and all that is quickly going down. That's actually, I mean, okay, maybe the rate the steam is picking up is a little scary. But this is cooling off really fast for what it's worth. Surprisingly that, oh, never mind, that air pressure is actually pretty horrific. Like honestly, that was 800 degrees and it's already down to below boiling point. So it's definitely like unleashed a cloud of steam that's horrific and terrible and scary. But I feel like it's actually going to recover from that pretty fast. Yeah, like I think the temperature. So does the air pressure statistic to break stuff if it gets too high? Yeah, so if the air pressure gets high enough, it will start damaging tiles until it does break through them. But the good news is this actually doesn't seem like it's that bad. Like we definitely had that first burst of heat where we got steam all the way out here. Thank you for the follow. We got all the steam out here, but it seems like that's already mostly dissipated. Like I'm getting these little hits of steam coming out. Oh, that's actually 80 kilograms. That's a lot of air pressure actually. But it is very rapidly cooling off and then turning back into liquid. So I think we're okay. Yeah, being enclosed in that hallway makes it not that bad at flowing. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, is it's not able to spread out too rapidly. So it's getting out here to a decent distance. It's cooling off again. It's turning back into water. It's going back down here, heating up. But this whole process is burning off a good amount of heat. Like this. Oh, whatever is entombed in shattered from the pressure. Don't you want to spread out so it cools down faster? It could be a little A, a little B. Because it also means as it's cooling down, it's heating up a larger area. I want to kind of try and contain it as much as possible without having the pressure shatter things. What's interesting, though, is there was a block of, I think, fossil down here. And the pressure got high enough from the steam, it shattered that block and dropped it. And honestly, the Abyssalite's temperature's even coming down. The Abyssalite's taken damage from the pressure down here as well. Yeah, even the Abyssalite is surprisingly coming down in temperature pretty decently. Ooh, wow. I didn't notice that piece of Abyssalite. Glad I didn't dig farther. Oh. Oh. 1200 degrees Fahrenheit. We'll leave that alone for a while. Ooh. Yeah, so definitely heated up the area around it a good 10-20 degrees. Nope, Abyssalite just shattered over here. Because the air pressure is getting too high. Yeah, steam, unbreathable gas. 620 kilograms of air pressure. No wonder it's breaking. So yeah, that Abyssalite's no match. Yep, you made an infinite tile setup. I don't know what that means. It'll come down eventually, though. Yeah, and that's what I was figuring. Is I've got the water coming in here, it's making steam, it's dropping back, and it's doing a rotation. So it should eventually settle. That said, I wouldn't mind throwing more water into it. Yeah. Now the question was, if I mine the abyssalite, it should cool off eventually. Like, that's the thing. I don't think it has 0 heat. Oh no, it does have 0. Oh, I was under the impression that it had like a just really obnoxiously low. Unless one of those things that it's like the 1 would be the next position over or something. That's concerning because that would imply it can never cool down. Which is certainly not how that works. Because you can look at almost any building here, look at the temperature, and see it does heat up and cool down. Just super resistant. Well, that's not abyssalite. What am I doing? Abyssalite. We can look where it's hotter here and colder down there kind of thing. But also can give off its heat. Yeah. That's the good news, because this thing is like, wait a second, it'll stay hot forever. Well, in that case, wouldn't the proper answer be to mine the abyssalite out? If it's a known bug that the tile causes a problem? Or is it that the abyssalite mined is the problem? The good news, it doesn't look like we're getting much steam out of there anymore. And surprisingly, that steam is just cooling off despite there. It's the tile? Okay, so it is the tile. So you're saying it's in my best interest for any tiles that are just simply over boiling point that are abyssalite? Oh, I don't want to do that, because that's 1200 degrees down there. I think I'm gonna leave that one alone for a little while. Alright, and ceramic. 1, 2, 3. Okay. This is the part I'm not... Wait. No. You just did that thing where you switch off ceramic on me. Don't do that. I really need to make sure that's ceramic. Like, some you can't just... Like, some you just can't, right? Like, one's touching magma. Yeah, send a dupe to dig out the 1200 degree rock right next to the 620 kilograms tile of steam. It's fine. It's fine. As long as I don't poke up here. No, it'd be terrible. Like, this would burst out and to be steam everywhere. Sooner or later, I mean, that's almost come down to a temperature, it'll start condensating, which I'm curious what happens when significantly more water than fits in a tile becomes water again. The tiles cool off just fine. Looking at what's going on there, though, I think the heat transfer depends on both materials by default in Oni. So only abyssalite to abyssalite would have 0 transfer. I see. Okay, that makes sense, because it's like, okay... because we definitely had some of the abyssalite up here cooled off a little. Because I think these ones in here were 6... Yeah, this one in here was 700, this one was 600. 700 as well. Alright, so let's pop up here, go to research. And I think we're at the point I don't have... Nope, there's one more. I got a couple more researches I could do, and then I have to do the field research thing. Or space research, whatever. Which I just haven't been doing because I've been busy playing with volcanoes and... this nonsense. This is almost a temperature that someone could go down in here. Actually, with the suit. This is the suit side. The suit comes down here, pops up. No, this is not the suit side. This is just the oxygen mask. If this is the suit side, someone could go down here and do the research on that and be totally fine. You know, ignoring the 620 kilogram pressure steam pocketed right there. I'm surprised that this rock tile hasn't broken. That's definitely enough pressure to smash a rock tile. And the good news is it doesn't seem like the temperature's actually holding here that long, which is probably because I have this infinitely cooling oil cycling through this whole area. Well, it's not bringing it down to a cold temperature because it's not that cold. It is bringing the temperature down. So it's like it's brought up from here and cooling off from there. I just want to see when this thing crosses that, like, 210 threshold. Is it going to be a thing that, like, this tile breaks, you can see, like, this eruption of water come out as it's trying to find space to shove all the water? Who was down there and why? Don't go down into the Bernie hole. Yeah, and this is the frozen fossil, so this one's really cold. I mean, honestly, let's just do this too. Because this one, I don't care about this one. Like, that will not stay cold very long. There's a video on Reddit where someone pumped the ocean planet into an infinite liquid storage, then popped it to see what would happen. Nice. I'm sure people have done some shenanigans. I still like the idea of seeing if there would be a way to, like, realistically cool off all of the magma. It might be doable, but it's probably, like, very, very slow and tenuous where you just poke, like, the tiniest little pinhole and have, like, a massive cooling apparatus just to deal with the fallout of that situation. Like, have a giant vacuum, you put, like, one little drop of water, and you just do everything to keep that water cooled down again and again as it just drops in, instantly vaporizes, you steam it, instantly goes back down. But you need it to be vacuumed for everything. Like, that's what I'm envisioning I need to do here, is that I need to make this completely a vacuum other than the tiniest little bit of water I drop in here to make steam. The steam comes up, comes back out, and we have that loop going. And then just figuring out what the balance is. Because this is going to be spitting out magma, and I need at least enough to keep the magma from continuing to escalate the heat up to that 3,000 degrees. Good. There's a way to dig a spike into the magma to conduct heat and cool it off. And that's what right now you're using for geothermal. 940. 1 year, 6 months you've been following the channel, so thank you so much for following for that long. It's good to have you. It abuses diagonal building. I figured there'd be something like that. Yeah, so as I figured, the frozen stuff instantly melted, and now they're doing research. And so we'll get the frozen fossil done. And just like that, the frozen fossil is finished. It appears this creature's DNA was once kind of genetic storage unit. Interesting. How's it going here? Botanical analyzer. Yeah, it's just that last one, which is cooling off. Slowly. Like, we're not having eruptions of steam. And this is right about to start dropping to the point that, like, that's... I keep doing the one more thing, and I need to stop doing the one more thing. I keep doing the one more thing, but that's the one more thing is I want to see, is what happens when that liquefies again. I'm assuming it will be significant. Is how I'm choosing to phrase that. It's going pretty good. How's it going with you, Mage? Sorry if I didn't respond to the first time. I thought I did. But I lose track really easily. Okay, and I am at the point where I could deconstruct this ladder. Let's not be dumb. Okay, yeah, we can just deconstruct the whole thing. My mind wasn't thinking about that was up there. And sweep that. Double check the ones on the right. Ceramic, ceramic, ceramic. Ceramic. Nope, we're good. It is all ceramic. Obsidian, ceramic. Yep, looks good. I was keeping an eye on it, so I'd rather double check. So don't be like, oh, my bad. It's cool. You notice I had mineral view to see if they're the same color? Oh. Oh, that's cool. Like, I've hated the way this part of it looks normally. But yeah, for checking that, that's good. It's just flashing squares make my eyes sad. Oh, that's not what I wanted to sweep. Get as much of the material out of here as possible. When I do enclose it, the first thing I'm going to need to do is I'm going to need to pump all the liquid out of here. I can take the stairwell down here. Yeah, they can get over that way. So I do think we close off this whole area. And it will eventually like build up that side as well. And we'll just start pumping all of the liquid out of this pit. You're almost at the point of becoming liquid again. Oh, yeah. No, if I just dug this out the very first time it erupted magma, this would just... You would see steam just take over the whole base. Oh, hey, you actually have... Where are you getting petroleum? Molten? I can live with that, actually. I mean, I've just been letting them cut loose because they don't make much oil very fast. I'm just like, just keep making it. When it gets up to a point that's like actually a respectable level, then I'll start worrying about the oil. Until there's enough there to be worthwhile. High temperatures produce molten slicksters. Okay. I mean, I'm cool with it. They're just like literally giving me straight up petroleum, so... No complaints here. You're right on the edge of turning back to liquid. Just a tiny bit more to go. I just want to see what happens with that, and then we'll probably wrap up for the night, because I should have ended like an hour and a half ago. But I also know my insomnia has been real, so I'm like, you know what, I'm not falling asleep anyways, so... Alright, what are you doing over here? Having a good time? Just one more cycle? Yup, that kind of game. Right there. How are we doing on our materials for making ceramic? I still have plenty of both. Cool. And how are you doing up here? You still running fine? Ish. Yeah, sometimes it's getting as cold as 32 degrees and all that. Like that once I get a proper external power source should be pretty good. Something that can run both of those. That'll be really good, because then they'll just kind of do that. It'll get these going. It'll probably turn off a little bit of whatever power I'm feeding into it. It'll like make a massive cooling thing. Like I'm willing to bet I can get that thing to like -20, -30 degrees pretty reliably. That'll do really good. Okay, right there. Still at 620 kilograms. I just want to know what happens. Because the pressure will dip because liquid is denser than gaseous. But at the same time, it's 620 kilograms versus, I don't know, let's look at a full tile of water. Oh, actually, wait, that doesn't seem right. Oh. Well, it's actually not that impressive. It's just going to become a tile of water. That's all that's going to happen. I was thinking in my mind, 620 kilograms is a ridiculous amount of water for one spot, and then I realized a bunch of the other spots have like 1,000. Here I was all excited, just waiting for it to be like, blah, like 20 tiles worth of water just shooting up out of here, realistically breaking that. But no, yeah, no, for gas it's ridiculously high. I got that. But for liquid, I was thinking it's going to be like 20 kilograms per tile or something like that. So here's the big tease for everyone. Let's wait for this whole thing I've been excited to see, where it just becomes water. Just straight up becomes a perfectly normal tile of water. No big meaningful event. Just bloop. I saw 620 kilograms. I'm like, that's a big number. I like that most of my stuff is just stable now. That, like, yeah, I have to go in and, like, switch stuff. Ends the stream now so we don't see it. Like, that's the thing. I've already invested the time at this point, so I'm gonna see it through. But it's like, wait a second. This whole thing I was excited about is actually gonna be kind of not that big a deal. Alright, so any moment it should turn liquid. Actually, I don't know if the condensation point's the same. It should condense at 210.8. So it should condense any second now. We'll know when that 620 kilograms just drops. Or it goes up because it comes liquid and then the pocket comes back up to it. It should switch now, right? There's some leeway to stop stuff from flashing back and forth. Yeah. No, I figured as much. I was a little checking to see the temperature and everything else. Actually, that's coming down. Oh, we don't have abyssalite. We are already in contact with the area that goes to 1,000 there. You think you have to go 5 past Anoni? Maybe. We should be pretty close. But yeah, so those 1,200 degrees tiles, there's no high insulation tile between here. So it is slowly, like, the good news is the temperature's going down, not up, which means I'm cooling those tiles off more than they're heating up. So the fact that we didn't immediately burst the entire area above into ridiculous nonsense tells us that we should be good with this spot. Like, we just don't want to go too fast where it becomes out of control. Like, right now, if I just left it alone, it should, other than the abyssalite, well, actually, even the abyssalite, it should go through all of this and cool it all down. Alright, so it is 5 below now, and then continuing to go down. It should be flipping at some point, because it's 210.8 was the flip point. Oh, there we go. Steam is down to 5 kilograms. It's cooling down much more rapidly now. It's actually fluctuating wildly. The fanfare. The fanfare for sploosh. 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 What's interesting is the temperature's going down, but it's still staying at 5 kilograms. It's generating new steam for some reason. It would make sense. That tile down there is 563 degrees. Let's see the next time if it splashes, if we see this change significantly. Not really. They're getting there. It's fine. But yeah, so this area didn't actually heat up that much. Like, temporarily it did, but overall it's being managed. This is cooling off. It's the water below it. Yeah, but the water below... Oh, so... Yeah, this water below it is still only 188. So it shouldn't be reigniting. When things are high density and close to the same temperature, it vaporizes 5 kilograms at a time. Ah, I see what's happening. So this is a lot of water for one tile. So it's, you know, it's going, okay, it makes 5 kilograms of it hotter, it pops up here, it cools off, it drops down there, and it just kind of ping-pongs back and forth slowly. But then this thing's temperature slowly dropping, that thing's temperature slowly dropping. Yeah, like, honestly, yeah, if we look at this, we don't get back to 12,000, like, to 1,200, not even there. Like, we don't even get close to 1,200 anymore. Because we were, like, right at 1,200 down here. All of these blocks have already cooled off to be less than that. Like, in these abyssal tiles here, like, remember that one was, like, 1,190 or whatever? It's dropped by 100 degrees. Yeah, so this whole thing's cooling off. So that is a, you ignore that, it's a solved problem. You just need to not poke it and escalate it, and then everything will be fine. Okay. Alright, with all that said, I do think, considering normally I wrap up an hour and a half ago, I'm going to hit the pause button right at the day change, which is perfect, and I'm going to stop my recording.